A journey that begins. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. Lao Tse. Planes, trains, and transportation in general are wonderful places for amazing things to happen. You just have to let yourself go, observe, and intervene if a good opportunity arises. The best stories of my life have arisen in situations of this type. A few years ago, on a New York-London flight, I was sitting in the window seat. I always choose that place, because I enjoy observing the sky, the clouds, the sea, and above all, because I like to remember the insignificance of the human being, before the immensity of nature, thus relativizing what happens to us on Earth. I always pay attention to the passenger who sits next to me. After so many hours of flight, one connects in a certain way with his neighbor. She analyzes what she reads, what she sees on the screen, if she eats, if she sleeps. Involuntarily, one cannot help but conjecture about her circumstances and the reasons for her trip. Will you have a family? Will you travel for work? There is no shortage of moments when one gets up, and out of politeness, a few simple words are crossed. Generally, at the end of the flight, one says goodbye cordially. I have always thought that it is enough to look at someone carefully, for them to become someone interesting. It is normal for there to be a conversation at some point during the flight. Thanks to these interactions, I have met the most fascinating people, and stories have happened to me that have marked my life in many aspects. On this particular flight, taking off from New York, I sat next to an older man. He was reading the newspaper, and I took some notes from my career out of my bag. It was anatomy, my drawings taken in class. They had no quality. I have always drawn badly, and while I was trying to memorize the hundreds of names, I noticed the guy's gaze on my sheets. I smiled at him. I study medicine. He answered me, my father is a doctor. I quickly analyzed the guy. I loved doing it since I was young, but despite his cordiality, he kept a cold and insurmountable gaze. He looked at me and I added, have you inherited your father's profession? No. I've always liked research more. What type? I investigate terrorism. I closed the notes. I had a conversation that looked very interesting. My collection of muscles and strange little bones would still be there when I arrived in Madrid. My interlocutor confessed to me that he had just retired after more than 30 years in the CIA. For some time now, he had been allowed to talk more freely about his work, and for the rest of the flight, he explained to me the war in Iraq, and the geopolitical tensions in the area, the fights over oil and gas pipelines, the interests of the various Occidental countries. All this on an improvised map of the Middle East, with arrows to all sides. I am passionate about history and international relations, and I admit that I did not stop taking notes. At one point in the conversation, I told him that I was studying to be a psychiatrist. He scrutinized me carefully, and kept silent for a few moments, before asking me the most peculiar questions about my tastes and my way of being. I'm not used to being asked so intensely about myself, since I'm usually the one asking those questions, but I tried to answer as honestly as possible. After a pause, he suggested that I do a stay at the CIA, when I finished my specialty, and do some kind of work as a forensic or investigative psychiatrist. At that moment my eyes lit up. It seemed like an exciting world. I smiled and added, as long as I don't have to go into the field, I tend to be a bit scared. He left me his contact and we said goodbye. I wrote to him several times, and we corresponded via email for several years. Unfortunately for the reader, I never got to work there, since life has taken me in other directions, but I carry my analyst friend's card in my wallet, which reminds me that opportunities are close, but you have to go out and look for them. In my opinion, few phrases have done more damage than that of, it will come when you least expect it. No one is going to come looking for us at home, to propose the project of our life. You have to go meet him. One of the things that generates the most anguish is the inability to know what it is that I should dedicate myself to or where to choose. Deciding is posed as an impossible challenge. We live in a world full of opportunities. We have never had so much within reach with so little. We are in the moment of greatest stimulation in history. Today, any 7-year-old child has received more information and stimuli, music, sound, food, flavors, images, videos, than any other human being that has lived before. The Earth. This overstimulation makes decision-making difficult. Today's youth, the famous millennials, among whom I have one foot, are in a daze not knowing what to decide, or where to go. Professionally, the different places where one studies, and after these, the professional opportunities are countless, and they are considered something impossible to choose. Suddenly a multitude of possibilities arise, and one does not know where to direct his life. It is the society of confusion and difficulty in compromise. I see more and more kids blocked, without knowing, because to decide, they need to feel. Millennials live soaked in emotions and feelings, which lead them to need constant gratification to move forward. We will talk about this later, to better understand what is happening in the minds of many young people. There is a clear gap between two generations that live together, those born before 80, and those born after 90. Those of us between the 80s and 90s have lived in a time of important transition. Those before the 80s have generally struggled a lot, many come from children of wars, they have raised their families, and most importantly, the digital world, the internet and social networks, has caught them after adolescence. This is key. Their personal relationships, their way of working and facing life, as well as their beliefs, are based on other concepts. I am not referring to specific ideologies, but to the way in which they are constituted. After the 90s, something decisive happens. The internet is born. In this book, we will understand the impact of the bombardment of stimuli, to which the little ones in our current society are subjected from birth, as well as the effect of social networks on the brain's reward system, which is why we find ourselves before a deeply dissatisfied generation. In order to motivate them educationally, emotionally, effectively, professionally, and economically, stronger and more intense stimuli are often required. How to make good things happen to you requires several elements. In life there are very hard moments, where the important thing is to survive, and find some support to hold on to. The rest of the time, we have to fight to get TMV, your best version out. We will talk about attitude and optimism. The way we face life has a great impact on what happens to us. The predisposition, the previous attitude before any situation, determines how we respond to it. Years of experiments show that the way in which one decides to respond to the problems and questions that arise every day influences the result. The brain, the physiological markers, the genes, the cells, the feelings, the emotions, the thoughts, work as a whole. Physical illnesses have, in many cases, a direct relationship with emotions, and we can always try to channel the effect that a physical illness produces on our state of mind. To understand the brain, we will try to simplify the complex. By understanding our brain, managing our emotions, we improve our lives. Today, neuroscience, specifically neurobiology, and what we call the unconscious, from emotions to the depth of our psyche, explains much of our behavior. This book talks about happiness, because we all long to find it, and about success, but success is the big liar. In my office, on many occasions, I have the opportunity to admire people who, faced with stories of suffering, pain and failure, have been able to overcome them. Failure teaches what success hides, says my great teacher of life, my father. In this book, I want to try to explain not only the problems of mind, heart and body, but above all, the good and healthy aspects of our life, what can help the reader to have better health of soul and body, and thus, perhaps, get closer to the long-awaited happiness. Here begins an exciting path, to understand and reinvent ourselves. There is always a second chance to get excited again, and design a better path for each one. Chapter 1. Destiny, Happiness. Happiness is not defined, it is experienced. To know it, you have to have felt it, and once you have felt it, words fall short to explain it. Despite this, we are going to try to approach it from different angles. The first idea that I want to convey is the following: there are no quick guides or shortcuts that ensure happiness. There is great criticism of self-help books, which promise happiness with a quick recipe, but the truth is that we currently have a multitude of studies and scientific data that bring us closer to the level of physical and psychological well-being with some precision, essential to be happy. Psychiatrists study mental illnesses, or better, we study people who suffer from mental or mood disorders. Our guild very often holds conferences on the most varied subjects, on the brain or specific regions of it, on neuronal markers and the physiology behind them, on the internal or external causes that favor psychiatric illnesses, or on how to improve the reliability of diagnoses and the latest experimental treatments. In general, we treat the ills of the mind from all possible scientific approaches. Since I was young, my vocation has been to heal and help people who suffer sadness and anguish, and that has led me to investigate happiness, pleasure, love, compassion and joy, and to ask myself a series of difficult-to-answer questions. Why are there people who have a tendency to suffer and complain whatever their situation is? Is there good luck, or is it not as random as it seems? How important is the genetic load in the configuration of the mind and the character of the people? What factors predispose or indispose me to be happier? Research on these issues has led me to travel various paths and readings of the most suggestive. Our current society is comparatively richer than ever. We have never had as much as before. Our needs are covered, and we can have almost anything, in most cases, just one click away. As a consequence, and although it is not desirable, and we must run away from it, we are normalizing that overabundance. Sometimes, we believe that we deserve everything, something to which the prevailing materialism contributes, which makes us think that it is good that we have access to everything we want. However, no accumulation of things can provide access to happiness on its own, to that inner state of plenitude. Happiness consists of having a successful life, where we try to make the best of our values and our abilities. Happiness is making a small work of art with life, striving every day to bring out our best version. Happiness is closely related to the meaning we give to our life, to our existence. As we can see, the first step to try to be happy is to know what we ask of life. In a world that has lost its meaning, that is disoriented, we tend to substitute meaning for sensations. Society suffers from a great spiritual void, which they try to fill with a frantic search for sensations, such as bodily satisfaction, sex, food, alcohol, etc. There is an insatiable need to experience new, increasingly intense emotions and sensations. There is nothing wrong in itself, with sexual relations, careful gastronomy, or the pleasure of a good wine. We talk about when the search for those sensations replaces the true meaning in life. In these cases of disorientation, the accumulation of sensations produces momentary gratification, while the emptiness inside us grows like a black hole, gradually taking over our lives, which inevitably leads to psychological breakdowns or destructive behaviors. Only then, when the damage is done, does the person affected, or someone close to them, become aware that recovering is beyond their strength, and seek outside help. Then the work of the psychiatrist or psychologist appears, to help put that life back together. The human being seeks to have, and relates happiness, with possession. We spend our lives looking for economic, social, professional, emotional stability. To have security, to have prestige, to have material things, to have friends. True happiness is not in having, but in being. Our way of being is the basis of true happiness. Beware of light happiness, the one that is sold to us, like it is available to everyone with a click. Something is wrong with that materialistic concept, when 20% of our society is medicated for mood problems. If hoarding material goods is not the solution to be happy, what is? In my opinion, in this world that is so changing and in full evolution, happiness necessarily involves returning to values. And what are the values? That which helps us to be a better person and perfects us. It is basic and becomes the guide in moments of chaos and uncertainty. When you get lost and don't know where to go, having values, clear guidelines, helps the ship not sink. Aristotle already said it in his Nicomachean Ethics, let us be with our lives, like archers who have a target. Today, there are no targets to aim at, archers are extinct, and arrows fly chaotically in all directions. To understand what world we are facing, I like this acronym introduced by the U.S. Army War College, VUCA, which situates us sociologically in context. Volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, VUCA. This notion was created to describe how the world was after the end of the Cold War. Currently, it is used in strategic leadership, in sociological analysis, and in education to describe sociocultural, psychological, and political conditions. Volatility refers to the rapidity of changes. Nothing seems to be stable, News portals change every few seconds to hook readers. Trends like clothes or fashion spots can change in days. The economy and the stock market fluctuate in a matter of hours. Uncertainty, few things are predictable. Events happen and one can feel shocked at the turn of the situation. Despite the fact that there are algorithms to try to anticipate or foresee the future, reality ends up surpassing fiction. The complexity is explained because our world is interconnected, and the level of precision in all fields of human knowledge is almost infinitesimal. Even the smallest details influence the outcome of life, the famous butterfly effect of chaos theory. The ambiguity that I would connect with relativism does not give way to clarity of ideas. Everything can be, or not be. There are no clear ideas on almost any aspect. I have always thought that psychiatry is a wonderful profession. It is the science of the soul. We help people who come to ask for help, to understand how their mind works, their information processing, their emotions and their behavior. We try to restore past wounds, or learn to handle difficult situations, or impossible to control. Currently there are multiple books to learn to focus better in life, and learn to manage different issues. Like everything, you have to know how to filter, and mainly, find the type or style that suits you best. Psychiatrists and psychologists must adapt to our patients, understand their silences, their moments, their fears, their concerns, without judging, with order and calm, knowing how to transmit serenity and optimism. I am fascinated by understanding and knowing how we think, the causes of our reactions, and what emotions are, and how they are reflected in the mind. In the end, happiness has a lot to do with the way in which I observe, analyze and judge myself, and with what I expected from myself and my life. That is, in a phrase, happiness is found in the balance between my personal, affective, and professional aspirations, and what I have been gradually achieving. This has a result, an adequate self-esteem, an adequate evaluation of oneself. The case of Moem. Maman is a 33-year-old patient. She works as an administrator in a large company. He lives with his parents, with whom he has a good relationship. She has a boyfriend, a shy and withdrawn boy who takes great care of her. There is a good atmosphere at work, and from time to time he meets the people from the office. One day he comes to my office. He says his self-esteem is down. He does not know how to explain the reason, and he adds, "My parents love me, I like my job, I am a person with friends, but I don't believe much." After giving me a summary of his biography, he shuts up and tells me, "I'm embarrassed to be here, telling my problems to a stranger, since in principle I have nothing to complain about." He gets up, goes to the door and leaves. I follow her and tell her to go back inside. It's better that we end the session because if she's sad or upset, it's because something inside her isn't working. Finally, he calms down and agrees to go back inside. We have been in therapy for 8 months. He is much better, but I know that every day in full consultation, he has what I call his moment. He is overwhelmed, he confesses to me. "I am ashamed to be here, you are a stranger to whom I tell my life." And tries to leave. You have a hard time accepting that you are sharing your life with another person. Little by little she is realizing, and she herself reasons out loud, the reasons that make her have to resolve certain internal conflicts that prevent her from growing. In any situation, to a person who acts like this, one can say, "You don't have to come back, when you feel comfortable, call and make an appointment." But I accept his moment, and without judging, I continue the consultation as if he had not said anything. Self-esteem and happiness. Self-esteem and happiness are closely related. A person at peace, who has a certain inner balance, and who enjoys the little things in life, will normally have an adequate level of self-esteem. Character without self-esteem problems. Miguel de Unamuno was one of the great authors of the generation of 98. He had a good-natured and close personality, known to all. On one occasion he was decorated with the Grand Cross of Alfonso X el Sabio, delivered by King Alfonso XIII himself. Unamuno, who was known for being a member of the Socialist and Republican Party, commented at the time of the awards ceremony, "I am honored, Your Majesty, to receive this cross that I deserve so much." The king, surprised, but knowing the personality of the writer, answered, "How curious. In general, most of the winners say they do not deserve it. Unamuno, with his usual closeness, replied smiling, "Sir, in the case of the others, indeed, they did not deserve it." Happiness and suffering. It is said that one does not know what happiness is until it is lost. In the face of pain, suffering, mourning, economic problems, that's where it comes from within. I'm not happy. What suffering? What bad luck for me? In those moments it is difficult for us to glimpse moments of happiness from our past, to appreciate flashes of joy that filled us at some point. Life is a constant starting over, a path where one goes through joyful situations, or even moments of happiness, but also difficult moments. To be happy, you have to be able to recover as much as possible from traumas and difficulties. The reason is simple: there is no biography without wounds. Losses, and how to deal with them, are the most decisive in any career. Throughout a lifetime, human beings go through very demanding and difficult moments, so they will not be able to be happy if they do not learn to overcome them, or at least try. As a psychiatrist, in consultation, I have treated all kinds of traumas, and I am aware as I write these lines that there are very harsh biographies, some much more than others. There are aspects outside of us that we cannot change. We cannot choose much of what will happen to us in life, but we are absolutely free, each and every one of us, to choose the attitude with which to face it. They deal us some cards, better or worse, but they are the ones we have, and we have to play them as well as possible. The man needs tools to overcome the wounds and traumas of the past. The episodes that devastate us physically and psychologically leave an important mark on our biography. The way in which each one overcomes and starts over marks our personality in many aspects. This talent is born from an inner strength, which we all have developed to a greater or lesser extent: resilience. The concept of resilience was put in vogue by the French doctor Boris Cyrulnik. This psychiatrist, the son of Jewish immigrants of Ukrainian origin, was born in Bordeaux in 1937. After the Nazi occupation, when he was only 5 years old, his parents were arrested and deported to extermination camps, but he fled, hiding in various places, and finally he was welcomed on a farm under the fictitious identity of a non-Jewish boy named Jean Laborde. After the war, the family that welcomed him encouraged him to study medicine and become a psychiatrist. The young Boris soon realized that through his biography, he could understand the causes of trauma, and try to help others, mainly children, to recover after a trauma or emotional breakdown. The RAE dictionary defines resilience in one of its entries as the ability of a material, mechanism or system to recover its initial state, when the disturbance to which it had been subjected has ceased. Cyrulnik expanded the meaning of the concept to the human being's ability to recover from a trauma, and without being marked for life, be happy. Resilience sends us a message of hope. Before, it was thought that the traumas suffered in childhood were indelible and lasted, decisively marking the trajectory of the affected child. How can we overcome such deep and painful wounds? The key is based on solidarity, love, contact with others, ultimately, affection. Cyrulnik, throughout his experience, shows numerous examples in this regard. At the University of Toulon, where he is a professor, he has worked with Alzheimer's patients, many of whom have forgotten words, but not affection, music, gestures, or displays of affection. Cyrulnik insists on the flexibility of the psyche. Before, it was thought that a person was marked by pain and suffering. If the person overcomes that trauma, that wound, they become resilient. In this help process, it is key not to blame her for the mistakes of the past, and to provide her with support and affection. There are multiple therapies for it. A few years ago I worked in Cambodia, getting girls out of child prostitution. It has been, clearly, one of the moments that has marked my life in the most important way. I dedicated myself to going through the brothels of Cambodia, rescuing girls in deplorable conditions. I clearly remember a girl, recently rescued from a prostitution network, at the age of 13, who asked me with a lost look, "Will I be able to have a normal life and enjoy something?" The message of hope is there, science explains it, my experience has taught me. There are healing methods, which heal the deepest wounds. Throughout these pages, I will tell how I ended up collaborating on that exciting project in Cambodia, and some of the stories that have marked my life. All the way I've traveled has helped me better understand the human brain, and with it, suffering, and ultimately, the path to happiness. Trauma. A traumatic event destroys identity and conviction about one, with respect to others and the world. That break is the beginning of what we know as trauma. Cyrulnik established that for us to suffer a trauma, the double whammy theory must be fulfilled. The first blow would be the disturbing event itself, the traumatic event itself, but for this to settle in life, a second blow must come from certain behaviors in the environment, which, broadly speaking, can imply rejection or abandonment, stigmatization, disgust, contempt or humiliation, with misunderstanding being a phenomenon common to all of them. The pillars of resilience, according to Boris Cyrulnik, are three. The staff. Having interior tools from birth, secure attachment. It is one of the most powerful preventions that exist to overcome a trauma. The family and social context. The type of support provided by caregivers, parents, and attachment figures. These are key to overcoming a painful trauma. Here the second blow comes into play in an important way. The social context. That is, having social and legal support at those times, the support of the community, mitigates the trauma, and strengthens the victim. Cyrulnik. Imagine that a child has had a problem, that he has been hit, and when he tells his parents about the problem, they make a disgusted gesture, a reproach. In that moment, they have transformed their suffering into a trauma. The case of Lucia. Lucia is a 6-year-old girl. He lives with his parents and his two brothers, 7 and 2 years old. She goes to her neighborhood school and is a very happy, creative girl with great imaginative capacity. One day, while at a birthday party at a school friend's house, he goes to the bathroom. Upon entering, he sees that the father of a boy from his class is inside. He stands outside and apologizes politely. The guy in question doesn't deserve another name, kindly tells him to come in. He lowers his pants and asks Lucia to touch him. The girl, scared, obeys. He then takes off her underwear and puts his hand under her dress. Paralyzed, Lucia is unable to speak or scream. The guy threatens the girl so that she doesn't tell anyone or he will hurt her and her brothers a lot. Lucia leaves the bathroom and hides to cry in a corner. Her parents are not at the party, but she hopes they will arrive as soon as possible. Half an hour later, he sees them enter the house. He observes that the guy from the bathroom approaches and greets them in a friendly way, telling them that his daughter has behaved very well and that she is very polite. Lucia begins to sweat, she wants to cry. The guy approaches, takes his hand and tells him, "Your parents are here, I have already told them that you have behaved very well, give your brothers a kiss when you see them." For Lucia there is no doubt, and when she gets into the car, the first thing she does is tell her parents what happened. They do not give credit, but they listen to her with great attention. 2 days later, they come to my office to ask for advice and see how to manage it. They doubt that it is true, but they do not want, in any case, to be able to hurt the girl more. I treated Lucia for half a year. She had nightmares, she was afraid of dealing with older men, she felt sad, she didn't want to go to school. From the first moment, he was shown the support of his parents. The issue was brought to trial, and she learned to hone her inner strengths. Today she is a healthy, happy 13-year-old girl. A few months ago, he came to see me at the office, to tell me that he is going to Ireland for a while to learn English. His words in the farewell were, "I'm not afraid anymore, I'm over it. I want to thank you for supporting me, for believing in me, and for strengthening the relationship with my parents. I know that they doubted me for a few moments, the fact that they supported me until the end, and that you treated me from the beginning, has helped me freed from a great trauma forever. Being happy is being able to overcome defeats and get up later. The present can sometimes be a nightmare. In some cases, one longs to flee forward. At other times, one freezes, frozen in some memory or traumatic past event. Sitting in the past makes us sour, resentful people, unable to forget the damage done or the emotion suffered. We have all gone through stages where we realize that we need a pause or break to recover strength, after a very physically or psychologically demanding season, or just to try again to reach a goal that we have not achieved. In those moments of slowdown, especially at the beginning of a vacation, tension and exhaustion surface. You feel more vulnerable than ever. This vulnerability is not only psychological, but by relaxing the body after a season of effort, there is a general drop in our defenses, which favors the contraction of colds, flu, or other illnesses. It is precisely those post-stress moments that are the most important in our psychological trajectory, since depending on how we deal with them, significant mental imbalances can occur. We must be very vigilant in those seasons, because frequently, it is when we slow down the activity, when we have time, when we stop to think, and when we can realize if our psychological health is at risk due to something that has happened. In any case, battles are won by tired soldiers, wars, by masters of inner strength. That inner strength will help us overcome problems, and it is cultivated by learning to master the inner self, the thoughts of the past, or worries about the future that torment us and prevent us from living in a balanced way in the present. Time does not heal all wounds, but it does remove the most painful from the spotlight. Suffering is therefore a school of strength. When this torrent that emanates from suffering is accepted in a healthy way, one acquires an important and fundamental inner domain for life. Balance is learning to maintain a certain inner peace, equanimity, and harmony, despite the thousand vicissitudes of life. After the coup, you have to take back the reins of your life, to achieve the life project that you have outlined. Be lords of our personal history. The simple thing is to act in short distances, to live limiting ourselves to reacting to the anarchic external impulses that affect us, letting ourselves go. The desirable thing, although complex, is to design life with long-term objectives, so that even if something diverts us, we can redirect ourselves towards our goal. Whoever does not have that project, who does not know what they want to become, and who does not find meaning in their life, cannot be happy. The solution is not in the pills. Medication is key for moments of blockage, where the body itself is unable to recover on its own, or when circumstances are so adverse that we need extra support so as not to collapse. Medication regulates high or low substances in the brain. It does not supplant the cerebral or psychic function, but it allows you to feel or perform that function when it fails you. Medication offers solutions, but there is another therapy that is effective and helps: the doctor's attitude. A few words of encouragement, a real and true listening, have an important healing effect. The attitude of the doctor relieves the pain. An article published in May 2017 in the Journal of Pain dealt with the importance of the doctor's attitude in consultations. It has been shown that if a patient confidently goes to the doctor, the sensation of pain decreases. The doctor acts as if it were a placebo. For example, what happens if the doctor vacations in the same place, or has similar tastes? Elizabeth Luzin, a study researcher at the University of Miami, observed that the feeling of social, educational, cultural, or religious connection helps the pain not be so high in the patient. If a person goes to the doctor and feels that something or someone is going to ease their pain, that feeling of confidence has a positive effect. The brain, at this thought of relief and hope, releases endorphin-like chemicals that alleviate your pain. How many times does it happen that when someone goes to their trusted doctor, their usual therapist, or a specialist in their ailments, after explaining the discomfort, they automatically notice an improvement in symptoms? The doctor must be a vitamin person for his patients. In a world like today, where there is a crowded healthcare system, this is not easy. There is no time. Many times, it is simpler, more practical, and efficient to cure the symptoms with pills. Sometimes a smile, a positive comment, or a hopeful phrase about the development of the disease are enough. Suffering has a sense. Today's society flees from it, and when one comes across it, questions arise: do I deserve it? Is it due to my past mistakes? Why does God allow it? Let's see some interesting points of suffering that can help us. Pain has a human and spiritual value. It can lift us up and make us better people. How many people do we know who, after a blow, have been able to straighten out their lives and look for alternatives, thanking them afterwards? It is not uncommon to find people who, after a superficial and conformist existence, have been transformed after suffering a severe setback. Suffering helps us to reflect. It takes us to the bottom of many questions that we would never have asked ourselves. Pain, when it appears, pushes us to clarify the meaning of our life, of our deepest convictions. The masks and appearances are diluted, and our true self emerges. Pain helps to accept own limitations. We become more vulnerable beings, and we fall from the pedestal on which we had or had been placed. So, we must lower our heads, and recognize that we need help and the love or support of others, that we cannot alone. Sharing our limitations with others can be the first step towards simplicity and overcoming the calamities suffered. The awareness of one's own limitations reinforces our solidarity, empathy with the pain of others, and ultimately, love for others. Suffering, therefore, transforms the heart. After a difficult stage, with pain as the protagonist, one approaches the soul of other people. He is able to empathize and better understand those around him. When someone feels loved, their life changes, lights up, and transmits that light. Authentic love is enhanced by pain that is healthily accepted, which frees us from selfishness. Whoever wins in empathy is kinder, allows himself to be loved, and turns his habitat into a more welcoming place to live. Suffering can be the way of entry to happiness, if one shows the will to achieve it and has the tools for it. Pain leads to the true maturity of the personality, to dedication to others, and to a greater knowledge of oneself. There is only one antidote to suffering, pain and disease: love. Let's dive inside the human being, to understand the thoughts and emotions that overwhelm us, and how our brain responds to stress or conflict. Simple things take time to arrive. Let us begin. Chapter 2. The antidote to suffering, love. Let's divide this chapter into 5 great loves. Healthy self-love, self-esteem. The love of a person. Love to others. The love of ideals and beliefs. The love of memories. The love of a person. There is no such a cowardly man, whom love does not make brave and transform into a hero. Plato. Falling in love is the greatest thing that exists. Everything changes when a heart feels captivated by another person. At the bottom of each one, there are wonders and treasures, which are revealed when someone really wants to. There is no human being that love does not turn into someone more passionate and full of life. The human being needs to love. Love is the great question of life. Falling in love marks a person forever, and the most intense feelings in life are felt for love. It is not the purpose of this work to deal with the love of a couple, but when one is in love in a healthy way, this positively affects all facets of life. Love to others. Solidarity and volunteering, giving to others, are protective factors of the mind and body. Feeling loved and accompanied is one of the keys to being happy. In life, most of the relationships, of the agreements, of the interactions, of the moments of enjoyment and pleasure, are related to our interaction with others. For a couple relationship, a business or company, or our family relationships of origin, or the in-laws to work well, it is essential that the relationships between the people involved are easy, or at least relatively healthy. Sometimes you don't like certain people around you, and their mere presence generates restlessness in you. If you don't change that, you run the risk of becoming toxic beings. If, when living with certain people, you constantly perceive a hostile and tense environment, which makes you alert, this can lead you to become ill or suffer deeply. These people are emotional vampires for you, because they effectively pull you down. Instinctively, we tend to associate and foster friendship with people with whom it is positive and healthy to maintain a relationship, and this, both in friendships and in the family or professional sphere. We reject the hostile and negative, who always have something poisonous to add. Robert Waldinger is an American psychiatrist, responsible for the best study on happiness that has been done so far. This is a longitudinal experiment, which has continued to the present day, and which began by studying the lives of 2 groups of men, a first group who, in 1938, were sophomores at Harvard University, and a second group of boys from the poorest and most marginal neighborhoods of Boston. The objective was to study the lives of people, from adolescence to adulthood, in order to determine what made them happy. For 75 years, they asked the subjects of the experiment about their work, their family life and their health. Even today, 60 of the 724 men who started it participate in the experiment. Most of them are now over 90 years old, and now they are beginning to study the more than 2,000 children that these subjects have had. At the beginning of the study, these young people were interviewed, as well as their parents. They underwent medical examinations, meetings with their relatives, monitoring of their clinical history, blood tests, and brain scans. What conclusions have been drawn from the experiment? The results have surprised researchers. There are no lessons about wealth, fame, or how important it is to work hard at work. Not even in the physiological or medical realm. The message is as clear and simple as this: good relationships make us happier and healthier. Thanks to that study, 3 things have been learned about human relationships. Social connections benefit us, and loneliness kills. Put like that, it's strong, but it's true: loneliness kills. People with more ties to family, friends, or the community are happier, healthier, and live longer than people with fewer relationships. Loneliness has proven to be deeply toxic. People who live in isolation are statistically less happy, and more susceptible to worsening health in middle age. Their brain functions decline more precipitously in old age, and they die earlier. It is a serious and urgent matter, which should be attended to, taking into account that in our society, the solitary profile is becoming more and more frequent. In 2017, studies have been carried out that link loneliness with Alzheimer's disease and other dementias. The important thing is not the number of social links, but the quality of these, and the closer, the more important it is that they are of quality. Living immersed in a conflict is detrimental to health. Very conflictive marriages, or without much affection, are very harmful. On the contrary, living with good and warm relationships provides protection. In the study, it wasn't cholesterol levels that predicted how the study subjects would age, it was simply how satisfied they were with their relationships. Those who were most satisfied at 50 were the healthiest when they reached 80. Good relationships not only protect the body, but also protect the brain. It could be guessed, but the study proved it. Having a secure attachment relationship with another person in old age provides protection, and memories of those people remain sharper for longer. Conversely, people immersed in relationships in which they feel that they cannot count on the other lose their memory sooner. What is based on having good relationships? I would say that the basis of any effective, social or emotional, professional, friends, or partner bond is to be able to have a correct relationship with others, that is, to connect adequately to generate a cordial environment. They say there is no second chance to make a good first impression. Unless necessary, nobody buys a product from a person who dislikes or generates rejection. I have treated some bankers in consultation, and I always think that it is impossible for someone to be able to allow another to manage their money or their assets if there is not a cordial relationship, or even some empathy between the two. In the same way, other things being equal, we will buy a car or other product from whoever has treated us better, unless the price is much higher. Friendship is the excellent degree of interaction with others, below love. For a true friendship to emerge, there has to be a coexistence, an exchange of experiences and emotions. Friendship is made of confidences, and is broken based on indiscretions. You have to take care of it with care. Friendship consists of a relationship of equality, with intimacy and learning, therefore, it must be worked with craftsmanship and perseverance. How do we manage to generate correct relationships with others? I will provide some brief ideas that can guide us. It does not mean that we have to follow the guidelines that follow to the letter, but they can be of great help, and also serve as a personal examination, to understand why negotiations, friendships or family relationships have sometimes been truncated in our lives. You have to show interest in people. I know a lot of people who tell me, "I don't like people." The comment impacts me, because the best memories we keep in our memory are generally with others, and one of the greatest gratifications in life lies in relating and feeling loved. I especially remember a friend who was not very sociable, short on words, but with a big heart, who commented to me, "I can't stand most people." He had a job in which the basis of his success and his remuneration consisted of connecting properly with people. When asked about how he made ends meet, "I am confident that I can speak to him frankly," he replied. "My clients do interest me." If you go to a family reunion with cousins, uncles or brothers-in-law, the best way to enter and connect is to take an interest in them, in their lives, their work and their health. But really, not pretending. Without seeming like you're conducting a questionnaire or research, approaching them in a sincere and friendly way. Always strive to be interested in the lives of others. Make an effort to remember important facts. Not everyone is lucky enough to have a great memory for names and data. People who manage to remember information from others generate a much stronger bond in less time. If you haven't seen someone for a long time, you run into them on the street, and you remember the name of their wife, or that their father was undergoing treatment for some illness, you automatically generate a pleasant proximity between the two. We all like that they remember, without being invasive of what is ours, and for this we must make an effort. David Rockefeller, of the Chase Manhattan Bank, had a private card file, with more than 100,000 names, in which he kept information about the meetings he had had with these people. That information helped him build familiarity, making everyone he encountered feel important and special. My father has a habit of writing down everything about the people he meets. Recently, looking for the number of a restaurant on his phone, I came across this information. Pepe, the owner, married to Anna. They have 3 children. They are worried about the little one because he has not finished his studies. His father passed away a few months ago from Alzheimer's. Paco, the older waiter, has been there all his life and has arthritis. I found it impressive, but I am aware that if you go to that restaurant, calling everyone by name, and asking them about their concerns, you will quickly empathize with everyone. I insist, this quality requires effort either by strengthening your hippocampus, the brain's memory zone, or by getting used to accumulating information, birthdays, anniversaries, or things that concern those around you, in any notebook or diary. Dig deeper into them, into their lives, hobbies, and professions. This is especially important in the world of work. It must be taken into account that most of the agreements are generated between people who create a bond of cordiality and kindness. If you have a meeting with the director of your company, look for information about him. If you want to surprise some friends, find out. If you are looking to brighten the life of someone in your family, worry about their current interests. That requires time and desire. Call your family or friends to avoid losing contact. With very little, the gratification is enormous. Customize. Find what everyone might like. Do not use the same speech or message with everyone around you. This forces you to be more detailed. If you have to give a gift, look for something different, not necessarily expensive, but simply to show that you have given it a spin, to make the gift closer or more personalized. Avoid judging. Each person is different. We tend to judge, analyze, and pigeonhole people as soon as we meet them. It can be a defense mechanism, or simply an automatism of the mind, so as not to alter our interior. In very critical people, there may be a constant need to feel superior, or quite the opposite, a problem of insecurity and lack of self-esteem. To judge fairly, you have to be very empathetic, and previously collect a lot of information that we don't usually have. In any case, it will always be wiser to remain silent. Silence is the gatekeeper of intimacy. You have to accept others as they are, even if they are different and what we see does not fit us. This does not mean that we ignore reality. There are people who do wrong, or from whom it is convenient to separate because they are toxic to us, but for the rest, it is healthy to have a plural, rich mind, open to admit that there are people who do not fully fit to our criteria. It is necessary to avoid closing abruptly to everything different. If you only accept people who have a certain level of education, social or cultural, if you are obsessed with fans of a certain soccer team, or a profession or union, if you systematically reject all those from a certain region, country, or continent, surely your ability to understand the world, and your environment, will be reduced, and you will be missing many of the nuances that make our world so rich and diverse. Social groups or specific categories of people should not be generalized and rejected. Everyone has something to contribute to us. In my office, I am sometimes surprised by things that disturb me. Despite the fact that I have been hearing stories of broken lives, of people who suffer deep wounds, for more than 10 years, I still feel a pang of bewilderment when hearing about some experiences. As doctors, we must take care of what is called the countertransference, that is, what I feel with the patients, the set of emotions, thoughts and attitudes that originate in me, after their stories. It is inevitable that certain people, because of their life, their way of being, or their actions, generate in me a first feeling of rejection. It may be because of how they tell me about their trauma or suffering, or because their story removes something vulnerable in me, or simply because their way of acting goes against my ethical principles. Sometimes you cannot avoid judging. I remember a few years ago, a patient that I saw in my office, apprehensive and very sensitive, who was very much in love with his wife. He worked in a company, in the IT department, and his wife was a journalist. He was always worried that she would be unfaithful, because his wife traveled a lot around the world and had a life rich in friendships and social networks. She denied any kind of infidelity, but even so he suffered enormously for said fear. I remember that after 3 or 4 sessions, I asked the woman to come to my office. He entered, greeted me coldly, and almost without sitting down he told me, "You have to keep professional secrecy, so you can't tell my husband anything. Of course, I'm unfaithful to him, I always have been since we were dating, but he'll never know. Anything else?" I admit that a chill ran down my spine. I always try to generate a cordial atmosphere in consultation. It was not possible. Before that revelation made with such decision and impunity, I blocked myself. She insisted that she was amused by the adrenaline of being unfaithful, of having a double life, which had always been like this, and she did not want to change. After listening to her biography for a bit, I explained to her in a soft but firm way, the reason why she was playing with her husband's feelings. "He does not care about me." With the same coldness that entered the consultation, he left. This time without saying goodbye. I kept seeing the husband on some other occasion, but they moved to another city and I didn't follow up on them. I don't think they had a good future together. Do not impose your criteria, beliefs, or values. Work on being a model for your children, employees, or friends. If you seek to impose, you will find rejection. Nowadays we know that from demanding parents who impose without measure, children come out rebounding, rebellious, and who seek the opposite. Limits are necessary. That people respect us in our ideas or beliefs is key, but without bordering on harshness or aggressiveness. Society does not need only teachers, but leaders. The leader is an example of life, where coherence, solid values, modernity, and knowing that that person is authentic and coherent are mixed. If you want to influence someone, if you want to convey your ideals, learn to be a good example. It is one thing to impose your ideas, and another to ask that they respect yours. There is no such thing as a good leader who is not a good person. Today, in politics in many countries, we hear about leaders who are not really leaders. They are called that in the media, but many times when one has access to their private life, everything is a facade, appearance, directed conduct by advisors, to create a good image without it coinciding with the truth. A good person is authentic, and authenticity is a pairing, where there is a healthy relationship between theory and practice. Because you are what you do, not what you say. Speak behavior. The facts of that subject speak for themselves. Be amazed and take advantage of common interests. Friendship and good relationships arise when there are common interests, values, and hobbies. Look for them. It is rare that there is not something that unites you even with the most remote person. From your child's pediatrician, to your insurance manager, or the carpenter who helps you when something goes wrong. You will be surprised to realize that when you dedicate time to what is essential, to what is not only the rational part, you are taking an impressive step in your life. You see further, your heart is not focused merely on the superficiality of relationships, getting benefits, or easy gratifications, but on the inside of those people. Your relationships will then be more honest and your inner growth will increase exponentially. The pimps of the brothels of Cambodia. When I arrived in Cambodia, I realized that it was difficult to access brothels to do therapy, or help in some way, as was my intention. The pimps put up a lot of difficulties to give us access. They demanded conditions, and for the entrance and the conversation with the prostitutes to be effective, it was necessary that the pimp was not acting in a hostile way. I needed to find an element of union. It was not easy. I have verified throughout my life that there is an element that few people reject. The sugus. You may smile, but in my office a bowl disappears every day. Patients tell me it's for their children or grandchildren, but deep down I know it's not true. They are for them. The blue sugus is particularly successful. I have asked for bags of blue sugus to be sent to me, but so far, no success. I arrived in Cambodia with 10 kilos of sugus. In 2 weeks, I had none left, but but I found the perfect imitation. Already at the door of the brothel, in front of the pimp and accompanied by 2 nurses, she told the pimp all serious in Khmer. "Nek com am score krob te," that's how I pronounced it, and according to what they told me, it meant, "Do you want a candy?" Nobody ever said no to me. This guy in front of me, who made the worst impression on me, with a dirty look and no scruples, would smile and nod. That small, minimal, tiny detail opened up the possibility of entering the place in a less cold and hostile way. As a curious anecdote, during the last weeks of my stay there, the girls called me Madame Bonbon, Miss Caramel, which produced the greatest tenderness in me. Smile, laugh with them. If there is no easy way to connect, use a touch of humor. Very few people refuse to be able to smile if you put it on a tray. Laughter is the shortest distance between 2 people, and simultaneously, it is one of the most effective methods to increase endorphins in the blood. Alice Isson, from Stanford University, conducted an important study on how expansive emotions, smiling, laughing, enjoying humor, remarkably improve cognitive skills and social behaviors. It has been seen that with it they improve our creativity, organization, planning, and problem solving. This is because laughter activates blood flow in the prefrontal cortex, the area in charge of these functions. In another interesting study carried out in Bonn, Germany, it has been observed that cheerful and happy people improve their productivity and performance at work. Laughter and smiling have the ability to alter the chemistry of the bloodstream, thus protecting against some diseases and infections. Sing, but also in a group. Singing in a group is beneficial for mental health. A few months ago, a study was published in the Medical Humanities magazine on how singing in public can be beneficial for mental health. The authors from the University of East Anglia, in the United Kingdom, participate in a project called Sing Your Heart Out, Sing Loud with Your Heart, where they organize singing workshops every week focused on both risk groups and the general population. About 120 people participate in this activity and 80 of these have gone to the mental health services. The groups have been evaluated several times over 6 months. The observed results have shown that singing and socializing have an impressive effect on well-being, on the improvement of social skills and on the feeling of belonging to a group. Here you can clearly see what was described by Robert Waldinger in his research. The curious thing is that despite the fact that singing alone, who has not sung in the shower, has always been a powerful motivational engine, the fact of singing in public has different and very positive effects for a group of the population. It is interesting to read that the participants had called the project a lifesaver. The case of the young conductor, Inigo Perfano, who is close to 40 years old, founder of A Kiss for All the World. With his foundation he visits hard places, difficult prisons, hospitals, refugee camps, places of enormous poverty and conducts Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, inspired by Schiller's Song of Joy. People, united in a space, cry, get emotional, are moved because joy is contagious and noble sentiments jump from one to the other. In some hospital in South America, the inmates recognized that it had been one of the most unforgettable experiences of their lives. While listening to those wonderful notes, some move to the beat, others hold hands, something big happens inside. Help if you can. If you have the possibility, do not miss the opportunity to do something for others. It is not about owing favors and keeping track of what you have been given or how you have favored others. Few things generate greater gratification than being able to help others in something that is within our reach. Giving without asking in return, logically without falling into goodism. Additionally, it can mean a bridge with other people. Life takes many turns and maybe it will surprise you. Don't be afraid to feel vulnerable to another or to ask for help. In relationships, it is not always necessary to seek to generate strong ties, but sometimes we just want a helping hand that can help us out of a bind. Be humble in those moments. Do not be afraid that they may see you weak or in a delicate situation. Look for the right people who do not judge you and can pull you up. Ask for money. A few months ago, a patient told me that he had just separated. Has 3 sons. The situation with his wife was untenable, they argued daily, and finally they chose to live apart. Emotionally he is low, somewhat depressed and without strength. At work they are carrying out a personnel adjustment and their salary has been lowered. He does not have enough to pass on to his wife for the children, school and food. He has changed flats twice and now, in order not to worry his ex-wife because the money is not coming, he is sharing a flat with some students. That leads him to sink more and more, because the days that he has the children with him, he avoids going to his house so they don't see where he is living. The father feels bad, he doesn't have money to take them for a snack somewhere they might like. The gifts to their children are simple, sometimes second-hand things on the internet. His father comes to the office one day to talk to me. He is worried because he sees his son sad. As you speak, I realize that you are unaware or uninformed of your son's financial situation. At one point he tells me, he is an only child, and anything I can do for him, I would love. My wife and I have some money saved that we don't need and maybe it could be useful to you. Days later, I meet again with my patient. I tell him about the conversation with his father and he answers me. It's hard for me to ask for favors, it's hard for me to ask for money. I explain to him that in the face of the dramatic and difficult situation he has, no one better than his father can help him. I add that there are times when one has to know how to rely on their own, without abusing. It was part of the therapy that she was able to ask for help, but it was a determining factor in her state of mind and in her relationship with her children. Speak well of others, do not criticize. I insist a lot, speak well of the good things, and with the bad, maintain a neutral position. It is necessary to seriously propose that in the conversations in which one intervenes, criticism or negative judgments are not generated. How much is appreciated when, at a dinner or meeting with friends, someone stops a criticism, a negative conversation about others. Speaking ill of others induces our body to a toxic emotional state full of cortisol and we know the risks that this entails. Criticism is almost an international sport, and we are too used to it being part of our lives. If you want them to trust you, if you want them to value you as a person of integrity, and for people to seek your friendship, believe in you or your business, be discreet. All the people in the world, despite their evil or bad attitude, have something good to rescue. If you don't know or don't know anything good, leave it. Do not create a worse environment by dealing with a topic that seems to have no solution. In those cases, focus more on getting out of the problem, on solving it, than on the problem itself. It is better to learn to manage that person. Sometimes it will be convenient to distance yourself from them than to slit their throats with your words. Not speaking ill of anyone produces enormous peace. It is like a sedative incorporated into the engineering of our behavior, even when they put it on a platter. Tell stories. People like stories. Sometimes bringing imagination, a little illusion and magic in the way we express ourselves can create a good atmosphere. For example, we know that stories emotionally satisfy audiences, meetings, or even boards. Humans have always looked for them, they look for them and they will look for them. Let's think about magicians. Their way of generating closeness with the public arises from counting them, and without them, the tricks would have a watered-down effect. A great friend of mine, a magician, conquers us with his magic, but also with his words about displayed alchemy. Scientifically, we know that stories cause the brain to release oxytocins, a chemical associated with empathy and sociability. Mirror neurons come into play in empathy. They are specialized in understanding the behavior and emotions of others. Discovered by Giacomo Rizzolatti, they have meant a very significant advance in the world of neuroscience. A cement wall. A few years ago, two patients were sharing a room in the palliative unit of a hospital. Luis, lying next to the window, gave Daniel a conversation. Every day, he told her, in great detail, what was happening on the street. Above all, he narrated the adventures seen from the window of a family that lived near the hospital. The mother played with several children in the garden. She spoke naturally and gracefully, her voice trailing off from the effects of the chemotherapy. For Daniel, the last months of his life were being entertained by his roommate. The days they were alone, without friends or family, Luis told her. "Shall I tell you what I see?" Daniel's eyes lit up. And there began a story that could last for hours. Months later, Luis passed away and a few days later his bed was occupied by another patient. Daniel, excited to think that he could recover those stories from his friend, asked his new companion to inform him about the children in the garden. The response he got left him petrified. There is no garden here, there is a cement wall. Luis had used his imagination, had used his resources to invent stories that would entertain Daniel. Through empathy, Luis had been able to put himself in his partner's situation in order to convey enthusiasm to Daniel and help him cope with his illness. In love and in war, and in friendship, the important thing is the strategy. Napoleon already said it. Don't be afraid to take a pencil and paper. A pen of 4 colors, marker, or whiteboard. Write, cross out, make arrows, in short, draw up a plan. You will be surprised that there are people who know each other. You will find experiences from the past that are useful to you, and if you need to work on a skill because you notice that it is difficult for you, read, find out or ask for help. There are multiple methods to improve assertiveness and social skills. We have books and tutorials for all these topics. With practice, humor, and goodwill, you can improve if you put your mind to it. Don't lose education. There are words that touch the hearts of others: thank you, sorry and please. We get used to taking everything for granted. In this book we are going to insist a lot on the importance of words in our minds. We do not leave our organism indifferent with the words we use in internal conversations, and in the language with those around us. Don't forget that to receive, you have to give, and give yourself first. Do not pretend that everything arises without you contributing your grain of sand. The immediate results are sometimes misleading. You have to accept that it is very difficult to achieve stable and lasting relationships in all areas of life in a matter of minutes. It requires patience, perseverance, and knowing how to give yourself. If you get people to value you and count on you, that you are someone important in their life, you will be positively surprised when you perceive that they look for you, they require you in good times and bad. They have you on their mental radar. This is useful in relationships with friends, family, or in the business world. Make them keep something of your conversation, your way of being, or your abilities. Whatever your purpose, always try to improve, give value and help bring out the best in others. Try to be a vitamin person, someone who contributes, who helps, who is cheerful and optimistic in a time of turbulence. Seek that your goals have a good purpose. When your objectives have a positive value, you attract positive things. If your ways of delving into others, have a toxic touch, you will attract the negative. Don't forget, the bitter go hand in hand and have a bitter environment. A person like this was classified a few years ago by European psychiatry as neurotic, sour, resentful, hurt and spoiled. I have said it in the preceding pages, optimism is an acute and generous way of observing reality. Knowing how to look is knowing how to love and knowing how to know. Try to be kind, it's more important than you can imagine. I buy fruit in a place near my house. It is not especially cheap, but the greengrocer, Javi, is aware of each one. He knows our names, he treats us with a special cordiality, and every time I go, he gives a piece of fruit to one of my children. He was away for a few months, we all noticed his absence. When he returned, he acknowledged that he had been on leave with a serious back problem and told me about the medication he was taking. Strong medication, which does not take away the pain, but lets him work. Impressive, despite the pain that we know persists, he continues to treat everyone with the same care and attention, knowing how to advise us on fruits and vegetables as if it were the most important decision of our lives. People like this facilitate coexistence and make it more pleasant. In a society where rush, digital interaction, and lack of time reign, many believe that being kind is outdated. It is difficult for us to stop, make an effort and say hello or ask calmly. The RAE definition of a kind person is worthy of being loved, affable, accommodating and affectionate. Someone sighs when reading it, this is almost impossible. There are people whose kindness seems to be embedded in their genes, they require almost no effort because it comes naturally to them. Being kind to be able to transmit cordiality and sympathy, dignifying others. Let's not forget that people have a kindness gene from a very young age. This tool influences us in an important way. For example, in the face of stress, adversity or dangerous situations, having worked on this skill leads us to care for and help others, instead of only seeking our own survival or well-being. Another piece of information, people who, having suffered a stroke, perceive affection and kindness around them, feel less pain than those who are alone. We know more benefits of kindness, apart from what improves our relationships. It is time to talk again about a biochemical component that we deal with in depth in this book. Kindness generates endorphins, which in turn reduce cortisol levels, the stress and anxiety hormone, and increase oxytocin, the love and trust hormone. Therefore, through it, hypertension and cardiovascular problems improve and the sensation of pain decreases. All these effects lead us to a sense of balance and inner well-being. Watching friendly people, even in movies, improves our mood and has important effects on a physiological level. Everything in its place, of course. If someone has difficulty being kind, affectionate, or close, they should practice little by little. You have to avoid being false. Few things generate more rejection than the feeling of hypocrisy or simulation. It is also not convenient to confuse kindness with ingenuity or good nature. In the face of an attack, a rejection, an aggression, one must know how to separate, distance oneself and be aware of the damage received. The case of Susanna. Susanna studied optics and works in her cousin's pharmacy in Valencia. She is married to Jorge, a hard-working man who owns car dealerships and shares the business with his brothers. They have 2 children, ages 1 and 5. When Susanna comes to my office, she tells me that her husband has left home. She is devastated because my marriage worked very well, we had almost no arguments and I don't understand what could have happened. As he tells me, nothing out of the ordinary has happened. Jorge simply told him one day that he couldn't take it anymore and was leaving home. She insists that the relationship was good between the two and that they had a marriage that was envied by many. When I ask her if there is another person, she tells me that she is sure that it is, but that he denies it. We entered to decipher Susanna's personality and biography, and we came across a woman with a big heart, kind, close and a friend to everyone. He is always aware of his surroundings. Her father is a man with a strong, impulsive character, but she knows how to get along with him, and when everything seems to fall apart, she has the ability to turn the situation around. When she tells me about the last years of her marriage with Jorge, she detected many indelicacies on his part, humiliation, absurd demands, and multiple manias. On weekends, he would ask that the house be clean and would yell at Susanna, asking her to wash the windows and the floor several times. With her usual sympathy, she obeyed so that he would be happy, without realizing that the relationship had become a dictatorship, where she was in charge of making his life pleasant, without thinking. Susanna described it to me this way. I have always been kind, close and affectionate with my loved ones, without overthinking. I know that it is the key to good relationships. Indeed, Susanna is right, but if you don't know how to measure the degree of kindness you give off, you can end up becoming a victim of someone who uses or manipulates you. There are people who take advantage of personalities of this type in a scandalous way. What the world needs is oxytocin. This hormone has a fundamental role in birth, delivery, and lactation. It is the hormone in charge of expelling the baby, and on the other hand, it is in charge of the rise of milk during the puerperium. We know that this hormone is at the base of 2 fundamental phenomena of emotional life, trust and empathy. Therefore, it is a key tool in social relationships and in the way we interact with others. Being kind, communicating in a positive way, activates oxytocin, which has wonderful effects on the body. It reduces feelings of anxiety, it protects the heart, and we even know that it lowers cholesterol levels. The company of others is pleasant to us. Oxytocin and dopamine. There are 2 hormones that are secreted by being in good company and enjoying life in the company of people we love, the aforementioned oxytocin and dopamine, the pleasure hormone. Even applying oxytocin sprays or vaporizers to people with autism is being investigated, but the results of the first experiments carried out are still inconclusive. Oxytocin can also be a key factor in the world of business and the economy. In an article published in the journals Nature and Neuron, the director of the Institute for Empirical Research in Economics at the University of Zurich, Ernst Fehr, demonstrated that oxytocin enhanced people's ability to entrust their money, wealth, or savings to others. They observed that the participants in the experiment who had been stimulated with oxytocin trusted their money more easily than those who received placebo. 45% of the first group agreed to invest a large amount of money, while the second group only 21%. When oxytocin levels rise above normal, people's emotions such as love, empathy and compassion are more intense. It has even been observed that in these cases, with this hormone through the roof, it is more difficult to stay resentful or angry. When oxytocin is elevated, the brain's amygdala, the area in charge of fear, is deactivated, therefore anxiety, anguish, obsessions and negative thoughts decrease in intensity. Knowing all this, try to be nice. During the next few weeks, choose someone who costs you more, and try to generate a more pleasant bond. Look for the people with whom you spend many hours a day, and try to make the relationship closer. Smile, inwardly try not to judge so much, and knowing that there is so much at stake, and that if you really put your mind to it, you are capable of altering your brain, your emotions, and your biochemistry. Try to want more, want better, and be more compassionate with your environment. Your life is measured not by what you receive, but by what you give. I frequently ask my patients, what do you do for others? Pay more attention to your relationships, from your family to your friends, or coworkers, to even neighbors. Invest in people, really. If you do it authentically, with love, you won't get as tired as you think. Offer your real presence and help, not a simple for whatever you need empty of content. In a society that tends to loneliness and isolation, seek to get out of yourself. The love of ideals and beliefs. Ideas are had, beliefs are. Ortega y Gasset. We all know people who have survived the worst circumstances, because of the love they professed for their ideals. From Nelson Mandela on Robben Island, his love for his people, to Thomas More at the Tower of London, his beliefs, or even Maximilian Kolbe, giving up his life, in exchange for a father in the Auschwitz concentration camp. Even Russian soldiers in World War II endured adverse situations, with less than 20 degrees below zero on the battlefield, out of love for their homeland. Each one has their own ideals, but if they are strong, they can be an ally in suffering. Viktor Frankl is a master in many ways. He lived through and deeply analyzed mass psychopathology during World War II. He insisted on one idea: absolutely everything can be taken from man, except the last of his human freedoms, the choice of his attitude towards life. This is where memories, values and ideals come in. With this you can design, despite the circumstances, your own destiny. That inner freedom that cannot be deprived of allows us to find meaning in our lives, whatever the circumstances. Even in the concentration camps, during World War II there were people who, clinging to said inner freedom, knew how to rise above the atrocities that surrounded them. Viktor Frankl was unaware of the biochemistry of hope and passion, but he observed that when someone had memories to hold on to, or ideals, that person had the ability to physically and psychologically survive any trauma. Possessing ideals, keeping pleasant memories of our life that we can turn to when circumstances oppress us, can be an important reinforcement to face the problems that arise in the future. Of course, beware of extremist ideals. Extremism justifies any idea or action in order to achieve a goal. The reasoning of the extremist legitimizes everything, even authentic atrocities devoid of morality, in order to achieve their goals. It is good that our value system is the compass of our lives, that it guides our actions. But there is a problem of extremism if on the way to that legitimate goal we run over others. The person with radical ideas is not only unable to understand and respect the convictions of others, but also comes to justify any violation of the rights of others if it brings them closer to the intended purpose. As Einstein said, worry more about your conscience than about your reputation. Conscience is what you are, reputation what others think you are. The love of memories. There are moments in life whose memory is enough to erase years of suffering. Voltaire. Are you surprised that the love of a memory can mitigate the pain? Continuing with Viktor Frankl, he observed that in Auschwitz there were people who died a few days after arriving, regardless of their physical state, and others who endured long periods of time despite apparently not being stronger than those who fell before. His own experience in the death camp confirmed his new theory of logotherapy, which he had been studying since before the war. People whose lives have meaning tolerated the suffering of Auschwitz better. How can we interpret it adapting it to modern life? People who find a purpose, an objective, a meaning in their life have more reasons to be happy. How many people find no reason to get up every morning? If you have constant thoughts and memories related to people you love, special moments, or illusions to live for, you will be happier and happier. Be careful, that doesn't always come naturally to us and we have to fight it. We have to be able to reflect, to think about our lives and find those people, moments or hopes so that they become our driving forces. There are many people who abandon themselves, who do not search within, who simply let themselves go every day of their lives. We are getting into an important topic. Remembering pleasant scenes has a strong impact on the brain. Remembering special moments from our past has the ability to produce the same substances and activate the same brain areas that were activated when that actually happened. This constitutes, in my opinion, the beginning of a true revolution in the world of neuroscience. Dr. Herbert Benson, physician and cardiologist, professor at Harvard University, has been one of the first scientists to delve into relaxation and meditation, inspired by Eastern philosophy. He is a pioneer in studies of mind and body, what he calls behavioral medicine. Its objective is to demonstrate the goodness of meditation and certain mental attitudes against the harmful effects of anxiety and stress. His ideas have meant a bridge between religion and medicine, faith and science, uniting East and West, mind and body. Dr. Herbert Benson applies a name to this concept, remembered well-being. Remembering rewarding, emotional, or joyful events from the past allows our bodies to release antidepressant biochemicals. When I perceive that there is tension in a couple, I usually ask, "How did you meet? How did your husband conquer you?" Despite the bad mood and the accumulated tension, the fact of remembering happy events from the past manages to change, at least momentarily, the emotional tone of the speaker. That's why many relaxation or stress or trauma healing techniques have what we call a safe place in the mind. A sensation, memory or image that gives us peace, just by evoking it in our mind. Dr. Benson argues that a person with a headache or back pain can get better with a placebo. The reason? He remembers the feeling of well-being he experienced after taking the medication. That is why the placebo effect has that almost magical effect known to all. Susumu Tonegawa. The scientific power of a pleasant memory. Japanese molecular biologist Susumu Tonegawa was awarded the Nobel Prize in Medicine in 1987 for discovering the genetic mechanism behind antibody diversity, a breakthrough for immunological research. In 1990 he abruptly changed his field of study, focusing on delving into the molecular basis of memory formation and recovery. 2 years later, he discovered an enzyme that he named CAMKII calcium calmodulin kinase 2, involved in signal transduction between cells and a fundamental mediator in learning and memory processes. Poor regulation of this enzyme is related to Alzheimer's. Research led by Tonegawa from MIT, published in the journal Nature in 2017, postulates that remembering past events has a positive effect on mood, because the reward system is activated and the memory system is activated. Motivation. Bringing to mind positive experiences from the past is a powerful antidote to depression and other altered states of mind. It may not surprise some, but it is reassuring to know that this common sense claim has a verified neuroscientific basis. Several areas of the brain are involved in this process. On the one hand, the hippocampus, the quintessential memory area, the amygdala that manages fear and remembers experiences with a high emotional content, and the nucleus accumbens, the reward system. Memories have even greater healing power than positive experiences themselves. Chapter 3. The cortisol. Thinking alters our inner world. Imagine that you are in a cinema or a theater, and you hear someone shouting, "Fire!" You would immediately become alert, and you would search running and with anguish for the nearest exit. What happens at that moment in your body? The body is startled, and sends a signal to the hypothalamus, which in turn activates other brain areas. An involuntary response from the organism begins, through hormonal and nervous signals. Sometimes the mind has not yet become aware of the danger, with tachycardia, sweating and a rise in temperature, which we have all experienced at some point. This information passes through the thalamus and through the cerebral cortex, where the information received is processed cognitively and it is decided, to the extent that the sensation of fear allows it, how to respond to the threat. Next, the adrenal glands, located above the kidneys, after receiving the signal from the hypothalamus, release a series of hormones, among which adrenaline and cortisol stand out. Meet your travel companion. Here I present to you a crucial travel companion of your life. After reading the next few pages, you will understand why what happens to you, you will understand some moments in your life, and you will understand the behavior of many of those around you. Pay special attention to this chapter. Cortisol itself is not bad, what is harmful to the body is its excess. Let's continue with our story. We continue in the cinema. If we didn't have cortisol, we'd probably just sit in our easy chairs enjoying the spectacle of smoke and flame. Cortisol, therefore, is essential for survival. Imagine, instead, the real situation. You wake up with tachycardia, hyperventilation, and a feeling of anguish, and you try to find the nearest exit. You see the scared face of those around you, it is difficult for you to think clearly. Finally, you manage to reach the street, sweating, your body trembles. On the street, someone tells you not to worry, that they were fixing the alarms and they went off for no reason, because there is no fire. At that moment, the doors reopen, and 10 minutes later all attendees return to their places. True, everyone in the public returns to their previous situation, but really no one is in the same physiological and mental conditions as before the alarm sounded. Because that cortisol peak that we have experienced takes several hours to completely disappear and return to a normal level. Surely it has happened to you on some occasion. You are driving. Someone comes across an inappropriate maneuver, you don't crash, nothing happens, but your body perceives that threat, and your body feels a pang in the chest. But if nothing has happened, it is your body's warning signal. Therefore, what is the function of cortisol? Cortisol profoundly affects multiple body systems. With high cortisol we prepare to run away, blood travels from the intestines to the muscles, to help us and enhance evasive or defensive action, which is why we lose our appetite in moments of anguish. The senses are activated, I have nerves on the surface, trying to perceive any stimulus that helps identify the intuited threat. Your musculature receives the necessary signals, both nervous and biochemical, to prepare to avoid danger or fight. Cortisol helps oxygen, glucose and fatty acids to fulfill their respective muscular functions. The accelerated heart rate makes the heart pump faster, facilitating the transport of blood and nutrients to the muscles so that they can respond to the eventual threat. Cortisol, on the other hand, inhibits insulin secretion, causing the release of glucose and protein into the blood. Therefore, if cortisol is not well regulated, in a not too distant time, the dreaded diabetes can appear. This hormone helps regulate the body's osmotic system, water, and minerals. It is key in the control of blood pressure, it participates in the bones, cortisol can favor the appearance of osteoporosis, and even in the muscles, contractions, jerks, cramps. Cortisol has an essential function, it profoundly affects the immune system, inhibiting, in the first place, inflammation. We will deal with this in more detail, since it is essential to understand the appearance of some serious diseases. Faced with stress, the body doses its energy resources. The immune system requires a large amount of energy, so when you get sick you feel exhausted. To a large extent your energy is being channeled and used by your defensive system. Finally, it alters several systems at the endocrinological level. Reproductive system, so stress and suffering can alter a woman's normal cycle, or the ability to get pregnant. Growth system, inhibiting it. Thyroid system, with the appearance of alterations, both hyper and hypothyroidism, or other diseases related to that gland. To all this, a factor related to the growth of the body is added. Faced with an imminent threat, your body needs all the energy possible. Therefore, it paralyzes and blocks everything that is expendable, including everything that has to do with growth. Millions of cells die every day, and that is why human beings need cell regeneration on a daily basis. But if we interfere with this growth due to stress, the body becomes sick because it is losing cells that it cannot replace. What happens if you return to the place of the traumatic event? Sometime later, you return to the same place. You sit in the chair and suddenly, you don't know why, you are alert. You get up and look around somewhere near the emergency door. You even think about it and change places to feel the proximity of the exit. What happens to you is that you are reliving the anguish of the previous time. Your body at that moment is generating the same amount of cortisol as when that alarm actually went off. Your mind and your body do not distinguish what is real from what is imaginary. The brain, therefore, profoundly alters our inner balance. When we think about things that worry us, those thoughts have a similar impact to the real situation. Every time we imagine something that overwhelms us, the same alert system is activated in the body, and cortisol is released, which would be necessary to deal with that threat. What happens if we constantly worry about something? Worries or a prolonged sense of danger, real or imagined, can increase cortisol levels up to 50% above what is recommended. Fundamental fact to understand stress: the body does not start up only in the face of real danger or a threat. It is also activated in the same way, given the concern of losing our job or our property, or the possibility of endangering our prestige, a friendship, or our social position in the community or in a certain group. Cortisol is a cyclical hormone. During the night its level is low and rises until the peak of 8 in the morning, then gradually descends again. The release of cortisol has a pattern that usually follows the rhythm of light. It is released more when we wake up, which is somewhat beneficial to activate us in the morning. It decreases throughout the day and increases slightly at night. When cortisol rises chronically, it begins to behave like a toxic agent. Stress is one of the predominant factors that articulates the body's inflammatory response. Through the three main circuits, endocrine, immune and neural, stress causes substantial changes in the proper functioning of the systems involved in the inflammatory process. In the endocrine, the body responds by activating the release of cortisol and norepinephrine. If one is poisoned by cortisol in the blood, an alteration of the inflammatory response occurs. The immune system also has an important relationship with the inflammatory response. Defense cells, which have specific receptors for cortisol on their membranes, become more sensitive and stop controlling inflammation so specifically. The nervous system is responsible for developing and coordinating the response to a threat or danger. The brain, through the peripheral nervous system, the sympathetic nervous system, has an important function. Aided by the hormonal system, cortisol alerts the rest of the body. These signals will allow the changes in our organism to which we have referred to adapt to that danger. If stress becomes chronic, the adaptation and reaction mechanisms become saturated, leading to a neurological block that leads to different diseases. Therefore, a person under continuous stress suffers mainly from two problems. On the one hand, the healthy growth and regeneration of the body stops, and on the other hand, the immune system is inhibited. We understand the nervous system. The vegetative nervous system is made up of the set of neurons that regulate involuntary functions. This system is subdivided, in turn, into the sympathetic nervous system and the parasympathetic nervous system, two completely antagonistic systems, the first related to action and the second to rest. The sympathetic nervous system. It is related to the survival instinct, with the behavior that is activated in moments of alert. It starts mechanisms of acceleration and force of cardiac contraction, stimulates capillary erection and sweating, facilitates voluntary muscle contraction, causes dilation of the bronchi to promote rapid oxygenation, promotes constriction of the vessels, redirecting blood flow from the viscera to the muscles and heart. It causes the dilation of the pupil to better capture what surrounds us, and stimulates the adrenal glands for the discharge of adrenaline and cortisol. All this comes in handy to keep us alert in novel situations, in which we feel uncertain, or in which our personal security is threatened. If we have to flee, it is convenient that the blood is not found in our digestive system but in the muscles of our extremities, since we will have time to digest when we are safe from the threat that hangs over us. The sympathetic system is, therefore, key in the stress reaction that occurs in the face of the unknown, what we do not control or what we are not familiar with. But a constant activation of this system can be very harmful to health, among other things, because it prevents tissue regeneration that favors the parasympathetic system. The parasympathetic nervous system prioritizes the activation of the peristaltic and secretory functions of the digestive and urinary systems, promotes relaxation of sphincters for the removal of excrement and urine, causes constriction of the bronchi and respiratory secretion, promotes vasodilation to redistribute blood flow to the viscera and promote sexual arousal, and is responsible for decreasing the frequency and force of cardiac contraction. In general, the parasympathetic nervous system is related to the care of cells and tissues, avoiding or reducing their deterioration, so that we can live longer and in better conditions. The symptoms derive from this toxic cortisol. Today's life is more inflammatory than before. Chronic stress reduces the sensitivity of immune cells to cortisol. That is, the body's defensive system is deactivated and is unable to fight against a real threat. It slows down the ability to regulate inflammation, and therefore the body is unable to defend against dangers. In fact, after situations of threat, fear or tension, prostaglandin substances, leukotrienes, and cytokines are activated that can be deeply damaging to tissues. This is the reason why at those times we are more prone to contracting infections. Who hasn't happened to get sick a few days after the start of the vacation? Our body weakens and gives way to a cold, urine infection, or gastroenteritis. This alteration of cortisol, the immune system, reaches the genes. We know that toxic cortisol disrupts even the deepest levels. New cells arriving from the bone marrow will be insensitive to cortisol from birth. This can be the cause of many diseases and disorders today. We are in full field of experimentation. The mere idea of feeling threatened increases the production of inflammatory cytokines, proteins that can be very harmful to different cells in the body. This is usually associated with a reduction in cells of our immune system, which makes us more prone to contracting infections. And vice versa. When, instead of feeling threatened by others, we feel understood and collaborate with others, the vagus nerve, which is part of the parasympathetic system, is activated. What happens when, due to stress, problems of various kinds, fears or tension, the cortisol level remains high for a long time? People who are constantly stressed, alert, or fearful suffer greater deterioration of their cells and premature aging. Today we know that many diseases are activated and begin after periods of chronic stress, where people live with these sensations. The cortisol level, as we have explained, rises in circumstances of fear, threat, sadness, or frustration. If we are intoxicated by cortisol, this hormone is flooding the blood instead of serotonin or dopamine, hormones that have a positive and well-being impact on the body and mind. This symptomatology occurs at 3 levels: physical, psychological, and behavioral or behavioral. Physical. I will list some of them: hair loss, alopecia, eye tremor, excessive sweating of hands and feet, dry skin, feeling of a lump in the throat, tightness in the chest, feeling of suffocation, tachycardia, paresthesias, numbness in the extremities, gastrointestinal problems and changes, irritable colon, muscle aches, thyroid problems, migraines, tics, arthritis, fibromyalgia. In women, it is very common for the menstrual cycle to be altered, since the hormones responsible for it are especially sensitive to stress. Why does everything hurt? Getting hit, getting hurt, falling, are part of anyone's life. The body responds to this accident by launching self-healing mechanisms, including inflammation. This response is good and healthy because it prevents the body from infections and worse ills, helping to repair the damage produced in cells and tissues. That rigidity in the muscles that causes easy fiber breaks, the sensation of constant pain, heaviness, tightness, or contractions that we have all experienced, have an explanation whose ultimate cause is not always in the locomotor system. Chronically maintained stress, lack of healthy exercise or diet are some of the causes of this constant pain. This is one of the reasons why NSAIDs, anti-inflammatory drugs such as ibuprofen, are abused today. Muscle pain is not only due to inflammation caused by the adrenal cortisol immune mechanism, but also by activation of the sympathetic nervous system that involuntarily leads the body to adopt a defensive posture. Sometimes these muscular discomforts are very intense in the mandibular area, TMJ disorder, temporomandibular joint. They occur due to a constant movement of clenching the teeth, bruxism, which ends up wearing them down and damaging the jaw joint. Bruxism is especially intense at night. Today it is very common to sleep with devices adapted for this problem. Psychological. There is a change in sleep patterns. We will dedicate a section to this: irritability, sadness, inability to enjoy, apathy and apathy. In a permanent state of alert, concentration or memory failures arise, etc. Permanent anxiety is the sliding door to depression. Many depressions come from living alert for long periods of time. Memory is very sensitive to cortisol levels. The hippocampus is the area of the brain responsible for learning and memory, and is directly affected by changes in cortisol levels. Surely it will have happened to you. You arrive at an exam that you had more or less well prepared for, but you go to it very nervous and you go blank. But if you had studied it. Simply explained, what has happened to you is that you have blocked your hippocampus due to a sudden increase in cortisol. Those anticipatory nerves, whose source is A, and if I fail, what will happen? I don't remember, I'm sure they ask me what I don't know, they block the hippocampus in memory, causing our initially unfounded fears to come true. Behavioral. With high levels of cortisol, one tends to isolate, you don't feel like seeing your friends or family. He finds it difficult to start a conversation and avoids usual activities. On the other hand, he is inexpressive in social events, not wanting to open up to others. Physiological stress, eustress, is not bad or toxic, quite the contrary. It is the natural response that the organism activates in the face of a real or imaginary threat, essential for survival in times of danger, and that helps us to respond in the best possible way to the challenge. The really harmful thing happens when, once said threat has disappeared or is unfounded, the mind and body continue to perceive the sensation of danger or fear. My mind and my body do not distinguish reality from fiction. This is another of the main ideas that I want to share in this book. The brain does not know how to differentiate what is real from what is imaginary. Every time we modify our mental state unconsciously or consciously, a change occurs in the organism, both molecular, cellular and genetic. In the same way, when we modify the physical, the mind and the emotion perceive it. I have stressed throughout this chapter the importance of becoming aware of your thoughts. Thinking alters our body. The mind is adapting and reconfiguring, depending on factors, circumstances, and day-to-day experiences. A stressed brain is the consequence of living inundated with toxic thoughts. The mind has extraordinary control and influence over the body. Thoughts directly influence the mind and the body. If you close your eyes and imagine someone you love, in a friendly environment, then your body secretes oxytocin and dopamine. You can even feel a chill in your body, goosebumps, or a host of physical signs. Lovers, it would take a whole book on this, have a strong sense of emotional, psychological, and physical well-being. If I imagine something that scares me, an exam, a meeting, the possibility of being fired from work, not having money, I automatically generate stress hormones. I give you a simple example. Close your eyes and visualize a lemon. It is yellow, oval. Feel it in your hand, play it good. Bring it up to the nose. Take a knife and slice it. What do you notice? Have you started salivating yet? Cut a piece and bring it to your mouth, try its taste, even take a risk and take a bite. Open your eyes, of course the lemon is not there, but your body has reacted as if it were. The imagination has an awesome power over the mind. Thoughts have great power over your brain and over your body. If you constantly show your mind an event from the past or a possible negative event from the future, your brain understands that this is where you want to settle, where you want to be focused. That is produced. Your attention remains hooked, imprisoned in toxic thoughts of the past or the future, that is, the mind cannot manage and focus its attention correctly. To understand ourselves in a more visual way, every time we think of something negative, distressing or harmful, the brain receives a signal to develop specialized neural circuits that will fix us on those ideas. The mind does not distinguish the real from the imaginary. We will see later specific guidelines to re-educate thoughts and control the current of negative ideas that blocks our mind. Food, inflammation, and cortisol. Some say that we are what we eat. I am more in favor of what we feel, think, and love, but I am aware that food plays a fundamental role in health. We know that some foods have an important relationship with serious diseases, such as cancer, and therefore, it is not something that we should ignore. In recent years, eating habits have changed significantly. Currently, according to data handled by nutritionists, our body eats 30% more pro-inflammatory foods than a few years ago. People with chronic inflammation have below recommended levels of some vitamins D, E, and C, and omega-3 levels. On the other hand, persistent inflammation alters the intestinal barrier, promoting greater permeability to certain substances. This ends up harming the immune system, and can end up in discomfort and negative reactions after eating some foods. Foods that trigger inflammation have a huge relationship with the release of insulin from the pancreas. Among these usual suspects we find alcohol, especially in high doses, saturated fats, sugary drinks, and refined flours, especially those used in industrial pastries. Beware of CRI, inflammatory fast food. According to a study recently published in Harvard, women with a diet rich in inflammatory products, white flour, saturated and trans fats, sugary drinks, and red meat, have a 41% higher risk of suffering from depression. You have to go back to foods that have anti-inflammatory effect like the omega-3 will appear detailed in Chapter 8. Some spices such as turmeric, which has a powerful anti-inflammatory effect. The citrus. Vitamin D. There are more and more studies that associate depression with low levels of vitamin D. Psychiatrists are beginning to evaluate the levels of vitamin D in patients, and we have observed an improvement in depressive symptoms after treatment with vitamin D. Onion, leek, parsley, bay leaf, and rosemary. In fact, in some foot or ankle injuries, placing the foot in water with bay leaves and rosemary has good effects in reducing inflammation. What role does the digestive system play in inflammation? A couple of years ago I was asked to carry out a study on probiotics, intestinal flora, and their direct relationship with emotional or mental state. I collected a lot of information about it, reviewing articles and publications on the subject. It is an exciting field with a great future, and in recent years studies have multiplied in this regard. There is an important connection between the brain and the gut. The digestive tube, which covers from the esophagus to the anus, is covered by more than 100 million nerve cells. This is equivalent to everything in the central nervous system, brain, cerebellum, trunk. On the other hand, within the digestive tract we have more than 100 trillion microorganisms. They have an important function in the processing of nutrients and food and release a large number of molecules to the intestine. These can influence the body in an essential way. These investigations are recent, and in many respects are still in their infancy, but the first published studies on the subject in experiments with mice show that the lack of bacterial flora has a significant impact on the body, including the brain. Special attention is being paid to the cause-effect relationship between certain abrupt changes in the bacterial flora and simultaneous alterations in the patient's mood or behavior. The theories are diverse. A review published in 2015, Kelly et al., suggests that deficits in gut permeability may be the cause of the inflammation that appears in mood disorders. On the other hand, it is postulated that some microorganisms secrete substances that play the role of neurotransmitters in the brain. Finally, some speculate that some of the substances produced by these microorganisms in the digestive tract directly affect the immune system or the nervous system. The microbiota plays a fundamental role in the regulation of intestinal permeability and in the inflammatory component of depression. Serotonin, the hormone of happiness and well-being, appetite, libido, and multiple functions of the mind and body, is responsible for states of anxiety and depression. It would be a mistake to reduce depression to brain serotonin levels. Approximately 90% of the body's serotonin is produced in the intestine, the rest by the brain. There is increasing research on probiotics and mood. In December 2017, a study was published in the Brain, Behavior and Immunity Journal on how probiotics counteract depressive tendencies. At Aarhus University, researchers highlighted the benefits of probiotics not just on gut health, but on mood. Can we consider depression an inflammatory disease of the brain? From everything we have read and understood so far, we know that there is an important relationship between inflammation, especially chronic inflammation, and disease. But what about depression? What role does inflammation play in depressive processes? In recent years, various voices have been raised from the world of science to explain these relationships, which I find exciting. In February 2018, Dr. Meyer's team published the first scientific evidence of the role of inflammation in depression in the prestigious journal Lancet. After exhaustively analyzing images with the positron emission technique, PET, for its acronym in English, he found that people who had suffered years of depression showed alterations in the brain, with an increase in inflammatory cells, that is, an excess in the immune response. On the other hand, it has been observed that after administering some immunomodulatory drugs, such as interferon alpha, INF-alpha, for the treatment of multiple sclerosis, melanoma, hepatitis C, and other diseases, many of these people presented depressive symptoms in a comorbid way. What happens to children who suffer violence, trauma, severe injuries, and bullying? Recent studies, Cattaneo, 2015, suggest that stress in childhood, bullying, separation from parents, physical or psychological abuse, causes inflammatory processes that can make children more vulnerable to suffering mood disorders, greater vulnerability, and even cause depression in adulthood. Currently, this can be measured in the blood. Let's not forget that one of the main problems in the diagnosis and treatment of depression is the lack of markers that make it possible to deal with it in a more personalized and specific way. One of the most reliable parameters in this regard is the protein SU, reactive in the blood. Elevated SU-reactive protein, CRP, in the blood is related to lack of energy, sleep, and appetite disturbances. It is reasonable for patients who do not respond to known antidepressants to be considered with other alternatives. One solution may lie in measuring the levels of inflammatory markers such as IL-6, TNF-alpha, and PCR SU-reactive protein. It is known that they can be reliable markers in the diagnosis and monitoring of depression. People with depression have reactive protein SU almost 50% higher than the rest. Sustained low-grade chronic inflammation plays a fundamental role in the possibility of developing depression and psychosis. In October 2016, an article was published in the journal Molecular Psychiatry by Dr. Golem Kandekar from the Department of Psychiatry at the University of Cambridge. Said article studied the effects of the application of anti-inflammatories on depression. Drugs, anti-cytokines, anti-inflammatory molecules were used to treat autoimmune inflammatory diseases. When collecting the results and analyzing the side effects, they noticed, with surprise, that there was an improvement in depressive symptoms. Drug treatments are far from infallible. A third of patients do not respond to antidepressants that are on the market. Faced with this void, inflammation seems to be an essential element in many people who suffer from depression. Perhaps in the not-too-distant future, it will be possible to associate anti-inflammatory drugs to patients resistant to conventional depression treatment. We would be talking about biological anti-inflammatories, similar to those used in autoimmune diseases, anti-cytokine monoclonal antibodies. About one-third of patients who do not respond to conventional antidepressants show clear evidence of inflammation. As a summary, depression is linked to chronic low-grade inflammation associated with activation of the immune system, due to cytokines and other substances. Depression occurs frequently in inflammatory and cardiovascular diseases and in cancer. The administration of some immunomodulatory drugs produces depressive symptoms. People with diabetes have twice the risk of depression. Today we know that stress, tobacco, digestive disorders, and low levels of vitamin D are accompanied by an inflammatory response. Inflammation not only encourages the onset of depression, but is a key factor in its response and remission. Inflammation is an essential process in depression. It must be taken into account at different times, as a marker of the disease, but also as a response to treatment. It may be useful to monitor inflammation levels during the course of treatment to observe possible resistance or response to it. The study of inflammation opens up a new world of possibilities in the treatment of depressions resistant to conventional treatments. It is key to understanding and associating coexisting symptoms and organic disorders, cardiovascular diseases, depression, chronic anxiety, endocrine disorders, etc. When we get sick, we generate substances that warn the body that something is wrong, the famous cytokines. In depression, cytokine levels rise significantly. In other mental illnesses, such as bipolar disorder, we know that cytokine levels stabilize in remission phases. Chapter 4. Neither what happened nor what will come. Overcoming the wounds of the past and looking at the future with illusion. As a psychiatrist, I usually define happiness as the ability to live healthy in the present, having overcome the wounds of the past and looking forward to the future. Those who live hooked on the past are depressive, neurotic, and resentful. Those who live anxious about the future are anxious. Depression and anxiety are the two great diseases of the 21st century. 90% of the things that worry us never happen, but the body and mind experience them as if they were real. We constantly live beset by things that do not have to happen. And if I don't approve? What if I get fired? What if I don't get accepted to the university? What if I don't carry out this project well? What if I don't renew my scholarship? What if my partner leaves me? What if something happens to my son? And if sick? What if my parents get sick? That, and if constant, has a very strong impact on the body and mind. Do not forget that you can only act, feel, and respond in the present moment. You have to take responsibility for your actions, at this moment, for your ability to proceed today and now. If you ask someone what worries them, they answer you about the past or the future. We have forgotten to live in the present. Living hooked in the past. The past provides a valuable source of information, but it cannot predetermine your future. The fact of remaining with the mind anchored in the past, of returning again and again to something that has already happened, can originate in us perverse effects that range from emotions or sensations, such as melancholy, frustration, guilt, sadness or resentment to depression itself. All of them have a component in common, and that is that they prevent the enjoyment of the present. By staying stuck in the past, we are prevented from moving forward in life. The blame. Few emotions can be as toxic and destructive as guilt. It consists of feeling that one has not acted correctly or that one has not fulfilled the expectations one had generated, thus disappointing other people or oneself. The origin of the guilt can have different origins or causes: the level of demand or self-demand, the education of the parents, the required taboos, the school, the relationship with classmates, poorly formed or instructed sexual issues in childhood adolescence, or incorrect or extreme interpretations of religion. In fact, the guilt has several foci. It can originate within you. In this case, you always bring to mind a failure or disappointment. Your point of view is on you, on your limitations, or on your mistakes. You treat yourself with contempt, with a terrible hardness that prevents you from moving forward and seeing the positive. It can come from outside. When your environment reminds you or points an accusing finger at you, in childhood, you should be ashamed if you do that, you make dad sad, or in adulthood, you should have studied economics, you shouldn't have married, you shouldn't to have gone into that business, you should have seen it coming. Watch out. Both inner and outer voices can be just as damaging to the mind and body. Guilt sinks, does not allow progress. Some feelings of guilt can lead to severe moods. It is relatively frequent to treat very neurotic, depressed personalities in consultation, who have settled in a process of guilt that they cannot heal. When the guilt has a real basis, sometimes yes, we do make serious mistakes, try to make that mistaken past an impulse to improve, to learn and overcome that fall. The case of Cataline. Catherine married at the age of 31. He has worked all his life in a multinational company, traveling throughout Spain and Europe. She enjoys her work and has never felt a maternal instinct. At 33, she became a mother for the first time. After the birth, during her maternity leave, she began to feel a great attachment to her son Eduardo. She found herself reading endlessly about babies, breastfeeding, and motherhood. She registered on various web pages to learn and be more informed. She attended postpartum groups with other mothers, took her son to massages, and talked to other women about little Eduardo's daily evolution and development. 4 months passed and the day came when it was time to go back to work. She, who had always been a person with great professional drive, began with feelings of anguish days before the incorporation. Upon returning to work, unable to disconnect from home, she activated a system on her mobile to see how her baby was throughout the day. When she left home, a terrible feeling of guilt for abandoning her son arose in her. That thought led to a state of alertness and anguish, due to which he was unable to perform at work. Thoughts of guilt raced through her mind and her only desire was to get home, hug her son and be with him. He realized that he was forging an unhealthy mother-son relationship. A couple of months later, he applied for anxiety leave. When I see her in the office for the first time, I realize that she has developed an anxious depressive state, derived from guilt. She never imagined that she could feel that natural instinct, nullified in her for so many years, and right now, every time the idea of working arises, thousands of toxic thoughts rush through her head, judging herself and criticizing the fact of abandoning her son. We started a therapy to see exactly the level of anguish that he presents. On the other hand, we enter to shred his interior, his blockage and anxiety, derived from guilt. We realize that he comes from a family where his mother always worked, they were separated, and his father lived far away, and he has never had an excessively close relationship with her. She explains. My mother spent the day working outside. She would drop us off at a neighbor's house with whom we did homework and played with her children. He has rarely kissed me or told me that he loves me. She is very cold, overly practical, and judges me very harshly when I do something that is not right. The therapy lasted several months, until she began to accept the feelings of attachment that were inhibited in her. She learned to understand her mother, the circumstances surrounding her childhood, and to love her for the way she is. Today she works, with reduced hours, and is excited about expecting her second child. How to appease the feeling of guilt. Notice and take note of the main guilt that assails your mind throughout the day. Observe which events in your life affect you the most. Accept that you may judge yourself too harshly on some issues. Make a list of failures, faults that you have been able to commit throughout your life and that have marked you in some way. Without exaggeration, don't be overly harsh or overly lenient, a middle ground. Mark them from 0 to 5. Thanks to your notes, you will realize that you can precisely delimit your perception of guilt. Observe that event from your past that haunts you as if you were sitting on the train, watching that scene from your life flash before you. Realize that there is no way to influence her anymore. Guilt doesn't help, it doesn't make you grow. It doesn't take away your grief, anguish, or hopelessness. It is not constructive. It's just a toxic emotion that prevents you from moving forward and that needs to be processed and destroyed. Return to your present with this risky question: what am I missing from my present by living hooked on guilt? You will be surprised, good things are happening in your environment, sure, that you are not able to perceive. Learn to love yourself. To be well in life, the most necessary thing is to know how to be well with yourself. People who settle in guilt fail to visualize their strengths and talents. They perceive that everything constantly falls on them due to their limitations or defects. Their perception is distorted. Beware of victimhood. Guilt is a sliding ramp that often ends in victimhood, neurotic and toxic behavior that hinders your vision of life and your way of relating to others. Search in yourself, things that you like. They exist, but sometimes your state of mind, your anchors in the past, prevent you from seeing it. Surely within you, there are skills that can be an impulse to grow positively, even if they dislike others. There is your biggest challenge: detach yourself from the opinion and judgment of others. Set your values. Guilt entails that the entire value system is shaken. You don't know what you believe or why you believe. What rules your life? Think if you are not being very hard on yourself because of something imposed from outside, or because of demands that you have been carrying throughout your life. The depression. Depression is the disease of our time. It really is more correct to speak of depressions in the plural, since there are multiple types, which can emerge in clinical reality. Depressions are currently one of the great epidemics of modern society. In Spain there are around 2.5 million people who suffer from it. It is a disease, and as such it has causes, symptoms, a prognosis, a treatment, and in some cases, a possible prevention. There are two types, endogenous and exogenous depressions. Among them, there is an intermediate spectrum, the mixed forms. On the other hand, there are reactive depressions. They are due to reasons of life itself. Today it is believed that all of this is more intertwined than was supposed a few years ago. There are several neural circuits involved in depression. The most studied are the monoaminergic, serotonin, dopamine and norepinephrine, but it has not been shown that any of these circuits have clear degeneration or dysfunction, responsible for the symptoms, as occurs in Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's, or other neurological diseases. Some postulate today that the neurobiological hypothesis of depression is related to neuroplasticity in the circuits responsible for emotional and cognitive functions. That is to say, we would speak more of a disorder in the circuits than in the transmitters themselves. Depression is the disease of sadness. An infinity of negative symptoms can converge in it: pain, depression, apathy, reluctance, disappointment, lack of desire to live, apathy and energy, lack of energy to carry out any activity, suicidal ideation, sleep problems, and attention and concentration problems. Depression leaves you without energy, without the desire to do anything. Its symptoms are very varied and oscillate between the physical, headaches, precordial oppression, or diffuse discomfort scattered throughout the body geography, psychological. The most important is the mental drop, although the lack of vision of the future is also frequent, since everything becomes negative, checkered by feelings of guilt, paralyzed behavior, and blocking of behavior, isolation, cognitive failures to concentrate and memory, dark ideas and thoughts, which distort the perception of reality against us, and social, too. They are called assertive. They blur and lose social skills in treatment, and interpersonal communication become clumsy and distant. The symptoms of depression can be nonspecific on many occasions and manifest in the form of somatic disorders. According to some studies, around 60% of the primary reason for consultation may be due to these physical causes. He who has not had a true clinical depression does not know what sadness is. The suffering of depression can become so deep that only suicide is seen as the exit from that tunnel. No one is safe from suffering from depression. It is true that there are family, genetic, socioeconomic risk factors, but the offices are full of people of all kinds who are going through the dark tunnel of depression. Writers, athletes, musicians, actresses, singers, politicians, big businessmen, and successful men. Many have acknowledged having suffered from depression or having been in treatment. People who have suffered from depression. Vincent van Gogh. A genius of painting, he was admitted to a psychiatric hospital. Unfortunately for him and for art history, he worsened to the point of committing suicide. The Dutch painter with red hair and a mutilated ear felt that his stormy life lacked meaning. Professionally, he considered himself a failure, and in fact he only sold one painting in his lifetime. He ended up letting himself go. His last words were, "The sadness will last forever." Michelangelo Buonarroti. In the opinion of many, the best sculptor in history, his depression originates from what we would today call a body dysmorphic disorder, that is, the obsession with an area of the body that we dislike. They say that Michelangelo had a not very favored appearance, characterized by a nose disfigured by an attack by one of his many envious enemies, Pietro Torrigiano, a sculptor with a great temperament. He collaborated in the court of Lorenzo de' Medici, who had great admiration for Michelangelo. One day, in a fit of jealousy or envy, he broke her nose. This caused a trauma in Miguel Angel, due to which he isolated himself and avoided company for many years. His good friend, the poet Poliziano, was an excellent therapeutic support for that stage of his life. Ernest Hemingway. He suffered from severe depression late in his life. "I felt deep sadness and disappointment. In order to try to cure her, she received several electroshock sessions, a treatment then little developed and rudimentary, which caused serious and harmful effects on the patients." Ernest lost his memory, and his cognition was profoundly affected. When he received the Nobel Prize in 1954 for his entire career, his words were, "Writing at the best level leads to a lonely life." Organizations for writers are a palliative for writers' loneliness, but I doubt they improve their writing. His father had committed suicide in 1928. Upon finding out, his words were, "I'll probably go the same way." Sure enough, a few years later, in 1961, he fulfilled his prophecy. Depressions in children translate a different behavior and symptomatology. They are externalized and displayed through their behavior. The 10 to 12-year-old child does not yet have a sufficiently rich affective vocabulary, and does not know how to verbally express what he feels. That is why, in order to discover a possible depression in children, we must be attentive and correctly interpret their behavioral changes. They stop playing, speak little, are self-absorbed, get bored, cry frequently, do not concentrate, and fall into school failure. Parents must be able to dive into those dull children who float adrift, lose their illusion or change their way of being. Today, fortunately, we have noticeable improvements in the treatment of depression at all levels. It is true that advances do not occur as quickly as one would like, and that we all know or have heard of someone who has been on medication all their lives. Addressing the symptoms from the beginning, and finding the appropriate treatment favor the probability of cure. Many depressions come from permanent states of anxiety. I will develop this below, and therefore, the treatment should be aimed at working on the basis of the mood, stress management and emotions, and the background of personality. An example for therapy. In query, I tend to work in schematic form. I try, in a simple way, to draw a model of the patient's personality, capturing his way of being, his stress management and his psychological symptoms so that this person understands what is happening to him and can work on it. Let's see an example. The case of Alejandra. Alejandra goes to the consultation for depression, panic attacks, and recurring migraines. He has been on drug treatment for 5 years, with periods of improvement that last a few weeks. When analyzing her personality in depth, we find a woman with avoidant personality traits, exaggerated shyness, who tends to think things over a lot and with great hypersensitivity. We study what her moments of stress mean for her relationship with others, working in front of the public and seeing her ex-partner, with whom she has a complicated relationship, and on the other hand, the arrival of the end of the month, because he arrives with financial problems. In this case, it is not just about giving medication for sadness or panic attacks, but about working on the cause, avoidant personality, stress management. For this person, working with the public and social events are a factor of important tension in the symptoms of anxiety that he perceives, management of this with knowledge and relaxation techniques, and then depression if he requires medication, which sometimes is not necessary. In my experience in consultation, working with this format, the patient understands much better what is happening to him, and knows exactly how he is working inside, and what therapeutic target the medication administered has. The forgiveness. Forgiveness is an act of love, a superior attitude towards others and towards life. To forgive is to give something good after receiving damage. It is a special form of surrender and elevates the human being. I am not naive, I am not unaware of the difficulty of forgiving certain behaviors. Excusing after being hurt in an insignificant way is not the same as doing so after suffering in a significant and really harmful way. Contempt, unjustified aggression, humiliation, betrayal, marital infidelity, or stubborn criticism can generate such levels of suffering that it is very difficult, if not almost impossible, to overcome. In Cambodia, I heard the scariest and most chilling stories of my life. I wrote down in notebooks what came to my ears, and on some occasion, when rereading them, I have ended up with tears in my eyes. She wanted to help those prostituted girls who had suffered cruelly, but she did not know how to find a way out of their suffering. I have always thought that psychiatrists and psychologists help people who are suffering, hurt or blocked to find a way out, but in Cambodia I did not know where to articulate therapy. One day I met May, she gave me a solution. I met May on a leaden and hot day in August. Somali had told me about a house in the Cambodian mountains that housed a center for very young girls. Upon reaching the center, what I observed was reflected in my retina. The girls dressed the same so as not to make a difference, a Hawaiian floral-type shirt and pants. Somali addressed them, sitting in the center of the room. Her mother had arrived, and the girls rushed to hug her. In some looks, a deep sadness was perceived, eyes lost in a painful and cruel past. The smallest of 5 or 6 years old fluttered and danced around her. Others, sitting in the corners, remained motionless. Somali, with her sweet voice, began to tell them a story in Khmer, her language. Little by little, the girls that were furthest behind were coming closer, sitting around her, their countenances changing and becoming less tense and cold. As I watched the scene, a giggling girl with a mischievous face approached me. I introduced myself in my rudimentary and basic Khmer, but enough to engage in simple conversation. Her name was May. She was 13 years old and had only been in the center for a few months. Seeing my problems with the language, she gave me a very funny smile and dedicated a few words to me in English. It was clear that it was going to be easier to communicate in his English than with my Khmer. After a brief conversation, I asked him if he was happy. He answered me firmly. Now yes. I want to be a journalist to write children's stories for their mothers to read to them. The stories have to deal with how parents love and care for their children and not sell them into prostitution. May had touched the fiber of prostitution without fear, without blinking. A cold sweat ran down my back. After a few seconds of silence, I recovered my strength and asked, "Did they sell you?" "Yes, my grandmother, and I will never understand it." Silence. He looked up and continued, "I don't have parents. My memories start with my grandmother, with whom I lived. A year ago, they took me to the house of an older foreign businessman. We were many girls in the house, some cooked, others cleaned. One day he called me into his room, took my clothes off, and did horrible things to me that I didn't know existed. I was just screaming, but no one could hear me. I hugged her to try to comfort her before such an evocation, but she did not show any pain, she seemed to remember it from a distance. Went on. This was repeated for other days, until I realized that I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to run away, and one night I jumped over the fence and left. He didn't know where to go, he had no place to return to. I remembered that a long time ago I had met a man from India who brought us rice to the neighborhood when we had no food. He was a good man. I went to the house where he lived. He was a missionary. I had never heard of Christian. He told me about his God and how he died on a cross. I have not been raised in any religion, but I was interested in his story and asked, how did he get over it? His answer was, he forgave them. I began to go to the small nearby chapel in the morning, and I would talk to that man on a wooden cross, asking him to help me forgive to get rid of anguish and anger. One day, while sitting on the floor, I realized that I no longer felt hate or anger. I have forgiven the foreigner. Since that day my life has changed. I begin to glimpse, excited, a viable solution to so much pain. Continuous. The missionary was inquiring about the best place to take me. Finally, we decided to report it to the police, which was the one that brought me here. Days later I met Somali. Now I'm happy. I have a mother and many sisters. It is essential to overcome such immense pain through forgiveness. There is no other way to achieve peace. I try it with my sisters, as they call each other in the center. I love them, I hear them. I'm very fortunate. I am very happy. I spoke with May, long and hard. It was amazing to me how the power of forgiveness had healed his deepest wounds. Over the next few weeks, I tried to follow the pattern of forgiveness that she had shown me. It marked me deeply, I studied, I read everything I could find about the ability to forgive, and I based the process on understanding is relieving. This means that when you understand the reasons that drive someone to hurt you, their biography, their way of being, their envy, their internal conflicts, you manage to alleviate your suffering. In the case of May, she, enraged against her grandmother who had sold her, told me. In the despair of not having anything, she looked for an easy solution, without malice, so that my sisters would have something to eat. There are bad people, of course, but most of the people who hurt you have their reasons. Sometimes they don't even know them themselves, but if you look for them, if you investigate, you may be surprised at the comfort you receive. Suffering in life can be really painful and stormy, which is why you have to fight to overcome that damage. When one remains anchored in hatred, when one is unable to heal the offenses or humiliations received, one can become resentful, bitter and neurotic. To avoid these negative consequences, even in cases where the person who caused the trauma has no possible justification, it is in the victim's selfish interest to forgive. The drama and trauma that crushes and destroys some, fortifies and regenerates others, endowing them with a greater capacity for love. A toxic ingredient derived from what we are talking about is resentment, the repetition of a feeling in a thought in a recurring and harmful way. All religions and ethical systems have one of their basic axes in forgiveness. Buddhism deals with it in depth. There are masterful lessons from the Buddha on the need of the human being to forgive. In Judaism, the concept of forgiveness is fundamental, very similar to that held by Christians. To express this theme, I go on to tell an impressive story. And if it cannot be understood in any way? Simon Wiesenthal was an Austrian Jew by profession and architect. After having been interned in 5 concentration camps during World War II, he was liberated from Mauthausen by the Americans in 1944. Once recovered, he began his well-known task of relentlessly hunting down Nazis all over the world. He managed to bring more than 1,000 Nazis to court. In his books, The Sunflower and The Limits of Forgiveness, he recounts his personal story and his idea in the face of the great dilemma of forgiveness. The anecdote that marks its pages and its life is the next. One day, while in a concentration camp, a nurse asked him to follow her. He was led into a room where a young SS man, Karl Seidel, dying at 21, made a peculiar request of him. He had received a fatal bullet and was dying. Karl, almost totally bandaged, barely able to speak, asked the nurse to bring him a Jew before he died because he wanted to talk to him. During the hours that followed, Simon stayed by the side of the young man who was telling him about his life. He needed to express who he was, his childhood, and how he had ended up in the SS youth committing atrocities. He revealed to Simon, while holding his hand tightly, one of the greatest brutalities he had ever carried out, brutally whipping and assaulting Jewish families, until ending up burning them in a house in Dnipropetrovsk, present-day Ukraine. Karl continued his story, focusing on the aspects that caused him the most pain, including the look of a little boy, who was trying to jump out of the window, which he shot. During the hours that he remained by her side, Simon did not utter a word. Karl's last words were, "I am here with my guilt. In the last hours of my life, you are here with me. I don't know who you are, I only know that you are a Jew, and that is enough. I know that what I have told you is terrible. Time and time again, I have longed to talk about it with a Jew, and beg his forgiveness. I know that what I am asking is too much for you, but without your answer I cannot die in peace." Simon didn't resist him and walked out the door. His book delves into this question: should I have forgiven him? Was my silence, at the bedside of that repentant dying Nazi, right or wrong? This is a profound moral question that defies conscience. The heart of the matter is the question of forgiveness. Forgetting is something that only time takes care of, but forgiving is an act of the will, and only the one who suffers is qualified to make the decision. The situation I have described caused Simon a major moral dilemma about guilt, forgiveness, and repentance. In the second part of the book, The Limits of Forgiveness, he interviewed 53 thinkers, intellectuals, politicians, Jewish, Christian, and Buddhist religious leaders, witnesses to the genocides in Bosnia, Cambodia, Tibet, and China, about what they would have done in their lives. Place. 28 of them answered that they would not be able to forgive, 16 said that it was possible, and 9 were not clear about their position. Of those who did bet on forgiveness, the majority were Christians and Buddhists. The Dalai Lama's position, based on the drama in Tibet, was in support of forgiveness, but without forgetting, so that similar atrocities can never happen again. This book, which does not reach any conclusion on this subject, because it is ultimately a matter of conscience, represents a classic on forgiveness and reconciliation from different points of view, both religious and personal. Forgiveness does not mean accepting that what the other person did was acceptable or understandable. Sometimes, the crime is so atrocious and inhuman that there is no way to decipher the behavior of the other so that it produces relief. Despite everything, even in these cases forgiveness is necessary because the pain it generates does not deserve to be anchored in your mind. Because of that wound, that poison, that resentment, you can become someone bitter, not being able to let go. Forgiving alleviates the pain caused, avoids resentment, and therefore opens the doors of the future to the victim, which without him would inevitably be closed. The ability to forgive is exclusive to the victim, it does not depend on the repentance of the person who caused the offense. Forgiveness frees burdens and helps to move on, even if the cause is terrible, even if the person who caused it does not regret it. In my clinical experience, it always pays off. Forgiveness is a springboard, a safe bridge to the release of pain, but sometimes it can be impossible. To forgive is to go to the past and return safe and sound. If we do not forgive, if we are not capable of purifying ourselves, we can remain anchored in resentment, hatred, and revenge. In the rematch, I decide that I want to return the offense to the other, I want him to suffer and for negative things to happen to him. In spite, I keep hurt, stabbed, and I am not able to forget and get over it. If this happens to us, we will be unable to regain peace and balance. How to forgive? Accept what has happened. Don't deny reality. Try to understand what has happened with perspective. Sometimes we are protagonists of something alien where we have not been able to intervene in any way. Life brings injustices and complications that we cannot control. Try to remove the image from the mental scenario using, for example, techniques such as EMDR. EMDR, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, was discovered by Francine Shapiro in 1987. It is a psychotherapeutic approach and a technique used to work on post-traumatic stress disorder. It integrates elements of different psychological approaches. Use bilateral stimulation, through eye movements, sounds or tapping, by which one cerebral hemisphere is stimulated at a time. EMDR presents multiple scientific validation studies. It is useful for patients with severe traumas, deaths, attacks, psychological or physical abuse, or other difficult events that have blocked the patient for one reason or another. I used it in Cambodia with very satisfactory results. Work the level of self-esteem. The ability to forgive, to overcome anger, the thirst for revenge or self-pity, is typical of people who have inner strength. If in the face of a serious act, the person who suffers it is able to overcome and forgive, he is making a display of self-confidence, typical of someone with healthy self-esteem. Be optimistic. Sometimes it takes time, but the simple fact of knowing that you can grow in the face of pain, the hope of overcoming it, can be a balm to soothe wounds. Avoid nullifying ourselves with feelings of guilt. Beware of becoming victims. There are people who, faced with a fatality, close in on themselves and avoid progress. Going back to past events, to justify ourselves over and over again ends up entrenching us, stopping our vital trajectory. Look forward. To forgive is learned when one has had to forgive. It is a healthy exercise, searching in our recent past, in our own life, the forgiveness of others. See the other person as worthy of compassion. John Paul II said, "There is no justice without forgiveness, there is no forgiveness without mercy." You have to try to replace the negative with powerful feelings such as compassion and mercy. What is compassion? Empathy is feeling what another feels, putting yourself in another person's place. Compassion is literally suffering together. It is a capacity that elevates whoever exercises it. You not only understand the pain that others are going through, but you connect with their suffering, trying to use all your personal tools to help them get ahead. Working compassion from the heart has wonderful effects on the mind, the body, and the relationship with others. It is a way to free oneself from anger and hatred, bringing peace and balance. Obviously, the ability to empathize is different in each individual, but it can be worked on, which will help us in our personal and professional relationships. Today there is an enormous fear of feeling the pain of others, of getting closer to the suffering of others, because that takes away the pleasure of our day because we feel vulnerable. By feeling closely the emotions of others we can reopen wounds in our own lives. We are not able to help, and the frustration of feeling that we are not useful arises. It anguishes us to feel too much and take the problem home with us. This sometimes happens in therapies or in cases of very sensitive people. The pain hurt is such that one comes out excessively removed. Therefore, it is very necessary to know oneself, and to know to what extent we can give ourselves to others without measure. Living anguished about the future. Fear and anxiety. The case of John.
John, a 35-year-old male, was working on the Twin Towers on September 11, 2001.
He was in the second tower. He descended the stairs at lightning speed, managed to get out of the building and spent several hours in the rubble. Realizing that he had withstood a terrible attack, he searched the ruins for other survivors. He felt death up close, while he screamed desperately looking for remains of life among the corpses that surrounded him. Several of his companions passed away that day. Months later, he was unable to be in the dark. He had recurring nightmares in which he woke up sweating and crying. He was not able to get on a plane until many years later. Her mind would easily shut down, and her body would tense up at little sounds, sights, or memories of that day. John required therapy for years to overcome his anguish, trauma, and excruciating fear. Let's start at the beginning. Fear accompanies us from birth. It is a reality that has always existed. Without fear, we would be foolish and reckless creatures. The way we manage that emotion defines us in our development as people. Fear, initially a primary defense mechanism, can become our great enemy and disturb our perception of life. Tito Livio expressed when dealing with this matter, fear is always willing to see things worse than they are. The fearful perceive their environment as something hostile, which alters them and makes them vulnerable to everything, and we must not forget that great challenges have a component of uncertainty, since nothing great begins without a little fear. It is not a matter of eliminating fear, but of knowing that it exists and learning to manage it correctly. Fear is a key and fundamental emotion in our inner balance and in our survival. One needs to be afraid of certain things, so as not to launch into all kinds of adventures without measure. Any human being has fears in his life, the brave and the winners too. The difference is that those who succeed know how to manage it. Anxiety, when it settles, has a terrible effect on the body. Anyone who has experienced an anxiety or panic attack experiences a terrifying reality. Even if you are aware that you are not going to die of a heart attack, in those moments the mind does not allow you to distinguish clearly. What characterizes anxiety is fear. A vague and diffuse fear, sometimes without a clear origin, which leads to anguish and emotional blockage. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the ability to thrive and move forward despite it. The management of emotions is basic for personal balance. Sometimes fear is so intense that it carries out a coup, takes control of our minds and begins to monopolize our behavior. In these cases, the vulnerability of the person who suffers from it is great, and any external stimulus, no matter how small, can cause a disproportionate reaction that chemically and physiologically alters the organism. It is in this ecosystem that anxiety arises, the pathological fear that blocks us and prevents us from leading a normal life. How does the brain work in the face of fear? What exactly happens in anxiety? The center of fear is located in the cerebral amygdala, a physically small location, but very relevant in our life and behavior. The amygdala, according to recent studies, is active in the pregnant woman since the end of the pregnancy. He has a great capacity to store emotional memories and reacts depending on the emotions that arise. It processes the information related to emotions, and warns the brain and the organism of danger, that something is not going well, activating the response or reaction of fear or anxiety. The hippocampus, essential in memory and learning, encodes threatening or traumatic events in the form of memories. A real case of my own life. I was studying medicine first. During exam time, many of us went to the library of the Autonomous University in Madrid because it did not close at night, and there was a good study environment. I had a medical physics exam the next day, June 13th. I remember the date, since that day is my saint, and I was going to celebrate it in the afternoon. I had met two friends in the library who were studying engineering, so they could better explain some concepts that I had trouble understanding. I left the library around 1:45 in the morning, took the car and returned to the center of Madrid. He was traveling on a well-lit 2-lane road. I wasn't going particularly fast, but suddenly, around a curve, I caught a glimpse of a car heading in the opposite direction towards me. I have the headlights of the car a few meters away engraved on my retina. I swerved and dodged it. My heart was beating 1,000, my body was shaking. I stopped on the shoulder, a few meters away, and began to cry. Suddenly I heard a terrible thud. I looked back but couldn't see anything. I got home terrified and woke up my parents. I couldn't stop crying. I prayed, thanking God that I was alive, but I couldn't relax. I turned on the radio to see if that feeling of panic that kept reigning in my mind would go away. After a few minutes I heard, "Accident on the Colmena highway. Kamikaze collides with 2 cars. There are 4 deceased." That night marked me deeply. I didn't sleep for a moment. The next day in the morning, my exam was a complete disaster. During the afternoon, I dedicated myself to visiting friends and relatives. I was shocked. Even weeks later, if I heard a brake on the street or an engine noise that was louder than normal, my whole body would suffer again, with tachycardia, tremors and anguish. It took me several months to get over it. Every week I rode the exact same route. I didn't want to get blocked and not be able to face the car again, or avoid certain routes. Today, this event is completely over, but this fact helped me a lot to understand the blocks due to fear or anxiety. Another scene to exemplify this circuit. The case of White. Blanca went one night to pick up her car at an underground parking lot. He used to go by bus, but that day he had to run several errands before going to work, and he left the car in a nearby parking lot. Upon arrival, he observed that it was dimly lit, empty, without security or control. She arrived very tired. She had had a difficult day, with several conflicts, and she was exhausted and without strength. He hurried to the cash register to pay when he heard a noise. A mean-looking guy approached him. He then remembered a scene that occurred years before, when he worked in Brazil and was robbed during the night. Her heart pounded, she began to sweat, her mind couldn't think straight. I would like to be in the car. There was no one else nearby and anguish stalked her. What had happened in Blanca's mind? The amygdala had put him on guard, because the parking lot at night is in his memory zone, a risky place, and so is the person who comes after it. She stores in her memory, in the hippocampus, data from her negative experience in Brazil. To these memorized ideas, she adds another: I'm not parking here again, I'm not going to pick up the car at night, or if I have to pick up my car, I'll go with someone. Memories, anxiety, memory, physical activation, all of this together, hippocampus and amygdala, a key pairing in the management of memories and anxiety episodes. Most of the circumstances that trigger fear in our minds are learned, incorporated as we experience them either directly or through others. That is, the brain has them encoded as fearful, and adaptively, when perceiving something similar to what happened in the past, it activates the entire alert system. These fearful situations can come from traumatic events of the past, as well as from events not overcome or dealt with correctly. When the brain perceives all of reality as threatening, this is because the alert system has been hyperactivated. We are then faced with generalized anxiety disorder, which requires a comprehensive approach but, in general, has a good prognosis, or post-traumatic stress disorder, which appears when, having left a terrible event, a mark or effect on us, our mind, before simple stimuli, causes the body to react disproportionately, like a shock, remembering and reliving the day of the trauma. Memories with a high level of emotional charge. There are events or memories that have a powerful level of emotional charge. This means that when they are revived, the neural connections are activated in such a way that the entire organism is affected: tremor, tachycardia, sweating, tachypnea, with the consequent rise in cortisol and adrenaline. A person with an affected or damaged amygdala has serious problems detecting alarm, danger, or risk. Tonsillar hijacking, amygdala hijack, coined by Daniel Goleman in his book on emotional intelligence, refers to those emotional responses that arise abruptly and exaggeratedly. Received a stimulus, the body's reaction is excessive and explosive. It is not a mental problem as such, but a past event with a great emotional charge that blocks the person who suffered it, so that in the face of a current event that indirectly revives it, the subject is not able to decide or reason clearly. The individual who responds in this way finds himself overridden by his emotions. We all know people who have been through this. They are individuals with great temperament, faced with small stimuli, the repercussion before others is a frontal shock. Some call it losing the role, others, it has no filter, or it is a short fuse. Solution? It exists. You have to learn to manage emotions and work to understand the origin of these abrupt reactions. The case of William. Guillermo is a man who has been married to Laura for 3 years. They met at a medical conference in Atlanta. He works in a laboratory and she is a cardiologist. She almost always went with her partner at the time, another doctor from the same hospital, to the conventions, but on that occasion she had not been able to accompany her. Guillermo had already dealt with Laura several times, due to his profession. He found her an attractive woman and he liked spending time with her. He was aware that he had a partner, a doctor he had visited for other matters on occasion, and therefore, he kept himself at bay. During the Congress, he perceived a change in Laura. She was friendlier and closer, and it was noticeable that she was trying to dedicate more time to him. Guillermo, nervous, didn't know how to act, but one night, after having a few drinks after dinner, they ended up together in her room. Guillermo, confused, wanted to know what Laura was feeling, what was going to happen to her boyfriend. Too many questions. Guillermo was passionate, impatient, and needed to solve his sentimental dilemma. She explained to him that the relationship was broken with the other person, and that she was going to break up when she got back. That's how it went. A few months later, Guillermo and Laura formalized their relationship, but since he was very jealous, he couldn't stand it when she went to conferences alone. The slightest someone approached her, or tried to invite her to dinner for work reasons, she had explosive and disproportionate reactions that were difficult to control. His excuse was always, "It happened with me, it could happen with another." Guillermo suffered from tonsillar hijacking due to this issue. Stimulus, disproportionate immediate and explosive reaction, inability to manage reality, paralysis, blockade or aggressiveness or blinded by emotion, regret or forgiveness, in the best of cases. How to deal with a kidnapping of the amygdala. We have seen how the circuit works. Now let's find a solution. Let's imagine that we are electricians of the mind. The most practical thing would be to achieve a short circuit. Let's see how. Analyze. What stimulus is it that triggers you? Getting to know each other is key in these cases. Without fear, go little by little to the cause. Is it a person, a face, a situation, perceiving something threatening? It can be the sight of blood, a conversation about a controversial topic, a thought that crosses your mind, a performance by someone close to you, being told no to something you were looking forward to. The origin does not matter, but you need to know it. What happens in your body? You will see that this kidnapping is accompanied by physical symptoms. Try to look at how your body is just before, how you felt physically in the moments before the emotional explosion and the physical signs that arise in your body during the process: tachycardia, hypertension, rise in temperature. Look at someone in your environment whom you admire. How do you react in similar situations? What is your worst version in the face of frustration or anger? Having an identity model to look to for reference in difficult times is a great help. Short circuit that explosive loop. It is complicated. Sometimes there are highly formed systems installed in our reactions, which prevent us from exercising control over them. Being aware of it is already progress. If you manage to realize and stop for an instant the waterfall that is about to emerge, even for a few seconds, you will be winning. In that period of time, try to breathe deeply, send a positive message to your mind, you can, and go ahead. The mind takes approximately 1 to 2 minutes to unlock a toxic emotional state, therefore any victory, however small, is close to victory. Apologize. In those moments of lack of control, one reacts badly, and says things that they don't really mean. The vast majority of people regret their reactions and comments after those events. Have the necessary humility to apologize, and try to solve the possible damage caused. Forgive yourself, because you may perceive that reaction as another failure, and it is not good to wallow in guilt. Get over. Set out to achieve it the next time, and look for tools for it. The case of Gustavo. Gustavo came to my office because 2 days ago, when he was returning from a meeting in London, just after getting on the plane back to Spain, he began to notice tightness in his chest and shortness of breath, along with a feeling of loss of control over his itself. He tried to carry out relaxation techniques inside the plane, while a stewardess offered him a lime and tried to calm him down. Staying on the plane was unbearable, and he felt the urge to get out of there at all costs. Despite everything, he barely endured the 2-hour flight, and after landing, dizzy and anguished, he went to the emergency services, where they explained to him that he had suffered an anxiety attack and that he should see a psychiatrist and take medication. Already in my consultation, he tells me that he does not know what could have happened to him. She admits that she is indeed stressed, but that what happened on the plane had never happened to her before, and she describes it as the worst moment of her life. He also tells me that he has been traveling almost every day of the week for work for a year. You can barely see your partner between trips and meetings. He sleeps little due to jet lag, and all this leads him to be more nervous and irritable every day. Gustavo focuses on what happened on the plane. He doesn't want it to happen to him again. I explain to him that he is under excessive stress, that being constantly alert has led to an alteration in his survival system, which has triggered cortisol levels in his body to help him overcome the demanding situations in which he finds himself. Face in their day-to-day. Gustavo describes constant nervousness and beginning to have memory lapses. Occasionally he notices numbness in the fingers and hands, tachycardia, and shortness of breath in the lungs. I explain to him that he is in a moment of crisis, that he suffered a panic attack on the plane and that his brain is vulnerable, so he could experience another attack again if he continues to act in the same way. I insist that you have to learn to lower your frenetic level of activity, and that a first step to this is to recover the restorative capacity of sleep. He has to manage to disconnect his brain from this unbridled activity, because it is locked in a toxic circuit that can be broken again at any moment. On the other hand, I add guidelines to avoid the crisis inside the plane. Before going up, you should try to relax through a series of positive cognitive messages and breathing techniques. In addition, you must carry a rescue medication with you, whose effect is almost immediate and works in a short time, in case you start to suffer the attack. Many people, just by having the security of carrying this medication in their pocket, manage to overcome their panic attack without having to take it, since they are putting off taking it in the conviction that ultimately, the pill will help them overcome it. Which means that they can finally control these attacks without the help of drugs. I prescribe additional medications so that, little by little, the tension accumulated in his brain is released. In psychotherapy, I work in depth on the origin of his anxiety level. He is always alert, with no time for relaxation. Failure is not allowed, he does not rest, he eats poorly, which has caused his brain to collapse and slow him down through a panic attack. A panic attack is what I sometimes call the rush of the mind. In other words, in the same way that fever is an indicator that there is something wrong with the body, anxiety or panic attacks alert you that something in your mind is not right, ultimately leading you to collapse. In therapy, I teach Gustavo to relax, to take things more calmly, to know how to quit, to make his boss see that he needs support in his tasks, to delegate part of his responsibilities. All in order to lighten an excessive workload. Little by little, Gustavo begins to feel better. At first the fear of flying persists, but I don't insist because that is accessory, we postpone that goal until he feels better. Over time, he begins to make short flights, of approximately an hour or an hour and a half, for which he prepares through positive cognitive messages, the knowledge that he is carrying rescue medication, and relaxation and breathing control techniques. Through these techniques, and the security that carrying rescue medication with him provides, which he only needed to take twice in a year of treatment, Gustavo is feeling much better, and he is now getting on planes without excessive complications and his body little by little he is recovering his calm. If a person lives constantly alert, he generates an interpretation of reality that is worse than it is. He responds to what is happening inside him as if they were real threats. The brain gets confused when responding. Breathing control, with eyes closed and paying attention to each of the sensations in the body, is one of the most effective measures to stimulate the functioning of the parasympathetic nervous system, which, as we have already said, regulates internal balance or homeostasis. Activates the organs that keep the body in calm situations, salivary glands, stomach, pancreas or bladder, and inhibits those that prepare the body for emergency or stress situations, iris, heart or lungs. When you manage to keep your attention focused on your breath, in the present, in the here and now, discarding any thought that directs you towards the past or focuses you towards the future, you gradually achieve, with each breath, relax and recover lost serenity and confidence. Some simple keys to face your fears and anxiety are: learn to recognize them. Be conscious. Do not cancel or hide them. All repressed emotions return through the back door and can be the source of injuries and physical and psychological suffering. Fear is overcome by feeling it and taking a step forward. Fear is overcome by changing. I insist, do not be afraid to return to the origin, go to unravel the principles and causes of your insecurities, but, be careful, beware of impossible therapies that end up harming more than helping. Try to understand your fears, you will be able to face them better and overcome them. When we understand something, we know how to deal with it and fear decreases. Fear will always exist. Learn to be optimistic and find a way out of the stormy loop of thoughts that block you. Do not forget that fear is a great liar, it always disguises reality worse than it is. Trust yourself. The way you project yourself has the ability to trigger the best version of your brain. Confidence in yourself, Getting excited about achieving your goals activates your creativity, your ability to solve problems and perceive life with more enthusiasm. Improve your attention span. We will talk in depth in Chapter 5, with the ascending activating reticular system. Fears, anxiety, become chronic when one does not have the ability to focus their attention correctly. Educate your inner voice. Let it serve to encourage you and not to sink you or influence you negatively. Dodge the toxic thoughts that come to bring you back to panic attacks or to maximize fears. Take care of the diet. I'll give you an example. Hypoglycemic episodes have the ability to deeply alter you and activate fear. Get rid of caffeine and alcohol. Rest. Lack of sleep makes us more vulnerable to fears. It leads us to interpret reality in a more threatening way than it is. We become what we think. Fear is inevitable, the suffering it produces is optional. Fears are cured by learning to enjoy life, looking to the future with enthusiasm and living in the present in a balanced and compassionate way. Chapter 5. Live in the present moment. Happiness is not what happens to us, but how we interpret what happens to us. It depends on the way in which we assimilate a reality, and our ability to guide or focus said assimilation is key to being happy. Therefore, what we are going to talk about here is your ability to choose. To choose happiness instead of unhappiness. Since the beginning of these pages we have dealt with pain, suffering, trauma, and deep wounds. We are not here to deny the real world, we will talk about tolerance for frustration later, but we do come to learn to enjoy as much as possible, despite the sorrows. Your reality depends on how you choose to perceive it. I understand that this message surprises you, and that 1,000 phrases, barriers and resistances of this type arise in you. I have already tried everything, my life is very hard, it depends on the circumstances, my childhood was terrible, how easy it is to say it and how hard to get it. If you refuse to choose to hold on to the good in your life, no matter how small, you are giving up on the most decisive fight of your existence. Happiness is not a sum of joys, pleasures and positive emotions. It is much more, because it also depends on having managed to overcome the wounds and difficulties and continue to grow. It is living with a certain joy despite the pain and suffering to a greater or lesser extent inevitable. If we constantly deny or block suffering, our mind loses the ability to know how to face it and overcome it. It does not mean entering the toxic mud and trying to face each and every one of the battles that come our way, but learning to manage the bad moments. I know many people who do not know how to face conflicts, negative emotions, and as an escape route, automatically and unconsciously cancel them. This carries a risk, because the constant avoidance of the negative leads you to miss a part of life, and often disconnect from the suffering of those around you. We already talked in the previous chapter about the importance of compassion, of connecting in a healthy way with the suffering of others to help them get ahead. Let's not forget that a great frequent mistake is to aspire to excessive happiness, or to a state of constant and utopian joy and pleasure. That leads to people frustrated by permanent dissatisfaction. Is happiness the great aspiration of a person? It seems that way, but happiness has an instantaneous, pleasant component, a meal, a meeting with friends, a trip, and another more structural one, based on the fundamental pillars of life, family, partner, work, culture, friends. Pleasant happiness is like a fleeting spark, structural happiness speaks instead of a balanced life balance. I am going to convey several ideas to you in a practical way. You have probably already read many of them, or even experienced them at some time in your life. Let's try to make what you are going to read about this matter useful for your life, or to help people around you. The reality of your life depends on how you decide to respond or react to certain circumstances, that is, the behavior that arises from external stimuli. Here I convey another important idea. Every emotion is preceded by a thought. The mind is responsible for manufacturing emotion. The feeling is the physical reaction to that emotion. Without brain, there is no emotion. In brain injuries, in strokes, in malformations, areas of the brain may be affected that lead you not to feel. A person can lose sensation in the extremities, and burn themselves by not reacting, if that area of the brain is deactivated or injured. In recent years, through people who lost their speech after a stroke, the areas of the brain responsible for this function have been discovered. That is the remote origin of brain mapping. Currently, we have tools to know in real time how the brain works, which allows us to observe directly how it reacts, and how certain areas are altered when an activity is carried out or a stimulus is experienced. One such technique is functional magnetic resonance imaging. This is used for both clinical treatment and research. Through it, we can detect the changes in the distribution of blood flows at different times, thus allowing us to know the mind and the nervous system in a much deeper and more global way, without the need for more aggressive means, such as opening the brain or waiting to an autopsy. This advanced neuroimaging technique gives us the opportunity to observe how our brain is activated by certain thoughts, motivations, or states of anxiety or depression. One of the most fundamental discoveries. Every thought generates a mental and physiological change. I insist on this idea at various points in the book. Do not forget, because if you are one of those who suffer, who lose control of themselves, who want to know themselves better, understanding this procedure will help you a lot. Since we were little, we have self-imposed concepts, or that we have assimilated about ourselves. I am impulsive, I have always been like this, my father was the same, I am nervous, I hate the masses, I am afraid of airplanes. These sentences about yourself work in practice as mental barriers that prevent you from advancing freely in those fields. I say sentences because they have an impact on you, almost blocking, as if they fell from the sky as a sentence. The emotions that harm us are due to a more or less conscious thought. And thoughts, we can educate or re-educate. To become a happy, peaceful, and whole person, you need to work the way you think. If you do, you will be surprised at the results. How your reality changes when you change your way of thinking. Examine in depth the ideas you have about yourself, or those that arise in you, in the darkest moments of sadness or anguish. That toxic emotion happens because something crosses your mind and that something invades you in a harmful way. Is not easy. There are what I call automatisms, reactions that arise involuntarily, because they have been doing it all their lives before certain stimuli or thoughts. It is difficult to break away from the shoulds that have crept into behavior for a long time. To modify toxic thoughts, the belief system, the way of processing information, one must look at what their limiting thoughts or barriers are. That belief system does not have to be bad, in fact, on many occasions it is very positive. For example, if every time you see the sun rise, you are happy, and you think that you are going to perform better that day, because the sun transmits energy to your body, your belief system is helping you. But if on the contrary, you see gray clouds or start of rain, and this day is going to be horrible, your belief system is limiting you. This can happen with outer events or with inner ideas and sensations. If you arrive at a dinner with friends and something does not fit you or you feel uncomfortable, there is probably something there that has unconsciously reminded you of a negative experience in the past, the food, some person, the distribution of people at the table, a smell. We can educate the mind and regulate our emotions. Let's think, for example, about riding a bicycle. When you get on a bike for the first time, you usually use side trainers to keep from falling off. As one loses his fear, he dares to pick up more speed, to go down hills, and even to release one hand from the handlebars. One day, you remove the accessory wheels and struggle to balance. You think that you won't be able to, that you will fall and maybe it will happen, but suddenly, you have succeeded. Months or years may pass, and you get back on the bike, without further ado, without having to go through the training wheels again, because your mind and its balance already know how to do it. Something similar happens in the education of thoughts. Logically, it is not such a simple process, but exercising the mind has an extraordinary effect on the way we perceive reality. If every time you go by bike, or take a car, or ski, you only think about the occasions when you fell, had an accident or hurt yourself, you will end up avoiding those activities because of the mental wear and tear they cause you. That is the reason why a thought becomes a limiting certainty, when you base it in such a way that it becomes an excuse to avoid doing something. Your mind has been forging automatisms throughout life that lead to useless blockages in the face of certain challenges that arise. That's why we talk about decision. Take control over yourself, avoid blaming the rest, the toxic people around you or the social or economic circumstances around you. Leave your role as a victim, start being the protagonist of your life. I present a scheme that can help you understand the way you act and feel in your present moment. Scheme of reality. After receiving a signal from the outside, we react and interpret reality depending on three factors: our belief system, our state of mind, our attention span, and our perception of reality. After this interpretation, the body will respond in alert mode, or in protection mode, sympathetic or parasympathetic nervous system, affecting the mind and the organism. Let us analyze each of them in detail. Belief system. What is the belief system? It is based on your predetermined ideas about the way you see life and the world around you, and what you believe about yourself, either because you have come to that conclusion on your own, or because since you were a child, or even as an adult, they have stopped repeating it to you. I am like this, I have always had a bad awakening, people are hard for me, I am afraid of flying, I am not good at sports. These beliefs are opinions we have about different aspects of life. They are closely linked to the way we interpret the world, and they can be conscious, I realize, and unconscious, because they have been there all their lives. That belief system includes values, which color the way we feel, act, and react. Beliefs are formed throughout life, and translate the personalized and specific vision that we each have of perceiving life. Sometimes teenagers smoke and drink at an early age, because they feel like more of an adult. There are other factors that influence starting to drink, but a very common cause is insecurity, the fact that by doing so, they feel more accepted at a social level. Knowing that it is bad for health and that it is profoundly damaging, their unconscious belief about themselves in the face of alcohol or tobacco prevails over the rational risks that these imply. Why is it so important to reflect on this? The belief system predisposes us in life, and forms a very powerful source of influence. It gives us automatic arguments to act in one way or another. They are judgments deeply rooted in our minds that we never question and that are decisive, since on the basis of them we build our interpretation of reality, and our reactions to it. These beliefs are universal, we have them about the world in general, others, ourselves, concepts, ideologies. When things never turn out as we expect, or we always suffer from everything around us, if we feel radically maladjusted, perhaps we should first analyze how our system is built, our vision of the world. Perhaps we surprise ourselves with beliefs that limit our inner growth. Do not be afraid to question what limits you, because perhaps this way you will improve your ability to perceive reality and you can focus on your best version, TMV. Some of these beliefs seriously hinder our ability to achieve goals or deal with challenges in a healthy way, because they block our mind with feelings of insecurity and fear. Let's keep going. The state of mind. Happiness, we have insisted on it throughout these pages, does not depend on reality itself, but on how I interpret that reality. Here, the mood has an impressive force. A frequent example: you are happy because your team has won the Champions League. If you meet the next day with your boss, who is from the same team and with whom you have a bad relationship, you will probably look at him with less critical eyes, and be able to engage in friendly and fun conversation. If, on the contrary, your team loses, and your brother calls you, a fan of the rival that has won, to comment on the defeat, perhaps you don't even answer the phone, turn it off and go to bed without dinner. What does the mood depend on? There are different aspects that modulate and alter the mood. I do not want to make these pages excessively long, since this section would be enough for a whole book. I will explain these ideas in a simple way. Drug and alcohol consumption. The consumption of these substances seriously harms mental health. One of its main effects is a serious alteration in the perception of sensations and stimuli. We all know people who, after ingesting alcohol, find themselves more sensitive and vulnerable, and therefore we must be careful with their reactions and comments. Frequent consumption or addiction to these substances profoundly alters the state of mind and the interpretation of reality perceived by those who consume. Biochemistry or genetics. There are people who are more likely to become depressed or sick due to genetic factors, or to previously suffering from severe illnesses such as bipolar disorder, recurrent depression, generalized anxiety states. Hormonal states also influence, which generate vulnerability in women, premenstrual disorder, puerperium. It is likely that individuals who come from families with several members with depression have a more fragile state of mind and are sensitive to events in the environment. Physical health and external circumstances. If we are going through a difficult professional moment, or a strong physical ailment, this influences the way in which we perceive reality, because our state of mind is more sensitive and vulnerable. When illness, a hard time or an extreme situation comes into our lives, being aware that one is not fully objective helps to not be so harsh with reality and with those around us. Personality type. In this section, we expose from severe personality disorders, borderline, avoidant, schizoid, to marked personality traits, which profoundly influence the state of mind. For example, young people with borderline personality disorder, impulsiveness, emotional instability, intense fear of abandonment, self-harm, low tolerance for frustration, suffer intense emotional ups and downs, interpret reality radically, and constantly perceive the environment as threatening. All of this means that, far from acting rationally, their reactions are often guided by aggressiveness and anger. Getting them to enjoy and maintain an inner balance requires important work on their personality, from pharmacotherapy to individual and group psychotherapy. Another type of personality that tends to suffer is the so-called PS, highly sensitive personality. It is not found today in the DSM-5, Manual of Mental Disorders, but it exists, and having it generates important effects on those who suffer from it. The case of Ernesto. Ernesto is a patient who comes to my office for anxiety. The episode started at the university with the exams, but now he suffers them in many places and situations. To this is added that he admits to being a depressed person. He details it this way. For no apparent reason, I am in a place and I need to leave, I get nervous and I no longer enjoy it. He has several men's clothing stores, a family business, in which he works with his wife. He has 2 small children. He describes himself as someone who tends to get sad easily. He admits to having many ups and downs, of which he does not know the cause. I ask you, after the first consultation, to notice and write down your worst moments, to try to analyze the reasons that lead you to have daily slumps. When he comes back for consultation, he tells me, "You're going to think I'm worse than I am." I smile. It is a very repeated phrase in the consultation, when someone is embarrassed to tell some peculiar hobby or thought. He explains to me that after many years, he has realized that the decoration of the places and the way people dress change him profoundly. He details for me with great nuances that one day, at his in-laws' house, he saw that the wall was chipped, and instantly he felt that he needed to leave there, he could not bear it. He points out that places, if they are not cared for, give off something negative and I get blocked. He adds that the same thing happens with ways of dressing, noises or smells. I need people to take care of the details and to be polite, if not, I'd rather not be in those places. I don't enjoy. He adds that if he is going to have dinner with his wife, and he does not like her shoes or dress. I am incapable of being affectionate, I become surly, and I want to return home as soon as possible. He tells me that he is easily startled by loud noises or inharmonious stimuli. I discover inside Ernesto, a person with a sensitivity to the surface. What Ernesto suffers from is called PS. Highly sensitive personality. Do you notice that you care about others more than normal? Are you constantly looking for peace and quiet? Do chaotic places upset you? Do you intuitively perceive reality in a deeper way than the people around you? These are some of the traits of people with PS, individuals who have a more sensitive nervous system, and perceive changes in details of the environment with greater intensity. An excess of stimulation disturbs them deeply. This type of personality has probably always existed throughout history, but it has only recently come to light and been studied. It may also be that the cases are more frequent because we live in the most hyperstimulated society in history, and therefore, it is easier for the senses of certain people to be saturated more easily. These people are especially intuitive, but a poor control of their emotions, or a lack of awareness of the subject can overwhelm them and lead them to block themselves. Let's detail some features. They feel more intensely. They meticulously capture reality with greater intuition. They have a great capacity for observation. They pay attention to the details of a room, clothing, art, the weather, or the mood of others. They have an easier time feeling tired and overwhelmed by excessive stimuli. They have great empathy and are able to put themselves in the place of others, caring a lot about others. They get excited easily. There is a component of shyness in many of these people. They tend to measure themselves more and be more cautious before facing a situation or challenge. They need a lot of security before making a decision or embarking on a project, so they previously collect a lot of data and only decide after a meticulous analysis. They process information with great subtlety and depth. On many occasions, they are perfectionists, since they value details to a great extent. They highly value education and are especially careful. They are more sensitive to criticism. It is difficult for them to accept that negative things are said to them. They capture nuances, noises, smells, temperatures with greater intensity. It exists in both men and women, although it seems to be more frequent in women. The reality is that in recent years, this symptomatology has grown in men, who on many occasions do not know how to adapt to this sensation. Some develop anxiety or depression more frequently, because they are more vulnerable to the outside world and to the inside. These people have to learn to adapt, to know the sites that limit them the most or the type of people or environments that tend to block them. In the case of children, you have to learn how to treat them, without being excessively overprotective, but you do have to understand their excessive reactions to some circumstances. The dream. This section acquires a special relevance. We spend, or should spend, a third of our lives in the arms of Morpheus. Sleep is something important to take care of. We enter the world of night and dreams. We all know what it's like to spend a sleepless night, unable to fall asleep, or sleep with multiple awakenings every so often. In both cases, one wakes up in the morning feeling exhausted. When rest fails, the mind does not function normally. Memory and learning problems arise, attention and concentration failures, and errors in cognitive abilities. The absence of rest or poor rest makes us susceptible and irritable beings who cannot respond adequately to external stimuli. Lack of sleep even affects the immune system. The parasympathetic nervous system, responsible for rest, recovery and the production of lymphocytes, is weakened and profoundly altered. Nightmares, multiple awakenings, light sleep, or the feeling of lack of rest, are one of the main causes of consultations with the doctor, neurologist, or psychiatrist. In some stages of life medication is necessary, but its chronic consumption has detrimental effects on the brain. We have the first longitudinal studies on the consequences of abusing these sleeping drugs. Benzodiazepines, alprazolam, lorazepam, diazepam and their derivatives enter the body and induce sleep, each with its own mechanism of action, but sustained over time, they generate tolerance, abuse and dependency over time. Withdrawal is, in most cases, a problem. Sleep is fundamental because it is essential to renew some areas of the brain, among others, the hippocampus, which is decisive for memory and learning, and which regulates fear at various levels. During the night the memory is reconstructed and the learning of the day is revived. That is why students who sleep badly do worse on exams. Beware of those who spend the night awake with a binge of hours of study, enduring caffeine. Perhaps the next day they will save the pass, but their brain has not consolidated what it learned at night, it has simply used short-term memory to get by. During sleep, emotions are also stored, whether they are gratitude or resentment and anger. That is why it is so important to be able to bring joyful or positive thoughts to mind before going to bed. A curiosity: why does the coffee wake up? Curious, but very interesting. Let's see. Any activity we do, work, study, play sports, move, requires the use of energy. What is the body's energy called? It is called ATP, adenosine triphosphate. Each cell feeds on these molecules, which come mainly from what we ingest. When we exercise, work, study, think, we make use of that ATP that the body is consuming little by little. Every time we use an ATP molecule, it breaks and divides into two, a phosphate molecule and an adenosine molecule. This molecule called adenosine is important for our rest, since it is a substance that induces sleep. The brain consists of sensitive and specialized receptors for adenosine. If the levels of this molecule are high, our body perceives a feeling of drowsiness, and sleep will be deeper. The body, which is very wise, uses this system to generate a feeling of tiredness and induce sleep after effort, exercise, study. There are other molecules responsible for the rest process, but high levels of adenosine have a great impact on sleep and help us rest better. What is the role of coffee? This is where the famous caffeine comes into play, the quintessential anti-sleep molecule. It was discovered by the German chemist Friedlieb Ferdinand Runge in 1819. It has a great similarity with adenosine. It is what is called a non-selective antagonist of adenosine receptors, that is, by consuming caffeine we block the receptors in the brain sensitive to adenosine. At that time, the brain no longer receives the signal that you are sleepy, so you will last longer awake, working or doing some activity. Little sleep has harmful effects on the body and mind. The human being, in general, needs 4 or 5 sleep cycles. The duration of each of them is around 90 minutes. An example that surely has happened to you on some occasion. You wake up in the middle of the night, feeling clear. You go back to sleep, and when you wake up in the morning, to the alarm clock, you feel groggy and tired. For what is this? It is related to sleep cycles. There are 5 phases. 1 and 2 are light sleep, 3 and 4 are deep sleep, and 5, the REM phase, rapid eye movement, is where one has dreams. Each cycle lasts, as we have said, about 90 minutes, 60 or 65 minutes of phases 1 to 4, plus 20 minutes of phase 5. What sleep science postulates is that it does not depend so much on the number of hours that one spends in bed, but the sleep cycles performed. A trick that can be useful if your sleep phases are regular is this. Find an hour to get up, that goes from an hour and a half, the approximate time of a cycle, in an hour and a half, 3 hours, 4.5 hours, 6 hours, 7.5 hours. It all depends on whether you need to get up early, you have a trip, you have less time, or you are learning to manage your sleep. Let's give an example. If you go to bed at 12 and set the alarm clock for 7:30, it will be less difficult for you to wake up, and you will even notice that your brain activates easily and is more fresh. If you put it at 8, even if you sleep more, curiously, it will take more effort to get up. Your alarm clock will have sounded in the middle of a deep sleep phase. Each person is different, and their cycles are affected by factors such as exercise, stress, medication, or alcohol. We all know someone who sleeps less than 5 hours, who works, and is in optimal conditions to work. That is why the sleep cycles of each one deserve to be studied individually, to adapt our schedules to them. Sleep hygiene, 5 tips to sleep well. Get rid of the devices before bed. Be careful with the screen, video games, social networks before going to bed. There are several studies that point to the detrimental effect of light from a screen, telephone, smartphone, tablet, before going to bed. A study published in 2014 by the British Medical Journal, carried out on 9,846 adolescents between the ages of 16 and 19, showed that the use of the screen altered the normal pattern of sleep. The more a device is used before sleeping, the greater the risk of poor sleep. The problem lies in the sleep onset latency, SOL, that is, the time taken to fall asleep. The blue light from the device hinders the secretion of the sleep hormone, melatonin. Studies claim that this light decreases up to 22% of the production of this substance. Some devices already have a night mode, where the light emitted by the screen is filtered and affects melatonin much less intensely. Beware of emotional stimuli. A conversation that worries you, a dinner that ends in conflict, a heated argument with your partner, are ingredients so that you do not rest properly that night. If you see a movie that terrifies you, or the news disturbs you, rethink the last thing you have in your sight and mind before going to bed. Each person is a world for the theme of rest. There are people who fall asleep even in the middle of an action movie, and others who cannot rest, due to almost imperceptible stimuli. The important thing is that you know yourself and accept that there are stages of your life in which you are most vulnerable, and in order not to harm the quality of your rest, you should pay more attention to the emotions that affect your sleep. Take care of the last thoughts before closing your eyes. Be careful to review everything that worries you in bed. Try not to anticipate everything negative that has happened that day, or could happen the next day. Focus on something joyful and positive that happened to you or that makes you smile. No matter how bad the day has been, there is always something positive to hold on to. Get into a healthy routine. Sleep hygiene is based on the fact that the brain prepares itself to enter the phases of sleep in a healthy way. A ritual is recommended to parents of newborns before going to bed at night so that the baby's brain is conditioned for sleep. Something similar happens in adults. A shower, reading something quiet, drinking an infusion, meditating or praying, listening to music or watching a series that helps you disconnect, can be rituals to prepare your mind before reaching the depths of sleep. 2 friends or enemies. Beware of excessive exercise at night. Just as it helps some people release cortisol and rest more deeply, it activates it for others and prevents them from sleeping. Copious dinners and alcohol are disruptive agents of rest. Beware of caffeine, tea, or some stimulants prior to sleep. Sleep without light. It may surprise you. Many people in summer take the opportunity to sleep with the window open, and wake up as soon as the first rays of the sun enter through the window. That's not a problem, as long as you don't mind getting up early. I mean having a light on somewhere in the room, from the television sensor, having phone notifications activated, or a light in the hallway. As small and imperceptible as these lights may seem, they have a deleterious effect on the production of melatonin. The state of mood depends on the attitude. The attitude prior to any situation determines how I respond to it. The way in which I face a job interview, a love date, an exam, crucially influences the outcome of these. There are people who prefer to always think of the worst so as not to get excited in vain. It is true that in this way one is positively surprised when enjoying something unexpected, but we know that the brain is activated in an impressive way by placing a positive attitude as the center of behavior. Attitude is the decision with which I decide to face life. Being a decision, one can always work and improve on it. Attitude is a powerful mood activator. There are times when one is in a depressive state, which does not respond to attitudes of any kind, but we know that as soon as a person who suffers, is sick and has ailments, he uses his best disposition, even if it costs him, and things gradually improve. And they flow. Capacity, the ascending reticular activator system, SRA. The true act of discovery does not consist in going out in search of new lands, but in learning to see the old land with new eyes. Marcel Proust. The ascending activating reticular system is an ugly name, but a truly interesting and inspiring place in the brain. That day my life changed. Somali Moem. He had finished his medical degree. I took the mere exam to be able to choose the specialty. Days before going to the Ministry of Health to apply for a psychiatry position in Madrid, I spoke with a good friend from the career. She proposed a crazy but exciting plan: lose my place, I could take the exam again a year later, and go to Cambodia, to work in an NGO, in which she had collaborated for a long time with her family. I was excited by the idea. Minutes before my number appeared on the ministry's screen, I got up and left. I called my parents, who were stunned and couldn't believe the decision. The following days I dedicated myself to planning my trip. I did not know the history or the way of life of the Cambodians in depth. I went to a bookstore on Calle Serrano, in Madrid, which has travel books, and bought several on Buddhist culture, the history of Cambodia and the traditions of Southeast Asia. Suddenly a book caught my attention, The Silence of Innocence, by Somali Mam. I flashed the summary of her life. She had been sold to a prostitution and brothel ring in Cambodia, and had spent more than 10 years working until she fell in love with a client and was able to leave him. He founded one of the main NGOs in the world, in the area of human trafficking and the fight against sexual abuse and prostitution. The dedication is addressed to Queen Sophia, for your constant attention to others. It was she who gave me the strength to continue my fight. I bought the book, which reflects rape and aggression in a world of moral emptiness. They have been the hardest pages I have ever read in my life. A great interest in meeting that surviving fighter was born in me. I sensed, through the pages of the book, that in part, Somali had not been able to overcome some of the traumas and wounds from her past. When he released a girl, his way of expressing it revealed a pain that had not yet healed. I tried to locate it. I searched on the internet. The page of his foundation. I wrote several emails. I never received an answer. I learned that he had been on a trip to various countries in Europe and the United States, denouncing this scourge. I made the decision to help her, for which I needed to meet her. I would put all possible means to run into her at some point. The first step was obvious, you had to fly to Cambodia. The planned route was Madrid-London, Bangkok-Phnom Penh. Arriving in London, a storm delayed the landing for 2 hours, so I missed my flight to Thailand. I spent the night in an airport hotel, and the next morning, they put me on a flight from another company. At the boarding gate, they told me that my luggage had been lost at the airport. They asked me to wait for it to appear or make the claim at the destination. I got on the plane. I was determined to help in Cambodia, and the loss of some suitcases was not going to stop me. I landed in Bangkok. After 6 hours of waiting, I was able to catch a flight to Phnom Penh. Once there, I rushed to claim my bags. Beside me, a Cambodian lady claimed hers. I stared at her. She looked like Somali from the book, but I had never seen a Cambodian face before. Just in case, I took out the book and put it on the counter. "You have my book," he told me in English. I couldn't believe it, it was her. A chill ran down my spine. "Lucky," I told her, in a hasty and nervous way. I had not slept well, emotions were running high. I was coming to Cambodia to look for her, that I had an idea to help her in her project with the girls. "I don't trust." He looked around. He was carrying a guy who was acting as a bodyguard protector. It was an exciting time in my life, and I was going to miss it. "You love someone very much," I added. "To whom?" "I wonder." I answered Queen Sophia, and she looked at me carefully. "Do you know her?" "We all know her." Finally, he smiled kindly at me and said, "This is my phone, call me tomorrow." After that providential meeting, I met in her a true fighter, dedicated to helping other women in her place. With her hand, I entered the world of prostitution and brothels, carrying out prevention of HIV and sexually transmitted diseases, therapies with raped and abused girls and young people, and I even met Queen Sophia in person, and met her on several occasions, since she was interested in collaborating with Somali. I came into contact with a terrible world, full of pain and physical suffering, and especially psychological. I cared for women with authentic traumas, but I received in return the satisfaction of being able to help, of being useful in the midst of that underworld, of providing professional and personal help to people who have nothing. An experience like this enriches the one who gives more than the one who receives, because it helps to give thanks and value more what one has, and to never leave those who suffer aside. And all because of a chance encounter at an airport claiming some lost suitcases. Was it luck? Thanks to that moment my life changed. How good it was for me to miss the flight and the suitcases. Upwarding Activator Reticular System, SRAA. Every moment, our mind captures several million bits of information, but it only pays attention to what interests us, or that is part of our illusions or dreams. As we are exposed to a multitude of stimuli, the RAAS is in charge of filtering and prioritizing, among all this information, what is of interest for our objectives, concerns, and even our survival. If we had a brain that could assimilate and process all the stimuli, we would end up exhausted. When a woman is pregnant and walking down the street, she may think, "How many baby carriages are there in my neighborhood?" There really isn't a birth boom. What happens is that your brain is more sensitive to that data. If something interests us, the brain does its best to locate it among all the inputs it receives. When we search for apartments for rent, suddenly, our brain sees posters everywhere. If we are interested in a car model, suddenly we run into it at all traffic lights. Probably many of those billboards or cars were there a long time ago, but you had no intention or ability to see them. Your head was in other matters. If you crave something strongly, you will be able to visualize it. This does not mean that just because you want something, it will happen the next day. What it is about is giving the brain objectives and illusions, to be open to them if they pass by. The problem is that many people don't know what they want, they even just get carried away. For most people, interesting things don't happen in their lives for a very simple reason: they don't know what they want to happen to them. Dream big, act small. Use your imagination in a healthy way. If you want something with some real realism and you strongly imagine it, you can get it. Let your heart fly, make an action plan and execute it. The plan is essential. Without a plan or short-term goals, good things are not achieved. There's nothing wrong with building castles in the air, as long as you're able to build foundations under them. Use your imagination. Sounds. Neurobiologically, amazing things happen in the brain when you strongly and hopefully imagine something. Your brain undergoes a change, since you induce an emotional state that has the capacity to modify the normal behavior of your neurons. You attract what happens to you in life. Focus on what you really want, use your passion to get excited about a big or small project, but that awakens the depths of your being, and you will begin to feel that something is happening inside you. You gain security, confidence, joy, and something even more surprising, your brain changes. States of illusion maintained over a few days activate a process of neurogenesis. Stem cells go to the hippocampus, the area of memory and learning, and become neurons. We know of few ways to regenerate new neural cells. Passion and illusion are one of them. Every human being, if he sets his mind to it, can be a sculptor of his own brain. Santiago Ramon y Cajal. Your mind and your body are transformed when they perceive that something good can happen. It's not about obsessing over achieving an exact goal. Life doesn't always take you where you want, but about getting a state of mind that leads you to release TMV, your best version. Remember that obsessing over a goal can have the opposite effect, that is, not visualizing interesting alternatives that arise in your life because you are only focused on achieving something very specific and concrete. Sometimes you have to distance yourself, obtain a more global vision, and perhaps aim towards a different goal. In life, we constantly receive signals, each one can name them as best suits them to find a suitable path, and then be able to develop our best version. Tips to power your SRAA. Every morning when you wake up, in bed or after, over coffee, find a goal for the day. It can be from something insignificant, talking to someone, having a conversation or a call, or a more important challenge that excites you, which will put your brain in an optimal emotional state. Imagine achieving that challenge, with illusion, peace and confidence. Feel it, enjoy it and enjoy it. A few moments, only. Be careful that your imagination does not play a trick on you by wasting time in the clouds. Think of a first step to get closer to it, make a brief plan. Cheer up, you are close to achieving it, you have activated your RAS to make it easier to achieve it. It is essential to open your mind. If we don't activate our attention and the RAS, we won't see the possibilities that unfold. If, on the other hand, we go with a receptive, optimistic attitude and with faith, we will be able to understand what happens to us, to give meaning to our experiences. We have a problem, and it is that in this world, we no longer pay attention to what happens to us, and we are not surprised by anything. Today's society needs to look at reality carefully and curiously again. If you look at anything carefully, after a while it becomes something interesting. This requires stopping and being able to listen to the silence. Silence is not the absence of sound. It is the ability to look inward with peace, breaking with the external noise. Try to go down the street with a child and you will notice everything that activates their attention. From my house to my little son's nursery there are less than 500 meters. When I take him, it takes almost half an hour, and I come back, less than 5 minutes. The reason? There are multiple distractions that attract your attention: police cars, garbage trucks, people on motorbikes, airplanes, colored lights, shop windows, loud music coming from a car, strangers you pass and whom you greet. Learn to look at reality again. Knowing how to look is knowing how to love. Enrique Rojas. Observe and delight yourself with the reality that surrounds you. You will see how it is always attractive in one way or another. Looking closely returns interest and fascination with life. We must learn to look at reality with new eyes, with tenderness, without harshness. What is needed for that? Detention and wonder. I recommend it to you. Look again at your work, your family, your children, your house, with amazement. Perhaps some detail that you have inadvertently become accustomed to catches you, or you may rediscover positive things that you had overlooked. This is especially important in relationships. Look at your husband or wife as if it were the first time. Pay attention to their physiognomy, their body language, deepen their look, the way they treat others and yourself. Never get used to the person you fell in love with. Don't let the routine beat you, it demands attention. If you look at reality with indifference or boredom, taking everything for granted, without dwelling on the nuances, it is most likely that you will always get stuck in the same thing, constantly staying with the negative, the difficult, what has no simple solution. The case of Amelia. Amelia has been divorced for 8 years. She had been with her husband, Juan, a guy she was very much in love with for 20 years. They had 3 teenage children ages 19, 17, and 16. The relationship was going well, they respected and loved each other, with the ups and downs of any marriage, but overall, they were a stable couple. Juan, due to work issues, began to travel a lot in the United States. He spent long periods between New York, Miami, and Los Angeles. Amelia accused him, because she had gotten used to having a solid partner, and she noticed that the deal was getting cold. Indeed, one day Juan sat Amelia down after a trip and told her that he had fallen in love with someone else. Amelia tried to dissuade him, convince him, took him to several therapists, but Juan had already made the decision. The other girl was young, 27 years old, and they were expecting a child together. Amelia realized that even if she wanted to, it would be impossible for her to forgive him. The first 4 years were hell for her, she suffered, cried and went through severe depression. After following a pharmacological treatment, he improved, and the medication was progressively withdrawn. When he comes to my office, as I said, 8 years have passed since the separation. She is accompanied by her eldest daughter, 27 years old, a medical resident at a hospital in Madrid. He tells me that his mother has not returned to being what she was, and that despite the years, she has not recovered her illusion for anything. He explains to me that he always has a negative comment for everyone, he judges everyone harshly and his outward gaze is contemptuous. She denies being sad or depressed and only speaks to criticize or judge others. He pays attention to the smallest details and everything can be improved in his environment. She is going to be a grandmother in a few months, and her children are worried about her attitude. When I talk to Amelia, I meet a woman angry with life. From the first moment she complains about the weather, the traffic in Madrid and that her children are very demanding. During the hour that the interview lasts, I can't get him to speak well of anything or anyone. I ask her about her house on the beach, the daughter tells me that it is a beautiful and very pleasant place, and she tells me that a lot of dust accumulates during the year and that she no longer enjoys going in summer. When asking about her daughter, the one who is going to be a mother, she tells me, "Don't count on me to help you when you're born, I already told you that you were too young to have children now." The daughter who accompanies her to the consultation confirms that she was really depressed, cried all the time and spent days in bed, but what now prevails in her behavior are constant complaints. I explain to Amelia the importance of looking at her reality with different eyes. She looks at me surprised. He states without hesitation, "I am completely objective. I insist that happiness depends on the interpretation that one makes of their reality." I give him his personality chart of happiness and beliefs and I explain that he has settled into a role where criticism and judgment reign everywhere. He is unable to visualize good things or look at his surroundings with wonder, compassion, and finesse. We started a therapy that lasted 10 months. I helped him to overcome the wounds of the past, to not hate the present so much, and to be able to be excited about the future. It was not easy, but today he is aware that his problem lay in how he interpreted his reality. Her attention span, as she herself defined, was infected. The optimist looks into your eyes, speaks heart to heart, the pessimist looks at the ground, shrugs his shoulders and forgets to communicate with his heart. Fix your attention. Seek to concentrate. The quintessential Spanish philosopher, José Ortega y Gasset, possessed one of the most important thinking minds of recent times. The author of I Am Me and My Circumstance had serious problems concentrating, due to the number of ideas that crowded into his head. To achieve the state of mind that he required for his writings, he needed self-absorption, through which he abstracted himself from the outside world. He was walking through his immense empty corridor, almost in the dark. When he managed to put his thoughts in order, he would sit at his desk to capture his ideas with a black cloth on the wall at eye level. That's how he kept himself inspired, like in the situation in the hallway. What technique do you use when you need to really concentrate? Your heart hoping that something can surprise you. Neuroplasticity and attention. Neuroplasticity is responsible for rewiring neural connections, from the establishment of new connections between cells, to the phenomena of adaptation of the brain to changes, circumstances, and challenges. Various factors such as stress, diseases, genetics, infections, traumas, or accidents negatively influence this capacity. When you activate your RAAS, some neurons connect and make it easier for you to be able to capture what is most important and necessary in the face of the multitude of stimuli. We sculpt the brain in real time, according to what we attend to and pay attention to. Neurons work in our mind according to how attention is focused. When you are not able to control the focus of your attention, when you cannot concentrate properly, the efficiency of your decision-making process is seriously affected. The good news is that we can dismantle the mental automatisms that distort us, to redirect attention towards what we really want. Attention is an act of the will, and therefore, it can be trained. To dominate the will, it is necessary to be masters of our attention. Now start training your attention. Try to focus on positive things in your environment. Savor the present moment. I say taste because, sometimes, we get used to the sensations coming from the senses, and we don't pay attention to them. If you eat an orange, a banana, or a piece of ham, enjoy it. Strive to feel its smell, texture, and taste. In a park, dare to close your eyes and focus on your senses of hearing and smell. With music, which is not just to distract you, don't listen to it, listen to it. Decide. Take charge of your life. Observe something valuable, objectively good, in your environment, and for a minute, repeat positive things about it. You'll be surprised. Try to do it with people, with events, with circumstances. There is a lot of good that you do not perceive because you have blocked that area of your mind. Do not forget that the mind and the body are deeply united. Medication helps, but it is never the only solution to your problems. It pushes you to improve, but you need to work on your mind so as not to relapse. Chapter 6. Emotions and their impact on health. What are emotions? They are affective states of more or less intensity, the response that the body offers to the circumstances of life, to the events of our day-to-day, to our subjectivity, which show the way of being and express the way in which we feel. The same facts can cause different emotions, which give color and flavor to the events of our lives. But emotions are also related to physical and mental health. For example, if I say I feel good, I experience well-being and peace. If I affirm I feel healthy, I improve my health, and if, on the contrary, I manifest I feel alone, I experience loneliness. Positive psychology. The term positive psychology was coined by the American psychologist Martin Seligman in 1998. There are two ways to respond to events. They are positive or negative emotions. Depending on who dominates and commands, we will feel one way or another. Let's go deeper. The most studied throughout history have been negative emotions: pain, anguish, anxiety, anger, loneliness. In recent years, science has increasingly investigated positive emotions, especially after the relatively recent appearance of positive psychology. Another interesting scientist is Richard J. Davidson, Ph.D., in neuropsychology and founder and president of the Center for Healthy Minds Research at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. There he investigates emotions, behaviors, and positive qualities of the human being such as kindness, affection, compassion, and love. All this began after meeting the Dalai Lama in 1992, who asked him a question. Have you never considered inquiring in your studies about the mind, kindness, tenderness, or compassion? Since then, he has been investigating positive emotions in humans. His motto is the foundation of a healthy brain is kindness. A study with surprising participants. Doctors David Snowden and Deborah D. Danner carried out a study with 180 Catholic nuns in the United States, who had written autobiographical notes at an average age of 22 years. These nuns were analyzed 60 years later. The researchers found a correlation between the positive emotions expressed in these autobiographical notes and longevity. 90% of those who had quantified the highest number of positive emotions were still alive at 85 years of age, and this only happened at the age of 85. 34% of those who had shown less positive emotions. In a later evaluation, 54% of those who showed the most positive emotions were still alive at 94 years of age, while only 11% of the group with the fewest positive emotions survived. They also discovered that the nuns who expressed more thoughts, or had a greater wealth of vocabulary, had a lower chance of developing some type of senile dementia after the age of 85, the age at which the risk of Alzheimer's is around 50%. The study continued even after the death of the study participants, as the vast majority donated their brains so that it could be analyzed later. In this sense, the greatest discovery was that there was no clear relationship between pathology and symptoms, that is, that nuns whose brains presented severe damage had shown a good state of physical and mental health, and vice versa. Intact tissues were found in nuns who had shown clear symptoms of some kind of senile dementia. The healthiest brains were also found to correspond to those of nuns who lived to be over 100 years old. It is curious to know that Professor Snowdon started the study completely by accident. She went to the convent to inquire about the eating habits of the religious community and its effects on aging. Once there, he was surprised to realize that it was an interesting study group, with ideal characteristics to be studied with low stress levels, without tobacco or alcohol. 7 nuns over 100 years old came to live in that place. They were called the Magnificent Seven. The study received an official grant of about €5 million due to the interest it aroused. We reached a very interesting conclusion. Senility and mental aging do not seem inevitable, even if we are very old. The key seems to lie in positive emotions. The main emotions. Multiple authors have delved into this question, qualifying emotions and studying them in different countries and societies to reach an agreement. The American psychologist Paul Ekman, advisor on the Pixar movie Inside Out, studied emotions in depth, and the way in which we show what we are feeling, the facial or body expression that they carry. Why do we shrug our shoulders when we feel sad? Why do we gesticulate differently when experiencing disgust or fear? Paul Ekman created what is known as the Facial Action Coding System, FACS, a taxonomy that measures the movements of the 42 muscles of the face, as well as those of the head and eyes. This is how he established in 1972 that there were 6 universal facial expressions, which he related with what for him are the 6 basic or primary emotions: anger, disgust, fear, joy, sadness, and surprise. The molecules of emotion. We are entering an exciting field. American neuroscientist Candace B. Pert, who died in 2013, director of the NIM, United States National Institute of Mental Health, and author of the bestseller, Molecules of Emotion, The Molecules of Emotion, on the effect of these on health, caused a true revolution with his studies on the mind-body connection. It was she who discovered the opioid receptor. Let's go on to explain his discovery in a simple way. Opioid receptors are found on the surface of the cell membrane and selectively bind to specific lock-key molecules. Those molecules that reach the receptors are called neuropeptides. The latter are the basic substrates of emotion. The interesting thing is that each emotion activates the production of these neuropeptides. When the membrane receptor receives that neuropeptide molecule of emotion, it transmits a message to the interior. This message has the ability to alter cell frequency and biochemistry, affecting its behavior. What do we mean by cell behavior? From the generation of new proteins or cell division, to the opening or closing of ionic channels, or even the modification of the epigenetic expression of genes. That is, these neuropeptides act as mechanisms that alter our physiology, behavior, and even genetics. Part of a cell's story derives from the signals that neuropeptides of emotion send to the membrane. In the words of Dr. Pert herself, neurotransmitters called peptides carry emotional messages. As our feelings change, this mixture of peptides travels throughout the body and brain. They are literally changing the chemistry of every cell in the body. Due to these and other discoveries, she is considered the founder of what is now called psychoneuroimmunology. The disease is, therefore, inescapably associated with emotions. When an emotion is expressed, the organism responds. When an emotion is denied or repressed, it becomes trapped, seriously harming the individual. As Pert says, every emotion has a biochemical reflection within the body. Who swallows the emotions, drowns. A Spanish proverb already says it: whoever swallows a lot, in the end he drowns. During these pages we have been discovering the importance of thoughts and emotions in our health and behavior. Let's look at a concrete example. If someone says to me, "You are dressed horribly," I can react in different ways. Responding, "You really are horrible." Swallowing all emotion, staying resentful, sad and thinking about it. Why did he tell me this? I'm not that horrible either. What will he have against me? Should I have dressed differently? Block and cancel what happened, without thinking about it, ignore it. Answer something like, "I like it, I have always had original and different tastes." Each response has a different impact on the body, on each cell, and of course, on the mind. In the first case, when I respond impulsively, directly, and even a bit aggressively, my body may not change, but I end up losing friends and breaking or making many personal relationships difficult. The second and third make me sick. I am silencing and blocking negative emotions, and this has an impact on my physical and psychological health. Freud explained it this way: repressed emotions never die. They are buried alive and they will come to light in the worst way. The last answer is the sanest. It is not always possible to act and respond in the best possible way. Sometimes our own personality or circumstances make us act unexpectedly or inappropriately, and we are only aware of it later. We live in a society that encourages us to block and nullify emotions. This is because it seems that feeling or emotion is a sign of weakness or lack of strength. Sometimes it even seems that it is inappropriate to express what one feels, especially if it has an emotional component. Those of us who are dedicated to the world of the mind and emotions know that repressing an emotion is equivalent to not accepting it. They remain embedded and insisted in the subconscious. The logical thing is that they emerge in one way or another at another time in our lives, then deeply disturbing our balance. A clear example are the depressions that occur during pregnancy or the puerperium, moments of great vulnerability in women. If one keeps what one feels for fear of what others think, for fear of being ridiculed or for inability to express it, that ends up causing damage. Emotions accumulate and harm us, they are like shadows that disturb our body and mind. Learn to express your emotions. When you are not able to do it, sometimes you hope that the other person will realize the damage done. The reality is that most of the time, those who judge, criticize or hurt, do not do it with evil. They even ignore the harm they cause to others. There are people who enjoy offending and hurting others, but they are the least. In these cases, we speak, for example, of people with severe personality disorders. The person affected by an antisocial disorder, commonly called a psychopath, enjoys hurting others and does so with the intention of hurting. On the other hand, there are people with a high sensitivity and vulnerability to the comments and actions of others. They have excessively thin psychological skin, and they must be treated with care because at the slightest they feel offended. The case of Beatriz and Luis. Beatriz and Luis have been married for 6 years. They have 3 young children, the eldest is 3 years old and 2 one-year-old twins. Luis is an architect who worked and traveled a lot for many years, but after the economic crisis he has suffered considerably. He has changed jobs and now accepts freelance projects to improve his salary. Luis is direct, impulsive, fast and efficient, a perfectionist. He pays attention to details and likes everything to be right. He sees things clearly and expresses what he feels at all times. Beatriz is a decorator. They met in a project to remodel a building of cultural interest in the north of Spain, and soon they became engaged and married. She comes from a family where she is the eldest of 4 sisters. He has a very close relationship with his sisters and his mother. He has always been very sensitive. Her father was ill for many years due to a kidney problem, and she has always helped her mother with everything. He tends to swallow everything bad that happens, so as not to worry anyone excessively. Beatriz comes to my office because for a few months she has been sad, apathetic, and without strength. He relates it to the birth of the twins, but they are already a year old and he still hasn't raised his head. He can't enjoy anything, and at certain times of the day, when Luis is working, he locks himself in his room to cry. He tries to hide it in front of his children. When her husband comes home, tired and slightly irritable, the money costs more to earn, he sees toys on the floor, the house in disarray, and the children crying, and he yells that everything be put in order quickly, and that the children eat dinner quickly. And don't make noise, because he wants to go into the living room to watch the news without anything bothering him. Beatrice, quiet, doesn't say anything, tidies up, cleans, prepares the food, and when the children are in bed, she just wants to cry. Luis doesn't realize it, he's on his own, with his worries, and Beatrice doesn't say anything to him. Nothing, because he doesn't know how to say it, he doesn't know how to express it. The day Beatrice arrives, she tells me that a few days ago she was diagnosed with irritable bowel syndrome. I do a complete interview where he tells me the family history. She admits that she has never known how to confront her husband, or anyone close to her, to avoid conflicts. Prefers apparent harmony, to reply or say that something does not seem right. In recent times, it has associated vertigo and dizziness, apart from digestive symptoms. Psychologically, he admits that he doesn't enjoy anything, has memory lapses and difficulty concentrating. When we talk to her husband, Luis doesn't understand what could have led her to this situation. He explains that his wife is a person with a big heart, and that she never gets angry. He admits that he has an explosive character, but that his wife takes him very well. I explain to each of them separately, in the form of a diagram, how their minds, their emotions and their behaviors work after external stimuli, to Beatrice after his shouting and impatience, and to him after his frustrations due to economic and professional issues. I give them the personality scheme of the other, so that they understand each other, and I guide them with very specific guidelines to improve the relationship. After a few months of therapy, Beatrice is better. I prescribe an antidepressant medication to improve his mood, which helps him regulate his physical symptoms. To Luis, a mood stabilizer to block moments of impulsiveness. After psychotherapy, the relationship improves significantly. Each one understands better how the other works, but, above all, they learn to manage their emotions in a healthier way. Therefore, if we do not express how we feel, there is a high probability that the person in front of us is not aware of the damage they are causing us. Women, in general, are more sensitive than men, and by thinking about everything more, they suffer more, with the aggravating circumstance that in many cases, their husbands, due to lack of time, attention, aptitude or all of them, do not know how to read the subtle external signs with which they sometimes try to communicate. Men tend to be less emotional and more practical. In today's culture, women have a greater capacity to teach to love, to feel and to express themselves than men. Of course, as in everything, there are exceptions to the rule, but this is usually the most frequent dynamic that I find in consultation. I'm not saying it's good to say the first thing that comes to mind were feels, but it's also not healthy to skip all conversations with whom we live, about something that is hurting us. The important thing is to achieve a balance between situations in which it is necessary to express oneself emotionally, and those in which it is better to remain silent to safeguard our inner peace and outer harmony. What happens to the repressed emotions? We said that they return through the back door at some point in the form of physical or psychological illnesses. We consider neurotic people to be those who, having not been able to manage their emotions in a healthy way, remain entrenched in the past. They are crushed by events, thoughts or feelings not overcome or poorly digested, and that transforms their character into something sick and exhausting. We have already seen how positive emotions promote longevity, prevent the appearance of diseases, or contribute to their cure. Negative emotions, on the contrary, can favor the appearance of diseases. The case of Emile. Emilio comes to my office one day to learn about the diagnosis and treatment of his 14-year-old daughter, who has been in therapy for several months for bullying, and which has led to mood problems and behavioral disorders. He avoids going to the sessions with his wife because he does not consider his daughter's therapy necessary, and everything related to psychology seems absurd and useless to him. He greets me coldly and sits down. In these cases, I try to deal with trivial matters, until I perceive that a cordial atmosphere has been generated. Within minutes, I begin to tell him about his daughter and how much she admires and loves him. Suddenly, I notice her voice cracks slightly and she changes the subject. Have you been excited? I ask him. I don't like to get excited or feel anything intensely. That's a sign of weakness, and sentimental people don't get far in life. Ouch. Big mistake. Sentimentality and emotionality are not the same. After that day, a very interesting therapy begins with Emilio. We dive into his biography. He comes from a wealthy family. His father is American and his mother is Spanish. His mother is cold, unemotional, and has never allowed expressions of affection in the family environment. At home, he has never perceived an affectionate gesture between his parents, a hug, a caress, or even an "I love you." As a child he had a neighbor with whom he talked a lot, but he changed cities and never fully trusted anyone again. Curiously, the day he talks about that neighbor, whom he hasn't seen for more than 30 years, he gets emotional and cries. I have already explained to you that the office is the appropriate place to cry. Nobody judges him, nobody criticizes him. Tears are a powerful source of release of anguish. What produces crying? Let's not forget that the only species that cries for emotional reasons is the human being. When someone watches another cry, emotions or prosocial behaviors that lead them to empathize with the other person are often activated within the observer. Therefore, it is possible to think that at some point in history, in the evolution of Homo sapiens, tears became a form of expression of the emotional state of mind. The body produces more than 100 liters of crying per year on average. If we think of all those people who can't remember the last time they cried, they exist to make up for others who cry liters and liters of tears. There are 3 types of tears. The basal ones serve to maintain the hydration of the eye, the protective ones. They sprout before physical aggressions, specks of dust, gases, and the emotional ones. Emotional crying is activated when the body perceives a state of alertness, sadness, anguish, danger, and sends tears to the eyes as a reaction to it. Similarly, there is an increase in heart rate and a flush of the cheeks. The benefits of a good cry. In 2013, a therapy called ruikatsu, which translates as looking for tears, began in Japan. Japan is, for cultural and historical reasons, one of the countries in the world with the least education in the affective field. They are not allowed to express emotions socially. This technique helps them release tension, repressed emotions, and regain balance. It is a group therapy based on crying. They avoid doing it alone, because of the resemblance to depressive states where one locks oneself in to cry and vent. The first ruikatsu was organized by a former Japanese fisherman, Hiroki Tarai, in 2013. The process is as follows. Videos, advertisements or short films with a high emotional charge are projected in a room, with an audience of around 20 or 30 people, until people burst into tears. The duration is approximately 40 minutes. The result is that people leave clear, relieved and with a clear improvement in their mood. The researcher William Fry studied a few years ago the biochemical component of the tear, after crying intensely due to anguish or excessive sadness. He found elevated cortisol levels. This is the reason why, after a crying exercise, one feels liberated. Release tension and restlessness by getting rid of significant amounts of cortisol. Main psychosomatic symptoms if we block emotions. When emotions are transformed into physical illnesses, we are facing what is called psychosomatic illness, psych mind, soma body. A psychosomatic disease is a condition that originates in the mind, but develops its effects in the body. When a person goes through a situation of embarrassment, their cheeks turn red. It is an involuntary act and cannot be consciously altered. In an argument between 2 people, it can raise blood pressure. Before a lecture, an exam or an exhibition, one can feel tachycardia and hyperhidrosis, excessive sweating. People who suffer from chronic stress, anxiety, or depression in a high percentage suffer physical symptoms such as migraines, back pain, contractures, gastrointestinal disorders or other manifestations such as vertigo, dizziness, and tingling. The problem arises when the disease that settles in the body is more serious, from gastritis with associated ulcers that require surgical interventions, to disabling neurological or oncological diseases. The main psychosomatic disorders are related to the nervous system: migraines, headaches, dizziness, nausea, tingling, paresthesias, and muscle paralysis. Related to the senses: double vision, temporary blindness, and hoarseness. Related to the cardiovascular system: tachycardia and palpitations. Related to the respiratory system: tightness in the chest and feeling of lack of air. Related to the gastrointestinal system: diarrhea, constipation, reflux, heartburn, pharyngeal balloon, and difficulty swallowing. Let's not forget something essential. Long before getting sick, the body has been sending us alert signals in the form of discomfort, weakness, or ailments. The disease in these cases is a message sent by the body, which does not stop communicating with us, yearning to achieve balance and peace. Living in the era of speed and haste, where everything develops at such an intense pace, we do not connect with our interior and we do not know, or cannot, give voice to those symptoms that are alerting us that something is not working. These indicators are essential to avoid further disease, or at least to slow the worsening of symptoms. The body has a double function. On the one hand, it listens to everything our mind says, and on the other hand, it speaks to us through pain, discomfort, psychological concern, or disorders. I often say that anxiety is the fever of the mind and soul, and it warns us that the environment is hostile, or that we are subjecting the body to excessive activities, emotions, or situations that it cannot deal with. Therefore, these processes of discomfort or pain, each one knows their own, cry out to us to become aware of what is harming us, of what is posing a threat, or of something that is excessive for the body and the mind. Ignoring the signs is the first step towards the weakness and imbalance of our health. Some discomfort may be due to bad habits such as diet, poor sleep hygiene, excessive sedentary lifestyle, or incorrect body postures. If we are capable of making a good examination of our life, honestly, without seeking perfection that brings more anguish than peace, we will be on the right track. You have to allow yourself some time to analyze our life, consider what we are achieving, our objectives and goals. Observe and physically feel our body, find out if it is sending us any signals, and glimpse what the causes may be. Sometimes the help of a professional, a doctor, or a person who knows the body and its connection with the mind, can be a good support. Science has been showing us clear examples of diseases related to emotion. In dermatology, it has been documented that certain skin diseases are prevalent in patients who experience resentment, frustration, anxiety, or guilt. In cardiology, it has been shown that heart attacks are more common in people who are aggressive, competitive, or who have developed a chronopathy. In gastroenterology, a correlation has been observed between emotions such as anxiety about an exam or a job interview, for example, and intestinal or stomach ailments such as peptic ulcers. But, without a doubt, it is in oncology where the mind-body relationship is deepening. The American clinical psychologist Lawrence Lashon analyzed the lives of more than 500 cancer patients and revealed a very important relationship between depression and the appearance of cancer. Many of the people studied felt defeated by the breakup of close relationships and had tried to repress those emotions. These repressed emotions altered his neurohormonal balance and were counterproductive to his immune response. We will expand the oncology topic later. The case of Tomas. Tomas, 16 years old, comes to my office. It is the oldest of 3 brothers. Good student, his father is an architect and his mother a housewife. He has had vision problems for a year and a half. It all started one day in class, realizing that the blackboard was blurry. She notified the teacher, and in the afternoon, she went to the emergency room with her mother. He was diagnosed with accommodative spasm. They gave him a few drops and sent him home. He was somewhat better for a couple of days, but one day, in the middle of a class, he realized that he couldn't see anything. They went to another specialist for a second opinion. He was evaluated, various tests were performed, but the worsening persisted. His degree of myopia changed in each test and they were not clear about the cause. After going to several more specialists, including several neurologists, he underwent a scan and an MRI, but the results were completely normal, due to which he was referred to psychiatry. When I see Tomas in consultation, I'm surprised at how calm he is, even though he can't see. La belle indifference, which we call psychiatrists. He says he's used to not seeing, and that he doesn't care. We conducted interviews with the parents, and we discovered in Tomas's personality some very marked perfectionist and rigid traits. A lot is demanded, a mistake is not allowed, he anticipates what is going to be explained to him at school to go further, and he always seeks to know more, to see beyond what corresponds to him for his age and maturity. His body stops him dead. He stops seeing. He was in therapy for several months, and we worked on his way of perceiving himself and managing his emotions. Little by little, he regained his sight and has not had any more problems in this regard. We know many cases of people who stopped talking, seeing, or even walking, for emotional reasons. The body is wise. I remember one of my first shifts, a 38-year-old woman who had suddenly stopped walking at work. The traumatologists and neurologists ruled out organic pathology. She was referred to psychiatry, and after several sessions and therapies, she recovered the mobility of her lower extremities. It was one of the triggers in my desire to deepen the relationship between the body. Attitude is a key factor in health. Throughout these pages we have talked about the importance of our thoughts in our state of mind, in the interpretation of reality and in our health. An adequate and healthy attitude can be the most powerful natural medicine within our reach, and perhaps the least taken into account. In 6 years of medical studies, hardly a section is dedicated to this subject. Despite this, doctors are very aware of the importance of the patient's attitude in their prognosis. Clinical data show that positive feelings and emotional support from close people, family, friends, and even health professionals involved in your treatment have unquestionable healing power. On the other hand, what one feels, perceives, or believes can be as relevant as diet or habits when dealing with, for example, a coronary disease. Friedman and Rosenman conducted a study with 500 men over 10 years. First, they divided the subjects into 2 groups. Those of type A comprised those with more rigid, impatient, or chronopathic characters. Those of type B were more relaxed and calm. After this preliminary classification, they investigated the health of the subjects, whether they smoked or not, how much physical exercise they did, measured their blood cholesterol levels and analyzed their diet. They then waited to see how the subjects fared. In 10 years, more than 250 of the physically healthy subjects had a heart attack. It turned out that the data based on their diet and physical activity did not help predict the results. The only data capable of predicting what was going to happen, the only data with diagnostic value, was the prior classification based on their mental disposition. Subjects classified as type A had a 3 times higher incidence of heart attacks than type B, regardless of smoking, diet, and exercise. And what about cancer? It seems to have some kind of relationship with stress and emotions. The process is not clear, but more and more scientists are intuiting that emotion or stress could be risk factors in the development of cancer. Logically, oncological diseases have a varied and complex etiology. There are still no serious studies that directly link emotions and cancer, but we all know someone who has suffered enormously in life and one day tells us, dismayed, that they have been diagnosed with a serious illness, and deep down we are not surprised. Who has suffered? In a study directed by the epidemiologist David Batty, and carried out between the University College London, the University of Edinburgh and the University of Sydney, analysed 16 investigations carried out over 10 years. There were a total of 163,363 people who began the study and 4,353 who died of cancer. The relationship between some types of cancer and the hormonal component and lifestyles was sought. We know by now that depression generates a hormonal imbalance with high cortisol levels. This stops proper DNA repair and inhibits the proper function of the immune system. The results of the study showed that people with depression and anxiety had an 80% higher incidence of colon cancer and 2 times higher incidence of pancreatic and esophageal cancer. You have to read the results carefully and not be blinded by this overwhelming result. Let's not forget an important fact. Anxious and depressed people have high rates of tobacco and alcohol consumption, and obesity, 3 of the most present and studied factors in cancer. Cancer is related to multiple causes: the environment, diet, toxic habits, genetics, but what is increasingly being postulated is that emotions also play a role. Therefore, for the tumor to arise, several factors must coexist. Cortisol, which we have already discussed, is a hormone that, maintained at abnormally high levels over time, causes inflammatory processes that are harmful to the cells of the body. In July 2017, Dr. Per Gaskin, head of the Hospital Clínic de Barcelona service until recently, acknowledged in an interview that chronic emotional stress can initiate the cancer process. This oncologist is one of the most recognized researchers in the relationship of the nervous-mental system with cancer. I am going to try to get into this theory, explaining it in a simple way. To begin with, let's not forget that all oncological diseases have a very complex process. I want to avoid any reductionism on this very serious issue, but I think that a few simple brushstrokes can help to understand this matter, to globally capture how the body reacts to certain stimuli, and the importance of our mental balance. As we know, cortisol generates inflammation, releasing prostaglandin substances, cytokines, and is activated by chronic stress situations. On the other hand, tumors are a set of malignant cells that settle and grow in some area of the body. In cancer, when the tumor is installed, the immune system, the body's defenses, stops attacking the tumor and takes its side. For example, macrophages, a subtype of white blood cell, are responsible for engulfing foreign material from the body. They are part of the innate response of the body's defense system. In the case of cancer, they stop acting and work for the tumor. There is a self-aggression of the immune system itself against the body. In the body there are between 5 billion and 200 trillion cells depending on the human being, age, sex. The environment of the cell is the blood. The composition of this is decisive for the fate of cells. Who controls the blood? We have been reviewing it in previous chapters. The neurohormonal system is key. A curious fact has been investigated: if I take the cell to a toxic environment, it gets sick. If I surround her with a healthy environment, she heals. Both the environment of the cells and the information received by the membranes play a fundamental role. In the same way that it happens to our cells, if a person, group of cells, and of course, something else, frequents a toxic environment, whether they are people, environment, or adverse circumstances, sick. Watch out. If, despite being in a healthy environment, the mind interprets it as a place of threat, it will become alert and cause the same changes in the body and in the composition of the blood as if it were in the most toxic environment possible. Let's not forget, the mind and the body do not distinguish what is real from what is imaginary. There are people who, despite having a more or less normal environment and circumstances, are constantly on alert. These people, by an inadequate approach to their situation, are forcing their body, physically and psychologically, to a pernicious tension. If I am able to change the way I interpret reality, reality changes. Happiness depends on the interpretation of reality that I do. It is essential to accept a change in my beliefs about myself, without judging myself so harshly, or about what surrounds me. Hence the good thing about encouraging positive thoughts, or even resorting to the placebo effect, if they have an effect on my mind and body. What happens in the metastasis? We are now entering quicksand. Metastases, tumor dissemination processes that determine the patient's prognosis and survival, are often born in places where there is a basic asymptomatic chronic inflammatory process. That is, cancer spreads, develops, and progresses in inflamed nuclei. It is your microenvironment, the area where you feel most comfortable to increase and expand. Not all inflammations are equally dangerous for cancer to arise. A cold, inflammation of the tonsil, a torn ligament with muscle inflammation are not the same concept. Every time a smoker smokes, he damages the bronchial cells, producing chronic inflammation of that area. This inflammation arises to defend and safeguard the area. This, in principle, is something healthy and good. If the habit of smoking and the consequent inflammation are maintained over time, if that person also has a family history of lung cancer, and if, finally, we add some serious emotional problem to the explosive cocktail, that person is a very serious candidate for cancer. Logically, not all smokers get cancer, but we know that tobacco is a powerful activator of oncological processes. For this reason, during medical checkups, patients are asked how many years they have been an ex-smoker. That is to say, the time that you have given your body to recover from that constant aggression to which you have subjected it with all the inflammatory process that occurred during your smoking period. Studies have been amplified with amazing results. It has been discovered that there is a direct relationship between cancer cells and the nervous system. That is, there are receptors in tumor cells for substances related to the brain, such as adrenaline or cortisol. Emotions, strong stressful impacts, alter the body, but also affect cancer cells. There is direct communication between cancer and the mind, nervous system, and therefore emotional system. This explanation is not intended to upset or disturb the reader. On the contrary, it serves to further understand the deep connection that exists between the most serious and difficult to control diseases and the mind. Cancer is deeply linked to the immune system. Situations of chronic stress, worry, sadness and trauma alter defenses and favor the possible development of a serious illness. The reflection of these toxic emotional states is found at a biochemical and physiological level, with latent inflammatory states. In short, harmful emotions, as such, do not cause cancer. However, chronic emotional stress can start, activate, or enhance the spread of what causes cancer. What causes emotional stress? Situations such as loneliness, sick relatives, poor relationship with the environment, unresolved traumas, difficult duels, or labor and economic problems. Being able to better manage our thoughts has enormous potential to control the level of inflammation in the body. Simple guidelines to manage emotions correctly. Know yourself. Learn to understand what disturbs you. When someone has always blocked their emotions, it will be more difficult for them to delve into the origin of certain problems. In any case, try it, read and go to people who can help you. It is essential to take the first step. Identify your emotions. Name what you feel. Anger is not the same as rancor. Joy, what emotion? In doing so, be realistic, don't maximize harmful emotions. That analysis has a direct impact on your body. Looking to be assertive. Say what you think, without hurting. Don't silence all your emotions, talk to someone who builds you trust. Learn to express yourself, but be careful when doing so, with opening doors that you are not able to close. Go little by little. The relief has to allow you to regain peace and inner balance. Don't be afraid to become your best version. Learn to get the most valuable from your interior. The one who cancels his emotions ends up being a worse version of himself, a decaffeinated version, without the ability to get excited about anything. Put limits on the effect that others have on you. Learn to identify toxic people who have the ability to deeply disturb you at any time. It's not possible for everyone to upset your inner balance, and you should try to keep those who do away from you. We all go through moments when we experience disgust or helplessness, feel anxious, discouraged, frustrated or resentful. This occasional experience of negative emotions is healthy. It alerts us to what is not going well around us, and motivates us to get to work and change it, in order to restore balance, both mentally and physically. The problem arises when negative emotions become chronic, permanently altering our state of mind. The way we think and feel conditions our quality and quantity of life. The telomeres. Telomeres, discovered by the American biologist and geneticist Hermann Joseph Muller in the 1930s, are the ends of chromosomes. Its main function is to provide structural stability to the chromosomes, preventing them from becoming entangled and adhering to each other, being key in cell division. For all these reasons, they are closely related to cancer. Let's not forget that oncological diseases involve abnormal cell division. Telomeres are the clocks of the cells. Since they establish the number of times that a cell can divide before dying, they are the chronometer of cellular aging. The American biochemist of Australian origin, Elizabeth Blackburn, born in 1948 on the island of Tasmania, after receiving a PhD in molecular biology from the University of Cambridge in 1975, began to study the telomeres of chromosomes, first at Yale University and later afternoon at the University of California at Berkeley. Studying telomeres, Elizabeth Blackburn discovered in 1984 a new enzyme, telomerase. He began to create artificial telomeres with the aim of studying cell division. He discovered that the lower the telomerase levels, the smaller the telomeres, and therefore the number of possible divisions of a cell with increased risk of disease and aging decreased. Negative habits impact telomere length. We talk about stress, diet, obesity, sedentary lifestyle, loneliness, pollution, or even sleep problems. Blackburn studied telomerase in a specific group, mothers of children with severe neurological diseases. He observed that those who felt lonely had lower telomerase levels, with the consequent reduction of the telomere. Life expectancy in them was much lower than usual in women of the same age. He also observed something fascinating. Those women who shared their emotions with each other, and supported and understood each other, experienced increased telomerase levels and a consequent lengthening of telomeres. For his work on the description of telomerase, he received the 2009 Nobel Prize in Medicine together with his collaborators Carol W. Greider and Jack W. Szostak. Robert Waldinger's study, loneliness is a risk factor not only for depression, but also for aging with shorter telomeres, and therefore in a less healthy way. How to secrete more telomerase and lengthen telomeres. Currently, the first studies are being carried out on how to promote the secretion of telomerase to achieve a lengthening of the telomeres. The positive effect of exercise, diet and mindfulness is known. In the year 2017, I started with one of the most important laboratories in the world, a study on the influence of mood and emotions on telomerase levels and telomere measurement. The objective is to confirm that cortisol, chronically elevated, inhibits telomerase levels, and that anxiety shortens telomeres. I am confident that interesting results will come out that I will publish when the study is finished. Chapter 7. What raises cortisol? There are many situations that disturb and harm us, altering normal cortisol levels. We are immersed in a society that works, generates news and trends, travels, has fun and rests at a frenetic pace, so much so that sometimes we are not able to keep up with that pace, and we break. There are some emotional myths, be perfect, or lose control, which have a more harmful effect on the body than we can imagine. Let's not forget something important: chronic stress is harmful and detrimental to the body and mind. Instead, positive stress, eustress, in small doses, improves concentration, the ability to perform more efficiently, and the attention to respond to a challenge. Let's enter to analyze some circumstances that raise cortisol chronically. The fear of losing control. The case of Alberto. Alberto works as a communication director in a multinational and is assigned to Mexico. Before leaving, he visits my office because he looks sad, but he doesn't know why. Since he is leaving after 2 days, I ask him to write to me from there to see if it is something temporary or not. Studying his case, I realize that he is an excessively controlling person over his life, over what he feels, what he expresses, or what he shows towards others. Their relationship as a couple is more like a work relationship than an effective one. They are both executives, both professionally and emotionally. They have not wanted to have children because they have not found the time for it, due to the intensity of the work of both. You never see them have a down moment, they always wear an almost perfect smile. Alberto maintains a state of control over himself, nothing disturbs or alters him. When I inquire about the cause of his sadness, he answers me. Nothing, sadness is weak. I add, and something that excites you? He replies, maybe talk to my father and spend time with him. With Alberto, the answers are vague when delving into these issues. He tries to maintain absolute control over himself and what he transmits to me. If he's not very happy, smile. Always very correct. My words before saying goodbye in consultation are: if you continue like this, you are going to break, because every person who is permanently controlling himself at a given moment ends up falling apart. A few months later, I receive an email in which he tells me that he is fine, and that on vacation his idea is to return to Spain. I tell him if he wants to come for a consultation when he is in Spain, but he considers that it is not necessary because he is stable. One day, during the month of July, while I was in the office, the nurse told me that Alberto was calling me and that it was about something very urgent. I interrupt the session and go out to talk to him. On the other end of the phone, Alberto, panting and nervous, tells me upset that something is wrong with him. We are in Malaga, in full vacation. This morning when I got into a taxi, I began to feel bad, I couldn't breathe normally. He had to get out of the taxi immediately, dizzy, with dizziness, tremors, sweating, a feeling of loss of control, and a vital anguish that does not diminish. You are in the middle of a panic attack. His wife is still on the phone, because he can't speak, and she asks me for help to contain the situation. Despite his reluctance, because it is just something psychological, I force him to request an ambulance so that he can be transferred as soon as possible to an emergency medical service. Already in the hospital, the woman calls again. The doctors have told him that he should take a pill and Alberto refuses. He, always so correct and balanced, is terribly afraid that this will make him lose control over himself, both his thoughts and his behavior. I try to reassure him, explaining that he must take the medication to regulate himself and regain peace, but he flatly refuses, beside himself. The woman tells me after a while that the emergency doctors have ended up injecting him with an anxiolytic to relax him. As soon as they discharge him, they want to come to Madrid for a consultation to start a comprehensive treatment. A few days later, Alberto went to Madrid for a consultation. He is anxious, alert, nervous, in a loop of constant anguish, practically unable to go outside. I begin pharmacological therapy with intravenous medication, long-acting benzodiazepines, which gradually block the circuit of fear and anguish. I explain exactly what has happened to him, and the physiological and emotional mechanisms that have led him to that state. I give her an emergency pill in case she has a panic attack again, explaining that it works in a few minutes. With this pill you can travel and go to meetings, with peace of mind in your pocket. His great fear is that the medication will make him lose control of his life without it. So, every time he swallows a pill I dictate to him in a notebook and his wife writes it down too, phrases that he repeats to neutralize that negative anticipation. Nothing is going to happen to me, I am not going to lose control or my identity, I'm going to continue being me. The effects of the pills are these: cheer up, take importance away from the sensations, avoid analyzing them. After 15 days, he is more stable, and we adjust the oral medication, and we begin psychotherapy. With your personality scheme, we explain your way of being, and the apparent causes of your panic attack. I explain how cortisol and fear work, and we enter an exciting field, managing your emotions. If something is funny, you can laugh; if something makes you sad, you can cry; if you are in an emotional situation, a meeting with family or friends, you can feel happy, and nothing happens. One day in consultation he confesses to me, "You are helping me to forge a vulnerable personality. Until now I blocked feelings to feel strong, but now I will have the ability to get emotional, to feel." For him, so cold and cerebral, if someone is carried away by emotions, they are a slave to them, and suffering, pain or passion can block the correct decision-making. After a year of treatment, we gradually withdrew the medication. He has learned to manage moments of high anxiety. He always carries his emergency pill, which he has only used 3 times in a year, and most importantly, has become a closer, more humane and loving person. The human being feels strong when he controls and is right. How much does it cost to accept that one is wrong? The mind rules. The mind orders. The mind controls. We follow the guidelines of reason. We answer questions only from the cognitive. In recent years, reason has become a tyrant. The desire to control everything generates great anguish. We think that having security about all aspects of life is a source of happiness. It is completely logical and prudent to try to have the pillars of life insured and protected: a stable job, a healthy family life, a comfortable economic situation. What is pathological, what is sick, is in taking that to the extreme, distressing us and embittering our lives, in pursuit of absolute and unattainable security. Constantly looking for support and material livelihoods that reinforce our lives, and that do not fall or cannot fail, is never a utopia. Therein lies the error. It is typical of our materialistic and rationalistic society to make us believe that we can control everything: the moment we get pregnant, the sex of a child, or its academic brilliance, the type of work, family income and expenses, vacations ideals, our own health or that of our relatives, or the perfect party. However, life teaches us that difficulties in getting pregnant exist, and are becoming more frequent, that sometimes getting a partner is impossible, or that our offspring does not have the intellectual capacity that we would like, perhaps other virtues, how stubborn, we do not know how to discover in it that the company to which we have dedicated our lives can take early retirement, that income and expenses are always too fluctuating, that perhaps if we go skiing a snowfall, they close the access roads, or the airports, that it rains on the paradisiacal island, despite not being in the rainy season, that no matter how much we do routine sports, a healthy diet and regular medical checkups, there is always something that can go wrong, or that the day we have organized the ideal party, we are tired, sad or saturated, and we would prefer a walk in the mountains alone. Life is rich because of its nuances, because it is uncontrollable, and it will resist any attempt at iron control, no matter how calculating we are, generating great anguish in whoever tries it. It comes here to the story, that phrase that a slave repeated in the ear in the triumphs of ancient Rome, memento mori, remember you are mortal. Let's not lose sight of our own littleness, let's be flexible, practice some healthy abandon, and enjoy today and now. This constant search for control leads us not to enjoy the good things that are happening to us, to forget the present moment, obsessing over the future. If that control lies in mastering my emotions, my moods, and what I transmit to others, that has a disastrous effect, because as we have seen in Chapter 6, whoever swallows emotions drowns. The case of Antony. Antonio is the vice president of a company. These have been a few weeks of a lot of professional tension, because they are in full negotiation to merge with a foreign multinational. One day, the president summons him to an extraordinary board of directors to deal with an important issue. Antonio is a very hard-working man, meticulous with his work, extremely organized and constant. He is shy, and relationships with people are difficult for him. It is a great effort for him to let go, and he only improves socially when he is in situations of great trust. Arriving at the meeting, he finds about 30 people around the table. The president raises his voice and says, "A few days ago I was diagnosed with cancer. It is severe, but I am going to fight to beat it. I need to devote all my energy and time to my recovery. Therefore, I would like Antonio, the vice president, to lead and coordinate the merger during my absence." Antonio gets up to say a few words and his voice doesn't come out, he's hoarse. But if a few minutes ago he spoke to his wife on the phone. He explains, whispering the first excuse that comes to mind, that he is coming out of pneumonia. He adds that he wishes the president the best during his treatment, and that he will run the company in the best possible way during the president's absence. As he leaves the meeting, he calls his wife, speaks softly, and decides to go urgently to an ENT friend of his. A few minutes after telling the doctor what had happened, he recovered his voice normally. He doesn't understand anything. A few days go by and in the first meeting with senior managers, he takes the floor and the same. "I cannot speak." When he comes to my office, he has two fears. He already had the fear of speaking in public, but another is added, the fear of being mute in front of many people. We begin therapy, explaining exactly how to relax minutes before speaking, using breathing techniques, and repeating a series of messages that neutralize her fear. I draw in his notebook a diagram of the nerves that reach the vocal cords, so that he visualizes the process and feels confident about it. On the other hand, we carry out sociotherapy techniques to overcome their fears and shyness in front of many people. During the president's cancer treatment, he was able to merge the company successfully, and with a command of people and his voice, much greater than before. All this made him gain great self-confidence. Therapy against fears. This type of therapy consists of exposing and confronting the patient with the problem that causes his anguish or irrational fear. It must be done little by little, so that the brain adapts, and the patient feels safe with the steps he is taking. In Antonio's case, the exposure therapy consisted of him speaking to us one day, and exposing the entire team, his wife and a few other guests, about what the company he worked for consisted of. Later on, we encouraged him to say emotional words about them in public at different events, the communion of a son, the wedding of his cousin. In people who suffer from agoraphobia, we usually recommend that a close, trusted person accompany the patient to an open place. This is repeated later, leaving the patient in a nearby place, and waiting to meet again at the agreed place. All this is associated with breathing techniques that are useful, and an internal message of support for what one is doing. Little by little, the brain adapts, and the body stops transmitting sensations of suffocation and anguish. How to breathe. When, to someone who is nervous, another says, with the intention of helping, breathe, the logical thing is that one thinks, but I am breathing. It is clear that when we ask someone to breathe in a moment of anguish or anxiety, we are asking for a deeper and more conscious breath. Let's go analyze it. For a long time, there has been a lot of talk about relaxation techniques, and there are multiple studies and articles about it. Most people believe that it consists only of taking a deep breath and exhaling slowly. They are not misguided, but we are going to try to apply it in a more efficient and orderly way. The first thing is to find a comfortable place that is not excessively noisy. You can associate a dim light, lowering lights, blinds, or drawing curtains, and add some relaxing music. We start. Sit in a chair with your back straight, but make it comfortable. Start by paying attention to bodily sensations. Focus on the feet. At first, experience the weight of your entire body. Feel your lower extremities anchored to the ground. And from there upwards, the legs, the shoulders, the arms. Allow peace to enter your body while you enjoy those moments. Observe your breathing. Before starting to master it and exercise it, pay attention to the smooth movements of your abdomen as you inhale and exhale. Subsequently, it passes to the area of the nose while the air enters and leaves. After these first moments of observation and calm, we are going to start with the so-called diaphragmatic breathing. It is more effective, because the lower part of the lungs is filled with air to better inspire oxygen. Place one hand on your chest and the other on your belly, noticing which one rises as you inhale. If the belly area rises, you are doing it correctly. Take a deep breath through your nose, stop for a few seconds, and release it through your mouth slowly. One of the best-known methods is the one designed by Dr. Andrew Weil, Director of Integrative Medicine at the University of Arizona. He has been on the cover of Time magazine twice, and was interviewed by Oprah Winfrey to talk about his theory of breathing. He recommends 3-3-6 or 4-7-8, depending on the number of seconds the air is in play. In the case of 4-7-8, it would be like this. Inspiration lasts 4 seconds. The pause, holding the breath, 7 seconds, and the exhalation occurs in 8 seconds. In fact, this technique performed at night, lying in bed, is very useful for falling asleep. Like everything, it is recommended to go little by little, testing a couple of times a day, and then increase. In this way, the body, the breath, and the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system learn to self-regulate. When you block yourself or fear losing control, when stress invades you, your head is exhausted or your body does not respond, breathe, put your heart in, repeat messages of peace and growth to your mind, and you will get out of the loop. Perfectionism. The case of Lola. Lola is a lady from Salamanca, married and the mother of 2 children, a 5-year-old boy and a 7-year-old girl. She works as an official in the town hall, but, since she studied in the educational field, she has always wanted to be a university professor. When he comes to consult, he has been working on his doctoral thesis for 3 years. He admits that he has almost finished it, but that whenever he reviews it, he finds aspects to clarify. He comments that at home he cannot relax. When he comes home from work, he always finds it dirty. The people she hires to take care of the cleaning and help her with the children never last more than 2 or 3 weeks, according to her, because they are not efficient enough to carry out the work required. In the workplace, he is very demanding and never delivers the things that are asked for on time. In consultation, he complains of a lot of anxiety, stress, and repeats at various times that he can't take it anymore. Lately, it is difficult for him to sleep and he seems irritable. In the next session, her husband goes to the consultation to accompany her, and comments that for him, the subject of domestic workers is exhausting, who always ends up monopolizing family conversations. My wife is obsessed with cleanliness. He explains how, when he gets home, he begins to check everything, running his fingers over the furniture in search of dust, checking that the ironed clothes have not been wrinkled, and that they are arranged by color and in a certain way. He never finds anything to his liking, which invariably creates great tension in the house, marriage, and family. As a psychiatrist, the question then arises as to whether this person has something more than simple anxiety, some kind of obsessive disorder. Inquiring with her in this regard, she tells me that she washes her hands up to 20 times a day when she touches food, when she pays with money either with soap and water at home, or with wet wipes when she is outside. She is unable to sleep with her husband if he does not smell as she considers ideal. She demands that he always shower before, and that he apply a particular brand of deodorant. When he furnished his house, he already asked the carpenter that the closets had the exact size of the things they were going to contain, and that his boxes of clothes fit into custom-made cubbies. He claims that his mother and grandmother were the same. I ask him, "How much time do you invest in showering?" He answers me, "Well, about 45 minutes. She spends 2 or 3 large bottles of gel a week on her own, because she needs to feel clean. I explained to him that he suffers from an obsessive-compulsive disorder that leads him to appalling perfectionism. The perfectionist is the eternal dissatisfied. He is permanently suffering, because nothing ever lives up to his expectations. These types of people are excellent at detecting defects. If something is not clean or tidy, if it is not harmonious, if there are stains on the wall, glass or mirror. Lola is very meticulous in her work, and when she is asked for a report on something, she spends every last minute checking and verifying that everything is correct. And the same thing happens with the thesis, which is why whenever he rereads it, he finds errors to correct, and he never manages to finish it. She is a born sufferer, and the people around her live alert with her, because she is always analyzing defects. An aspect of the perfectionist is the rigidity when it comes to changing from one thought to another. They think of one thing and they are no longer able to get out of there, and this generates thoughts in a loop that are difficult to get out of. In the case of Lola, we prescribed a medication that works very well for this type of disorder. On the other hand, in psychotherapy, we began to work with a notebook in which we marked objectives, from cleanliness, order, and the way of treating her children and her husband, to the ruminative thoughts that block her. I insist a lot on learning to manage moments of tension, with cognitive messages that she repeats to herself at the moments in which she feels the need to carry out her cleansing rituals. It's okay, you're fine, you're clean. Remember that you have a disorder that makes you wash your hands a lot, because if not, you can't be calm. Nothing bad will happen if you don't wash your hands right now. In behavior, I recommend playing in the park with your child, without having to clean up until you get home. Little by little, working from thought to behavior, he has improved substantially. The cingulate system. There is an area in the brain responsible for obsessions, compulsions, and mental rigidity. It's the cingulate gyrus. Dr. Daniel Amen compares this area of the brain to the gear shift in an old car. A correct functioning of this area of the brain implies being able to change gears of idea, focus of attention with ease. When we get hooked on a gear, on an idea, the car doesn't work well and what we call an obsession occurs mentally. This is the area in charge of visualizing different possibilities and options for any problem, giving us more or less flexibility to handle the setbacks and changes of day to day. When it works poorly or is excessively activated, rigidity increases and the probability of entering into toxic thoughts or dead-end loops. A typical example of cognitive rigidity is the constant need for things to be done the way you want and when you want. There are people who have very marked obsessive traits and who are used to certain almost ritual routines, so that any failure to comply with them generates a disproportionate reaction in them. Excessively rigid people need the schedules, the order of the room, the plans, to be as they wish or expect. The perfectionist adds another factor: it has to be done in the best possible way. Another subtype of rigid people. The negaholics. No and no, I said no and it is no. We have all experienced a telemarketer or official who ignores what you request with an unjustified refusal in response. We know close people who are unable to agree with us on something. We deal with people who do not accept advice, a recommendation, and do not want to change. For Dr. Sherry Carter Scott, an expert on the subject, negaholics are those people who have an addiction to the negative. Constantly, and in any situation, they manifest a visceral, automated and irrational negative, being incapable of perceiving the positive or even the merely neutral. Your view of reality is unbalanced towards denial. Complaint and regret are constant ingredients in his speech. This accumulation of negative comments and attitudes ends up seriously harming the person affected. They are called negaddicts. They are unable to get ahead as they come to boycott their own dreams due to their unfounded fears and the pessimism existing in their minds. They live in constant anguish and suffering. Everything originates a toxic thought that leads to destructive words and behaviors. This attitude alters the relationship with others. It is difficult for them to deeply value the triumph of others, and always seek to sync them with comments, expressions, and behaviors. Dealing with these people is not easy and the environment tends to want to separate from them. They end up becoming an obstacle to others, poisoning the environments they frequent. The origin of the negaddicts is varied. Sometimes they arise due to suffering that has not been overcome, other times after a traumatic stage. After that pain, these people become sour, twisted, broken or depressed. The key is to get out, ask for help as soon as possible and recognize that this toxic internal process is seriously damaging life. As a curious fact, according to studies carried out by Harvard University, 75% of people who have suffered a trauma have recovered after 2 years. At least the science encourages us to be optimistic despite the trauma. Chronopathy, the obsession to take advantage of time. The art of rest is a part of the art of working. John Steinbeck. We are at a time in history where the highest human aspiration is productivity and efficiency. This is what we call the commodification of time. Today, everything that is related to speed and the ability to make the most of time is valued positively. What consequence does this have? The appearance of stress, which is a malignant disease, is spreading to all aspects of our society, becoming chronic and seriously harmful. Time is the most democratic good that exists. All people have 24 hours in their day. Each one is responsible, not only for how he fills the day, but for how he perceives the sensation of time. The human being is defined according to the way in which he organizes his day, and with it, his life. Orderly people make the hours multiply, because let's not forget that order is the pleasure of reason. At this point we can differentiate two extremes, that of people who waste their time with an empty life that leads them to depressive states and that of people who suffer from chronopathy. Who does not know someone who does not know how to give up any plan, who needs to plan all their time well in advance and fill all the spaces and gaps in their schedule with multiple activities? Beware of them, their life ends up becoming a flight forward. Let's not forget that the great experiences of life are not savored in the hustle and bustle of the clock. Life is not full and rewarding if there is no peace and stillness in a few moments. Do you know really rest? I deeply believe that true rest is on the verge of extinction. A new syndrome has emerged, chronopathy, chronos time, pathos disease, the disease of time. I used to say to Gregorio Marañón, speed, which is a virtue, engenders a vice, which is haste. We live convinced that haste and acceleration produce greater and better results in life. We are used to the fact that if we try to set up a meeting with someone, they will answer us. I don't have time, I'm busy. We assimilate it as normal and correct. Immediacy has become a crucial protagonist of life. Everything, today and now. You don't wait a week to see the next chapter of a series, and train tickets are claimed for arriving 15 minutes late to your destination. Who has not gone through the sadness of Sunday afternoon? I call it Dark Sunday. It happens especially in people with intense lives during the week. On Fridays and Saturdays, they go to different plans with outings that, above all, usually combine with alcohol. Sunday arrives and many perceive a physical and mental downturn that leads them to wish it were Monday again. The reason? They are racehorses that week after week arrive exhausted at the finish line. They don't know how to live at rest. That break generates anxiety, feelings of guilt, emptiness, and sadness. Today's man seems to have to excuse himself after a meeting in order to have a moment of leisure or tranquility. It is not good to say that one is free or idle. What's going on? Suddenly, a friend calls you, and all serious and with a worried look after suffering muscle problems, migraines, tachycardia, an anxiety attack or even a heart attack, he tells you. My doctor has prescribed me to rest. There one begins to rethink life, and a new stage begins where the great aspects of life are given the importance they deserve. The case of Francisco. Francisco is a manager of a multinational, who took out a state attorney exam at a very young age with a very good grade. Since then, his career has been on the rise. He started in the administrative field, then he went to the private company. At some point in his life, he has been involved in politics without getting involved 100%. In general, this is a man who loves to be involved in many things: politics, history, philosophy, of course the law. He likes to write. Therefore, his schedule is busy from the time he gets up until he goes to bed. When he has free time, he is overwhelmed, because he likes to have the feeling that he is taking advantage of the time. When she is having breakfast with her family, he asks what her plan is for the day. He always finds some interval in which he considers that one of them would make better use of the time if they did something else differently. The children spend their afternoons at school attending extracurricular classes, music, Chinese, English, art, sports, except for Friday, which he likes to spend tidying up their rooms and playing. And on the weekend, he always has a perfectly organized plan: beach, mountain, visit a city, and the wife lives behind him, and many times he confesses that he doesn't keep up with her, that he needs her to stop, to which the husband he answers that life must be taken advantage of and that they are at their best. He has begun to worry because he begins to sleep badly, to have migraines, and sometimes vertigo. He decides to go to the doctor after an arduous rearrangement of his schedule, since he does not have time for it, and they prescribe some pills that have a slight effect on him. He constantly lives against time and without the ability to enjoy. The family comes to my office with a specific request: to stop, to learn to do nothing. But he expresses that he doesn't want to stop, that this is his way of being, that if he stops, he gets overwhelmed, because he doesn't know how to live calmly. Pado, for the state of anxiety, an infratherapeutic medication in very small doses, calls me the next day to tell me that he is deeply asleep in the office. As soon as he slowed down a bit, his body reacted as if he had ingested a brutal dose of a sedative. What we are trying to show you is that you do not know how to live in relaxation. He himself recognizes that as soon as he detects a sensation of stillness, anxiety arises there, and that it goes out as soon as he begins to carry out an activity. The most important thing with Francisco is to teach him not to relax. He is not able to perform relaxation techniques, yoga or mindfulness, because he gets tachycardia, but to be aware that he needs to learn to rest. Being aware of this, called insight, is your first step in therapy. The second, that he learns to carry out an exercise that is not only dynamic, that is, that he learns to waste time and relax. He achieves this with great difficulty, due to the strong resistance that exists within him. He has always been like this. He has been educated with great demand in the use of time. Therefore, the prognosis is uncertain. He has been in therapy for several months. He has been improving little by little. He has managed to give the family spontaneous moments, in which they enjoy doing little or nothing, or even improvising, something previously unfeasible. Let's learn to stop. Stop to see, observe, and enjoy. Have you noticed that to really observe and contemplate you need to stop? Running does not perceive beauty. Delight yourself with a beautiful landscape, with a sunset, with a captivating reading. Stop and enjoy a hidden town near the highway. Listen to a song that evokes emotions, without feeling guilty or wasting time. We gain in health, enjoyment, happiness, and quality of life. Jacques Leclerc already explained it in his entrance speech at the Free Academy of Belgium in 1936. The great philosopher René Descartes had his dreams and visions after several months resting. Newton discovered one of the great principles of physics sitting under a tree. Plato built the pillar of philosophy in the gardens of Academos. None of them came to their discoveries in a hectic time of life. It is not running and in a hurry that one arrives at the background and the beauty of life. Solitude, rest, silence, pausing, are key to creating and starting projects with enthusiasm. The world is indeed sick, suffering from chronic stress. How is society going to function if we create hyper-stressed beings running at full speed? The hectic life indicates that it is the environment that directs us and not oneself. Listening to the inner voice is one of the first steps to get to know yourself and improve yourself. That voice is not heard before the frenetic noise of life. Inner peace, calm, that's what all current therapies ask for. Yoga courses, mindfulness, and all kinds of meditations to disconnect from the outside hustle and bustle are springing up non-stop in many places. We look at the clock so much that we don't give time to what's important. Take advantage of a Sunday afternoon and disconnect from your phone and your watch. Use airplane mode at home, without fear of neglecting a call, an email, a news item, or a tweet. You don't need to be online 24 hours a day. Learn to waste a little time, gaining in peace and serenity. Don't cover too much. Learn to quit. Live in the present moment. Try to savor nature, the beach, the sea, the mountains, from time to time. You will open up to great sensations that will truly fill you. Of course, without losing sight of your personal project. Plan, have reference points, but enjoy every time a special, desired or exciting moment arrives. The digital age. I was returning from Mexico, And what was my surprise when I read shocking news in the newspaper? Facebook admits that it plays with the minds of its millions of users. It happened at a medical event in Philadelphia where Facebook co-founder Sean Parker acknowledged that his company had been created to exploit a vulnerability in human psychology, social validation feedback. The idea they put forward when they started their journey with the social network was to get users to spend many hours on the network. That's where the idea of creating the like button in your app came from. What happens in the brain every time we see a like? Let's get to understand this mental and digital process. Those of us who dedicate ourselves to the world of emotions and behavior know that the universe of the screen, the internet, social networks, videos, and various applications, is profoundly affecting the way in which we relate to each other, the way in which we process information. Information, memory, concentration, multitasking, education, motivation, and therefore, in the long run, happiness. Currently, there are companies and programmers focused on getting individuals to dedicate the greatest number of hours to their device. This approach is conscious. In other words, the manufacturers of these devices know exactly how the mind works in front of the screen and technology, and they manufacture the devices to generate an addictive effect. Indeed, gadgets and multiple recent applications are designed to be addictive. This is something crucial and important to understand both personally and for parents and educators. Let's explain what it consists of. All addiction has a molecular and physiological basis known for many years. Drugs like alcohol, cocaine, pills, marijuana, gambling, pornography, are all regulated by the same hormone, dopamine. Dopamine is the hormone in charge of pleasure. It acts at the moment in which you interact with the object of pleasure, sex, alcohol, drugs or social networks, and in the moments before it often anticipates pleasure and is a motivation activator. Sometimes, it generates a subsequent vacuum, causing a need to consume that product again after a short time. A person addicted to cocaine, sex or networks, has a deep affectation in their capacity for attention, their will is altered, regulated by self-control, and in the long run, they come to perceive feelings of sadness and deep emptiness. What did the Facebook co-founder acknowledge at the Philadelphia event? His words were, "When people get a like, they get that little dopamine hit that motivates them to upload more content." What's going on? Companies today are not just looking for traditional and conservative marketing, but are trying to bring together psychology, neurophysiology, and neuroscience. Capturing your mind, your attention, they generate more content, more data and more ability to control what you buy, what you see, what you decide and what you do. Therein lies the basis of drugs. Mechanisms are activated in the brain to ask us for a continued and prolonged use of these substances. Most of these products are either banned or regulated. We are not realizing that children from an early age are being exposed to this entire digital world, without restriction, and with great potential to profoundly alter their minds, their information processing, and their ability to manage frustrations and emotions. Every human being from childhood adolescence seeks escape routes to handle their ups and downs, their frustrations and gaps. A high percentage of the population goes to the WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, Tinder networks, looking for that dopamine spike that is activated by contact with it. We are in the age of information overload and stimulation overabundance. This hyperstimulation is deeply linked to an excessive consumption of both information and material goods, and even fictitious ones. Everything is easily accomplished with a click. When you don't get what you want when you want, frustration circuits are activated that are at the base of the weakness of character of many young people who lack the capacity for effort. It takes time to generate gratifying results. Hence numerous problems arise in education, and some psychological disorders. I am surprised and greatly concerned by the number of young people I see in consultation with an excessive apathy, disillusioned, in which there is no way to activate their attention and motivation. Let's not forget that the only two things that really fill the human being completely are the love of a partner, friends, and professional satisfaction. These two pillars of life are achieved based on effort, perseverance, and patience. Advances change at an impressive speed, and prevent society from slowing down, stopping, and reflecting on the impact that all of this is having on your mind, your body, and your life. When we are completely imbued and moderately altered, it is when we try to stick our heads out and observe with some perspective. In those moments, voices are now emerging from multiple spheres. We ask ourselves, is it too late? Have we created the monster and now we don't know how to stop it? Silicon Valley programmers take their children to schools where there are hardly any computers. What are we missing? Technology has brought great benefits. Like everything, you have to learn to use it again. Each of us has to decide how you want to control your attention. Start by seeing what you spend your time on and then carry out a real examination. To what extent we are connected, hooked. The internet and its derivatives have very powerful advantages to make life easier in multiple aspects, but its misuse leads to behaviors that are harmful to the mind and behavior. Growing up among technology does not make us smarter. It is true that it has facilitated an endless number of activities, but above all, we have developed a feature in mind with great skill, multitasking. Neuroscience calls it continuous alternation of attention. This means that the brain spends a few minutes or seconds doing one task, then another, and then another. The brain cannot carry out two actions at the same time if they involve the same brain area. If we find ourselves listening to the lyrics of a song in English while reading a book, we do not perform either of the two tasks 100%. There is an alternation in the focus of attention because they touch the same brain area. The reality is that when we multitask, the brain is capable of superficially capturing a lot of information, but it is not capable of retaining it. Clifford Nass, a Stanford sociologist, was one of the pioneers in studying the relationship between attention deficit and multitasking. Despite what one might think, people who multitask, talk on the phone, answer email, are less efficient. It is true that they are able to change the focus of attention more quickly, but studies affirm that it entails a blockage of working memory. If this generalizes, we will end up living in a society that is superficially informed and lacking in training. Researchers from the University of Saarland, Germany, B. Eppinger, J. Cray, B. Mock and A. Mecklinger, have published interesting studies on the subject. When the mind alternates between tasks, brain circuits pause in between, consuming more time and making task processing less efficient. We are talking about a reduction of up to 50%. The 21st century is the century of hyperstimulation. Thanks to or despite new technologies, the brain is exposed and forced to process huge amounts of data that reaches our senses, mainly sight, which break in waves or simultaneously. This hyperstimulation has serious consequences. Children and young people, accustomed to this bombardment, need increasingly strong and intense stimuli to motivate themselves. This reduces their curiosity, amazement, and the desire to want to learn something that goes beyond the digital world. They find themselves unmotivated and their creativity and imagination completely nullified. Not only that, since childhood, they are accustomed to a rhythm of life and an intensity that makes serenity and enjoyment of silence difficult. It can be said that children constantly jump from one stimulus to another. Let's not forget that success in life is achieved by people who are able to concentrate and focus on what they really want, being able to persevere in the purpose. The attention of the brain develops in the prefrontal cortex. This zone is in charge of the will, self-control, and planning a task. This area of the brain must be developed in children from an early age. It is one of the most important of the mind. So let's see how the prefrontal cortex develops from birth. A baby begins to pay attention when it sees light. At months of life, its attention is focused where it finds light, movement, and sound. The great challenge of education is to get children to pay attention to things that are not mobile or luminous: paper, food, writing, reading, homework. It is about channeling their will and attention so that they are able to concentrate their attention voluntarily. If at that moment in their life we give children iPads, phones, or tablets, the child's attention returns to light, movement, sound. It is not an advance in his prefrontal cortex, but a clear regression, since the child is motivated and responds as when he was a baby. The only difference is that the sounds are more intense, and the lights and movements change at a more dizzying speed. The brain of young people needs to learn to focus their attention, to develop in a healthy way the frontal zone of the brain, responsible for the will and self-control. Excessive exposure to the screen inhibits proper functioning with a clear deficit in attention and concentration. Today there is a great current on the importance of meditation, in particular, mindfulness, full attention. We teach young people not to concentrate, and as adults we fight to recover the capacity for self-control of our mind and attention. There really is something we're not doing right. Hyperconnectivity is closely related to hyperactivity. The famous ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, is closely linked to it. Young people diagnosed with ADHD have great difficulties in concentration and attention and low tolerance for frustration. The prolonged use of technologies produces gratifying, easy and attractive alternatives, but makes it difficult to be able to pay attention to non-digital stimuli. You have to educate offline. Yes, especially on an emotional and social level. Face-to-face communication is the best way to learn to read another's emotions, Nass pointed out. Let's not forget that the well-known emotional intelligence is one of the keys to success in life. The screen is the worst educator to achieve it. It isolates and encapsulates the child from everything around him. It slows down the ability to understand emotions, to connect with people through their emotions, and it nullifies the ability to express what one feels by looking into their eyes and not at the keyboard or the screen. Young people today do not know how to express their emotions by looking into the eyes of the person in front of them. Let's educate children so that they are able to savor life, emotions, and personal relationships face to face, looking into the eyes of the person in front of them. Young people connect more easily with a screen, a social network or a video game than with nature, people, and reality. It is not about denying technology, nor denying digital progress, but about knowing how to introduce it sensibly and gradually into the lives of children and adolescents, teaching them to control access to applications and content. Let's really decide to educate to connect first with the reality of things, the emotions of people and nature. Once this is done, we will be ready to enter, step by step, into the digital world. Chapter 8. How to lower cortisol. The exercise. One of the most effective ways to combat stress, anxiety and depression is to exercise regularly. In this way, you encourage the production of serotonin and dopamine, hormones that reduce anxiety and help fight depression. Be careful. Cortisol can increase during the practice of some particularly hard exercises, since the body interprets them as a threat. In cases of extreme exercise, cortisol not only does not drop, but increases, reaching its peak after 30 to 45 minutes of prolonged hard exercise, after which it gradually recovers normal levels. The problem is that many times we don't have enough time to overcome that barrier in which cortisol levels drop. Therefore, it is more convenient to perform gentle, relaxed, low-intensity exercises, such as yoga or Pilates, or simply walk. A study by biochemist Edward E. Hill published in 2008 in the Journal of Endocrinology Investigation concluded that exercising at 40% intensity was enough to reduce cortisol levels. Also, if the exercise is done in the countryside, in the open air, away from the noise and pollution of big cities, its effects are much more beneficial for the body. The environment in which one practices sports matters, and a lot. A study conducted in 2005 by Dr. Jules Pretty, from the Department of Biological Sciences at the University of Essex, United Kingdom, discovered the psychological benefits of practicing outdoor sports in the countryside, which they called green exercise, compared to that carried out, for example, inside gyms or on the streets of a city. The experiment consisted of projecting images on a wall while groups of 20 subjects exercised on treadmills. 4 groups of subjects were projected images of 4 different categories: nice rural, pleasant urban, and unpleasant urban. At the same time, a control group ran without any projected image. The subject's blood pressure was checked, and 2 psychological aspects, self-esteem and mood, were noted before and after performing the exercise. They verified that the projection of pleasant images, both rural and urban, had a significant positive effect on self-esteem and mood. Nature and living beings induce a state of well-being in most people, which is why it is essential for mental health to have green spaces in our neighborhood. Nature helps us to fight mental illnesses we may have developed, to concentrate better and think more clearly. The mere contemplation of nature already has beneficial effects, as Ernest O. Moore demonstrated in 1981, when he showed that prisoners who had views of the farms around a prison got less sick than those whose cells overlooked the courtyard of the prison. Jail. Along the same lines, Roger S. Ulrich verified in 1984 that patients who had a window with views of nature required a shorter postoperative stay in a hospital on the outskirts of Pennsylvania. The contemplation of nature is good, but the exercise surrounded by it is better. Dr. Sarah Warba, professor of family medicine at the University of Michigan Medical School, in her study published in the journal Ecopsychology in 2014, discussed the beneficial effects of walking in groups outdoors. Stress is reduced, depression and negative feelings, while increasing positive ones in mental health. Exercise helps manage and balance the hippocampus. When you feel upset, your hippocampus shrinks and the amygdala reacts in a more disorganized way. In short, moderate exercise and as close to nature as possible will reduce cortisol levels, improve the immune system, and help us fight stress, anxiety, and depression. Handle toxic people. Learn to manage your toxic people. Surround yourself with vitamin people. Almost all of us have someone whose mere presence or company, even the simple act of having it in mind, alters our mood. We probably already know, almost without trying, who that person is. Normally the ultimate reason for that negativity is because at some point in your life, that person had a perverse influence or had a very negative impact on your life. I feel bad when I'm with him. It makes me uncomfortable and it brought out a part of me that I don't like. Whatever the topic of conversation, his comments, while subtle, always ooze a bit of contempt. I don't know if it's just me or if I see ghosts where there aren't any. I don't know if it's jealousy or envy, but I feel vulnerable by his side and only when he leaves do I relax and breathe a sigh of relief. Despite this, I am not able to separate myself from him, although I think I should keep a certain distance. This situation is changing my character and creates anguish and a certain sadness. That person can be your partner, your mother, a boss, a coworker, a brother-in-law, a neighbor, a friend. In that person, his behavior, presence or way of relating alters us and invariably takes away our peace. They are the toxic ones. There are all types: unstable, jealous, paranoid, immature or neurotic. In any case, they have the ability to destabilize us, sometimes in seconds, giving opinions, misrepresenting and constantly evaluating our lives, decisions, or comments. They become spectators with the right to give their opinion about everything we say or do, and therefore it is very difficult to create healthy bonds with them. Sometimes we are guilty for having allowed people we knew to be like this access to our most intimate circle. The toxic person becomes a spectator of your life with the right to comment. They are expert manipulators and know how to accurately detect the weak points of their victims. The poison, by definition, constantly suffocates those who suffer from it. Sometimes it can be voluntary, other times, on the other hand, it is not aware of the terrible damage it causes to its environment. Let's not confuse a person who is simply having a bad time, with occasional irascibility or cynicism, with another, who constantly and regularly displays all his toxicity with those who suffer from him. In principle, toxic people do not contribute anything positive. When it comes to partner or family relationships, sometimes a phenomenon of attachment and dependency arises, which is difficult to see and recognize. You convince yourself that they do not alter your inner balance, and you insist on maintaining that toxic relationship for fear of loneliness, which leads you to tolerate and endure extreme situations that you should not allow. The key so that our toxic people do not affect us is in the attitude we take towards them. We must ensure that they do not invade our inner world, avoid as much as possible that they meddle in our lives, and never allow them to nullify our ability to make decisions. That last barrier, that of always preserving our freedom to decide, can be cut off by real or imaginary obstacles, which our emotional vampires will use, playing with us, to achieve, in many cases, break our will. Those who allow themselves to be invaded by toxic personalities can end up with anxious depressive symptoms, feelings of guilt, dependency, and a consequent impact on self-esteem. 6 keys to managing that toxic person. Be discreet with those people. At any time they can use the information they have to nullify you or harm you. The people who love you will be happy about your successes and will know how to support you in times of difficulty. Identify that person who hurts you, try not to give them information about your life. Ignore the opinion of toxic people, so you will be free from their words and behaviors. Relativize their behavior, do not give it importance. It is up to you that they influence you. Without confronting yourself directly, learn to put on a psychological raincoat that will slip through scornful looks, sarcastic comments, or pointed criticism. You must ask yourself, do I want that person to be so important in my life? Try to forget about that toxic person. Get away, little by little or, without losing form, directly. There are people who come into our lives and improve them, others, on the other hand, when they leave, they improve them even more. If you cannot get away because they are part of your life, learn to live with them. If that person is going to be in the picture of your life, adapt, do not repeat wrong strategies with him. Next, ask yourself honestly, if it is a universal poison, it generates that toxicity or discomfort with everything, the world, or if it is an individual poison, curiously, it only affects you. After that first step, the second analysis consists of breaking down the root of the toxicity. Try to analyze what causes you concern in your relationship with that person. That is, what happens in me when I see this person? Do feelings of inferiority, weakness, rage, fear, anger arise? Be your own therapist as much as possible, even with paper and pencil, and make progress in the diagnosis. Try to understand that toxic person, what's wrong with him? Why does he treat me like this? This motto, already mentioned in this book, has always helped me a lot. Understanding is relieving. How many times, by understanding the situation that other people are going through, their biography, their traumas or problems, we can feel sorry for them and thus stop suffering. Step to make a risky proposal, forgive. A resentful heart cannot be happy, and forgiveness is often the best balm there is. If a vehicle makes a dangerous or simply rude maneuver, we can think that the driver is a madman and insult him and whistle, which will not give us peace, but will raise the cortisol level, or we can see that person as someone anxious or unhappy, and pity her by forgiving her. Have vitamin people nearby. These people produce the opposite effect of the toxic ones in the mind and in the organism. They are able to brighten the heart in seconds. Recommend having good and happy people on hand, with healthy intentions, who foster and enrich our inner balance. Vitamin people are those who always have the ability to give us back the joy of living. We have to frequent his company as much as we can. The bitter go together, they are contagious. If you are in a moment of weakness, turning to a person like this can sink you and bring out the worst in you. When you manage not to feel vulnerable in front of your toxic people, you will have won an important battle in the war for happiness. Positive thoughts. We have discussed throughout the book the importance of educating thoughts. We are going to give some concrete guidelines to stop the cascading negative thoughts, and to be able to stop, or redirect the torrent of worries that haunt us daily. Enjoying life requires being able to relativize the negative and knowing how to enjoy the little things. Living in constant alert, anguish or sadness prevents us from finding the peace and balance essential to be happy. Most of the things that worry us are a cluster of micro-concerns that, added together, alter our inner world. To avoid worries, you have to replace those thoughts with occupations or constructive and positive ideas. Dealing with plans, hobbies, people, getting out of the toxic loop that we sometimes unconsciously get into. I love this phrase attributed to Van Gogh: if an inner voice tells you don't paint, paint with force and you will silence that voice. Negative thoughts have a toxic impact, the effects of which can last in the body for several hours. Living hooked on a recurring toxic thought, anguish, altering the optimal functioning of the organism. A few simple ideas to not worry so much. The basis of these ideas consists of restructuring the brain and the automatisms that arise in your mind, and block you, returning to them over and over again. You must be aware that your thoughts are real and exist. As much as they are not heard or felt, they have strength and the ability to alter. Is this that worries me substantial or unimportant? Stop for a second. Could it be that my mind is deceiving me, enlarging or distorting this topic? Accept that those thoughts don't always tell the truth. Sometimes they may be correct, but in many other cases, they distort reality. What emotion does it make me? Knowing our scheme, what is my state of mind today? What is the cause of the possible downturn or sensitive moment? Sleep, drugs, tiredness, external circumstances. Observe the impact that each negative thought generates in your body. Become aware of how a toxic or harmful thought can influence your body: tachycardia, sweating, headache, gastrointestinal discomfort, muscle contractures. Don't automatically translate every thought into words. One owns his silences and a slave to his words. Pause and consider what you are going to say, and its consequences, before expressing yourself. Have I been able to get out of what worries me, or something similar at other times? What was the first step to get out of this loop? Don't assume what other people think. I'm sure you think this about me. Your suspicions may be unfounded. Don't prejudge. Talk to yourself positive. Say something about yourself that is true and that helps you grow in confidence. Feel that positive emotion, allow it to reach your body, bringing well-being. Hold on to the present, to your ability to act today and now. Have a vision of the future. Decide if this is a battle worth wearing yourself out right now. Relativize. Consider whether what now seems decisive will matter a year from now. Don't act or respond if you have negative automatic thoughts. Wait, give yourself a chance. Be able to change your language, substituting, for example, problem for challenge, or mistake for second chance. Use words that bring optimism closer, such as joy, peace, hope, confidence, passion, illusion. Look for the positive in every situation. Any circumstance can be valued in the problem key or in the solution key. Think of Thomas Alva Edison and his famous, "I didn't fail, I just discovered 999 ways not to make a light bulb." A little advice in moments of mental loop: write the whirlwind of thoughts on a piece of paper and refute them. For example, "My sister-in-law hates me." Later replicate this thought: "Today she has a bad day, in general she is not so hard on me." It may be self-deception, but in the long run, performing this simple exercise has healthy consequences for the mind and body. May your inner voice support you and not cancel you. Be careful with boycotting yourself, as it can lead you to fail, even before you have started your purposes. Meditation, mindfulness. In the depths of human beings there are powerful means of healing, the mechanism of which is still unknown. I mean healthy introspection, meditation, and prayer. The mind, thanks to these processes, can act on the body, restoring it. We are going to plan in a simple way on this topic. I recommend Mario Alonso Puig's book, Take a Breath, Mindfulness, an extraordinary journey through the history and development of this technique. A few brushes. What is mindfulness? Mindfulness means full attention in the present moment. It is the art of intentionally and attentively observing our consciousness. It is a concept brought from Buddhist meditation. Mindfulness focuses on dealing exclusively with the here and now. Practicing it in Western societies is not an easy task, since it is something really counterintuitive and requires a good open-mindedness. It refers to our spiritual dimension, and sometimes escapes the logic that generally guides our lives. However, mindfulness is not a masked religion. Deep down there is nothing mystical or magical, only common sense. It only involves a mental examination in order to discern what makes our mind sick, and what cures it. In recent decades, scientific studies have multiplied, revealing the benefits of meditative practices and mindfulness in particular for body and mind. The supernatural or spiritual dimension of the human being has extraordinary power over the mind and body. In people who live their faith, whatever it is, with fidelity and peace, this translates, according to some studies, into less stress. This is due to multiple causes, but we can intuit that having meaning in life, a supportive community, purposes and goals, and prayer and meditation as a mechanism to deal with problems and difficulties, contributes to the long-awaited inner balance. I worked a few years ago in London, in the Department of Psychiatry at King's Hospital College. I collaborated with and learned from a researcher, Professor Donesi, who was in the middle of a research phase, about the relationship between meditation and physical health, specifically about inflammation. I remember asking him one day, having lunch in the hospital dining room, if the effects were similar in Buddhist meditation, in mindfulness, in Christian prayer, in Jewish prayer. The answer was clear: yes, as long as they are carried out with these two elements, acceptance and abandonment. He explained to me that the problem with prayer and some meditative techniques is that one goes asking, demanding, imploring with anguish, and that, more than relieving, sometimes generates greater restlessness. Investing a little time in mindful meditation on what our senses are experiencing in the present moment saves us time, increases efficiency in everything we undertake, improves attention and concentration, the ability to learn new things and the creativity. Practicing mindfulness means exercising the brain, in the same way that practicing a sport exercises the muscles. Prayer adds a fundamental component. In the case of mindfulness, the key lies in letting go of toxic thoughts, associating it with a full awareness of the senses and of today and now. When there is a spiritual vision of existence, prayer adds to the advantages of mindfulness, faith in a superior being, God, and the intimate confidence that everything that happens to us makes sense. The belief system associated with religions enhances the care of personal relationships by actively promoting empathy, love for others, and the ability to forgive. Mindfulness and company. The business world attaches great importance to mindfulness today, since it has been demonstrated that the myth of multitasking is nothing more than that, a myth, and that doing several things at the same time leads to a deficit in efficiency, called continuous alternation of attention. When we multitask, we spend a lot more time, make more mistakes, and have a hard time remembering things related to work. On the contrary, by being fully present and attentive in your work will be more effective, you will make the right decisions, and you will collaborate more effectively with your colleagues. Studies have also been carried out to assess the effectiveness of the practice of mindfulness in the business world. The New Yorker John Kabat-Zinn, developed in 1979, through the Medical Center of the University of Massachusetts, the program, Mindfulness-Based Stress Reduction, Reduction of Stress Through Mindfulness, of 8 weeks duration. The results were conclusive. The stress level had been reduced, and they felt more energetic at work. They also observed that activity had increased in the left prefrontal area, which regulates activation of the amygdala and stimulates the parasympathetic system, and that they presented greater antibody production when administered an attenuated influenza virus than a control group that did not participate in the mindfulness course. This practice is being established more and more in different companies around the world. The advantages are obvious. Mindfulness and immune system. In recent years, David S. Black, assistant professor of preventive medicine at the Keck School of Medicine, California Southern University, has published numerous studies on the benefits of mindfulness on our health. He conducted the first comprehensive review of randomized controlled trials, examining the effects of mindfulness, according to 5 parameters of the immune system: circulating and stimulated inflammatory proteins, cell transcription factors and gene expression, number of immune cells, aging of these, and antibody response. Their findings suggest interesting effects of mindfulness, a significant reduction in specific inflammation markers. We know the harmful effects of this high number of lymphocytes, TCD4+, are like the general ones of the immune system and increase telomerase activity, lengthening their telomeres. These studies are the beginning, but they are encouraging. Be proactive. Do not be afraid to believe in the transcendence of your being and of life. First, learn to breathe mindfully in calm moments, when you are not stressed or undergoing a crisis. Go training your mind little by little, gradually. Pay attention to what surrounds you, connecting deeply with your essence, until you discover a wonderful world. Omega-3. All the patients, relatives, or people who come across my life know that I am a faithful defender of the consumption of omega-3. It all started a few years ago. I suffered from a severe gum problem, and a close dietitian recommended that I consume omega-3 daily. Surprisingly, after several weeks, the problems suddenly stopped. I have observed that after periods of great stress, the ailments return, and the fish oil stops the harmful effects. Eating omega-3 is a very healthy way to boost your mood and cognitive ability. Although there are 6 types of omega-3 fatty acids, only 3 of them are related to human physiology: alpha-linolenic acid, ALA, eicosapentaenoic acid, EPA, and docosahexaenoic acid, DHA. We will focus on the last 2. They are usually called essential fatty acids because they are of vital importance for certain body functions, and because none of these fatty acids can be produced autonomously within our body, so it is necessary to acquire them through the diet. EPA, eicosapentaenoic acid, is a precursor to some eicosanoids. These are lipid molecules, fats that have important anti-inflammatory and immunological functions. This fatty acid can be obtained through the intake of fish, salmon, sardines, tuna, mackerel, herring, and fish oil, cod liver oil. In internal medicine, this fatty acid is used as a lipid-lowering agent, that is, to lower the levels of lipids, cholesterol, and triglycerides in the blood. DHA docosahexaenoic acid is found mainly in fish oils, but also in some algae such as spirulina. Actually, it is originally found in these algae, which the fish feed on, and little by little it becomes more concentrated as it progresses through the food chain. It is especially concentrated in the brain, retina, and reproductive cells. Neurons and the gray matter of the brain are made up of a large amount of fat, so this component is key to their development and proper function. The brain requires an adequate level of DHA for its optimal development. Otherwise, we are faced with a deficit in neurogenesis and in the metabolism of neurotransmitters. Omega-3 has an important anti-inflammatory function. Studies carried out by the American nutritional biochemist William E. M. Lands since 2005 have shown that excessive levels of omega-6, in relation to those of omega-3, are associated with heart attacks, arthritis, osteoporosis, depression and mood swings, obesity and cancer. The excess of omega-6 is at the base of multiple pathologies. The doctor of Greek origin, Artemis P. Simopoulos, published in 2002 that it is not only important to ingest essential fatty acids, but that it is even more crucial to do so in an adequate proportion between omega-6 and omega-3. Humans have evolved consuming them in a 1-to-1 ratio, but in recent decades, due to the boom in the consumption of meat and processed products, that ratio has risen to 10-to-1 in Western diets, and in the United States it can reach the ratio of 30-to-1. Lowering the ratio has been shown to help prevent cardiovascular disease, asthma, rheumatoid arthritis, and colorectal cancer. Breast milk contains DHA, if the mother ingests it previously, which is vital for the neuronal and brain development of the infant, although the intake of this fatty acid by the mother is also recommended during the gestation period. But DHA is not only vital in childhood, but studies are beginning to emerge that link adequate levels of omega-3 with a significantly lower probability of developing dementia and Alzheimer's. On the contrary, low levels of DHA in the elderly are associated with an increased probability of accelerated cognitive decline. The brain is highly dependent on this fatty acid, and low levels of it have been linked to depression, cognitive decline, and other disorders. Even patients with memory deficits, after ingesting a daily gram of DHA for 6 months, have improved their memory. On the other hand, patients diagnosed with Alzheimer's, after taking omega-3 supplements, have developed the disease more slowly. DHA has also been pointed out as a main source of neuroprotectin, a substance involved in the survival and repair of brain cells. Taking fish oil daily has healthy and beneficial effects on multiple levels. It has even been observed, in a study published in 2010 by Professor Farzana Farr, from the University of Illinois, a positive relationship between high levels of omega-3 and telomere length. Finally, the benefits of fish oil include improvement in attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. Young people who ingest omega-3 present an improvement in their grades. Today, the American Psychiatric Association and multiple mental health manuals recommend eating omega-3 as a preventive measure to stop the development of some mental illnesses, schizophrenia, depression, bipolar disorder, and for their treatment. I recommend taking 1 or 2 grams a day, with the correct ratio between EPA and DHA. That is, a minimum of 80% DHA with respect to the total oil. Chapter 9. Your best version. To achieve any success or triumph in life, you have to start with something, which at first may seem simple, but it is difficult if you want to do it correctly. Who am I? Getting to know each other is the beginning of overcoming. To reach the inner process of overcoming and transformation, I usually work with my patients, and I recommend that you do it in 3 steps. Know me. I need to know how I am. What characterizes me? What do I like the most about myself and what do I like the least? I always say that there are 4 facets in the process of self-knowledge. What others perceive of me, my image. What I think I am, the self-concept. What I really am, my essence. What I show on internet networks, my e-image. Understand me. knowing what has led me to respond in this way to certain situations, understanding my genetics, my past, my way of relating to other bosses, friends, employees, partners. Go back to your childhood carefully. Avoid impossible therapies in which you end up facing your origins. When you are aware of your limitations, barriers, fears, and understand where they come from, you are advancing by leaps and bounds in your inner work, and in your ability to manage emotions. Accept me. Assimilate certain things that have been or are like this, and cannot be changed, whatever you do. It is important to accept that one has limitations, that one makes mistakes, and that one can be wrong. You do not succeed in life by not having defects and imperfections, or by not making mistakes, but by learning to enhance your faculties and aptitudes. Your flaws don't have to hurt you if you know them and are able to neutralize them with your strengths. Achievers are those who enjoy their work and excel at something specific. They are not different from you, they are people who dedicate their time to shine, polish and try to enhance their abilities by focusing on something they are good at or that they like. Not everyone is lucky enough to work on something they love, but the happy, successful man, the professional who is capable of leading, loves what he does and does it well. A classic text says, "Love your trade and grow old in it." Talent plus passion equals vocation. If you think of people you deeply admire, regardless of their field of action, athletes, businessmen, journalists, doctors, spiritual leaders, writers, you will realize that they are individuals who have focused on something and strengthened it. I am not saying that they are not good in many keys, I mean that they have known how to focus on a specific point that makes them better than the rest. Anyone you bring to mind right now, yes, anyone? He is fighting an internal battle to a greater or lesser extent, and he has suffered to get to where he is. I remember that a few years ago I met a very famous foreign singer at a conference. He had sold millions of records and held massive concerts all over the world. I was inspired by something more than just his songs, and I passed it on to him. I was a big fan and I approached him to ask for a photo. It was a person who in the U showed a surprising closeness and attention. He asked me about my family, my profession. When I told him that I was a psychiatrist, he told me, "I have been in therapy for a long time, I have panic attacks in crowded places and sometimes even on stage. It's my daily struggle, I hope to get over it completely one day." Panic in crowded places, a world-renowned singer. I have seen his concerts on YouTube and live. I never forget that brief conversation, and I smile thinking that despite such an atrocious fear, this man triumphs wherever he goes. Roger Federer. Federer is a living legend, without a doubt the best and most elegant tennis player in history. He has broken all the records in his sport, and has fans all over the world. In an interview published in July 2013 in the newspaper Marca, the journalist pointed out, "You have always had a great serve, a better forehand, a good volley, as well as variety in slices. His weak point seems to be the reverse. I had two options, enhance my qualities or improve my weaknesses. If I did the latter, I would become too predictable a tennis player. In the end, what pays the bills are my virtues. I don't see myself doing what some do, passing 1,000 balls with the backhand, and trying not to miss to improve it." Therefore, what is a leader? Every leader requires 3 qualities: having a message, knowing how to communicate it, and being optimistic about it. It seems hard to find someone who inspires like this. Politicians who dominate the media, for example, frequently do not know how to communicate, and their messages are usually ambiguous and calculated, changing depending on the audience they are addressing or what interests them most. Leaders like that are worthless to us. The people who mark, who drag, are the ones who radiate coherence, peace and happiness. TMV, your best version. A successful life requires reflection, knowledge, work, effort, sense of humor. So many things. I have embodied in an equation what for me would be the TMV key to life. TMV requires, above all, the will to live. That means that despite the daily vicissitudes, you strive to be the best you can, always. This, logically, is not learned in a book, it is learned by living, enjoying, feeling and savoring your life, but above all by falling down and getting up again. You are the result of your decisions. You have to realize that your decisions condition your life, that you should not get carried away. TMV equals Knowledge Plus Will Plus Life Project by Passion. I have said that you are the result of your decisions. With the right passion and the will exercised and strengthened, you can achieve almost what you set out to do. I say almost because there is a factor, let's call it luck, destiny or providence, which does not always allow us to succeed or achieve our purposes, however realistic they may be. But first of all, the risks. Like every equation, if knowledge fails, there is nothing more dangerous than a motivated and eager fool. If the will fails, you will start with illusion and knowledge, but it will go out in a short time. If the life project fails, you will be a slave to immediate and instant gratification. If passion fails, you will never be a leader, you will never shine and infect the rest and, of course, you will avoid enjoying healthy aging. The knowledge. Luck favors only the prepared mind. Louis Pasteur. This quote from the French scientist has always been encouraging to me. Subsequently, the writer Isaac Asimov reinforced it to explain that only those who prepare, study and exercise with will and zeal can aspire to success in their lives. This, transferred to our field, has enormous strength. Maybe luck or providence come out to meet us, but we are not able to perceive or interpret it properly. Luck favors those who are prepared and trained, those who have acquired sufficient skill and knowledge to take advantage of it when it arrives, if it does. We all have a powerful tool to achieve our goals, our ability to cultivate and study. The key is, are you willing to learn? In therapy, we apply bibliotherapy. On the one hand, we recommend psychological help books of a certain level that help you understand what is happening to you, or guidelines to overcome it, and on the other hand, novels that hook you and help you get out of negative thoughts or toxic emotional states. Avoid the silly box, the hours wasted on the networks, or the YouTube videos. Going outside, exercising and reading are powerful antidepressants and anxiolytics. The will. Don't forget that your best version stands out when you focus on your abilities exposed with order, discipline, perseverance, and work. You must learn to leave your skin every day according to the abilities you have. What is the will? It is the ability to postpone reward and instant gratification. A person with will has a long vision of life and is capable of setting specific goals and venturing to achieve them. The will requires determination, decision, and tenacity. The difference between wanting and wanting lies in that wanting requires a solid decision. Desire seeks the possession or gratification of something immediately, a meal, a drink, a sexual desire, or an impulse. It has the component of speed and momentarily fills the person, but does not make them bigger. On the contrary, wanting seeks a more distant goal, which requires a concrete, well-designed plan and continued efforts to achieve it. It is fuller because this process helps us grow as human beings. Having a well-educated will is the consequence of sustained personal work over time, based on effort and resignation, which gradually turns us into strong and consistent individuals, capable of seeking not the easiest, but what is best for each individual. 1. It is not genetic, but acquired. You are not born with it, but you are conquered. Will is determination. Choosing a specific direction, having previously thought about it, assessing the pros and cons, and heading towards that goal. One of the clearest indicators of personality maturity is having a strong will. And vice versa, one of the most obvious symptoms of personality immaturity is having a weak, fragile, brittle will that soon abandons the struggle to reach the proposed goal. This section would give for an entire book. In fact, I highly recommend Book 5, Tips for Boosting Intelligence. Order, perseverance, and effort are the engines that drive any project or company forward. Without them, ideas, no matter how good they are, end up diluting and losing strength. Having a well-educated will leads us towards the best version of your life project. Set goals and objectives. Goals are long-term, objectives short. Seneca said, "There is no favorable wind for those who do not know where they are going." He who does not have a plan is a slave to the immediate. It reacts according to impulses, emotions, or feelings, so even more so in this society of ours, it is tremendously manipulable. Some people have started their project in much worse conditions than yours, but have managed to get where they set out. Therefore, do not be afraid to change your goals and objectives if it is necessary for your physical or mental health, or to improve your relationship with your partner, family, or friends. The habits and customs established in your way of being have an enormous influence on your life. One decides to really change in serious crises, personal, economic, family, or an illness. As Dr. Valentine Fuster, a cardiologist at Mount Sinai in New York, rightly says, the best way to quit smoking is a heart attack. Let your heart fly, draw up an action plan and execute it. The Life Project starts from having a focus to hold on to and lean on. Have a plan, be realistic, and go after it. I said at the beginning of the book that few things have done as much damage as the phrase, "It will come when you least expect it." This leads us to a passive attitude, waiting, very dangerous, maybe nothing will ever come. If you've built a castle in the air, don't worry, as long as you build the foundation under it. Don't be afraid to get excited, to imagine something big, draw up a plan and carry it out. Having a plan brings the personal satisfaction of being able to savor the different achievements or milestones that are being reached. There, in those small steps, lies true happiness. Not obsessing over a goal. It is essential to know how to redirect plans according to the circumstances, otherwise one can end up deeply frustrated in the face of failure. The passion. We must dedicate more time to the things that make us truly happy. Anonymous. Passion does not add, it multiplies. Improves neural connections, enhances neurogenesis, production of new neurons, and lengthens telomeres. We have been created to be happy, to transmit that happiness to others, and to share the good things in life. An interesting fact, according to studies carried out at the Mayo Clinic, life expectancy is reduced by up to 19% in pessimists. What did Pep Guardiola say when he arrived at Barca? "I give you my word that we will do our best. I don't know if we will win or lose, but we will try. Fasten your seatbelts. We'll have a good time." That's how it was. For years we even enjoyed Real Madrid fans. Of a spectacular football. Can you learn to be optimistic? Definitely yes. Israeli psychologist Tal Ben-Shahar teaches the most attended course at Harvard University, in which he teaches to be happy. We can learn to be positive. It is a slow job, but full of satisfaction and possibilities to improve our physical and mental health. Optimism is a way of capturing the present moment, since as we have insisted throughout these pages, happiness is not what happens to us, but how we interpret what happens to us. The people who have gone further in life had an optimistic vision of the world, and of people, and knew how to communicate it to others. The optimist knows how to see a project, while the pessimist always finds an excuse not to start. Don't forget that in this life there are three kinds of people: those who make things happen, those who watch things happen, and those who wonder what happened. Who are you? It's never too late to start again. The case of Judith, the porn actress. I met Judith after finishing a conference on education and resilience at a school. He came over to talk to me and said, "I am an actress. I have seen through the networks that you gave a talk at this school and I have come. I don't want to go on living. I can't anymore, I'm going to commit suicide." I froze. I don't know much about cinema, let alone international. I had a slight foreign accent. I asked her name, but at that moment, the director of the school approached me to present me with a book published on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of the institution. I took advantage of that moment to search for his name on Google. She was a porn actress and had more than 1 million followers on the networks. I approached again and asked him the reason for his sadness. She explained to me that her longtime boyfriend, they had met in childhood, had asked her to marry him. She loved him, although with certain doubts. "I don't know if I'm in love, I don't know if I'm capable of falling in love." But she knew she had no future with him. Told me, "He wants me to quit the movies, and I'm willing to do it, but, if we have children, you don't understand me, if one day they look for my life through the internet. I have no future." Delicately we entered, still next to the conference stage, into the world of pornography. I handled the subject very carefully to avoid hurting her, and she picked up on it. "Thanks for not judging me, I need help. What worries me the most is not being able to erase my past, my wounds, and start over. I called her the next day first thing in the morning for consultation. I spent the whole night thinking about the issue, and I called an acquaintance of mine who works in the police, to ask him if an identity could be changed, and what requirements were necessary. The next morning, I had the necessary information. Her mother was a foreigner and her father Spanish, and she had dual nationality. We discussed the possibility of changing her name, even though she already used a pseudonym for her work. We cautiously entered his past. How she had ended up recording in different countries, at times bordering on the world of luxury prostitution and drugs. There were many deep wounds to heal. She allowed me to delve into her biography. With the utmost care, we delved into his childhood, his mother's abandonment, his father's alcoholism and his subsequent suicide. At the young age of 10, he was sexually abused by a close family member. At 18, turned into a pretty girl, she attracted boys. That was when she met Raul, her longtime boyfriend. She didn't want anything serious, but he declared his eternal love from day one, and promised to wait for her. Soon, they offered her to work as a model in another country and she accepted. I needed money. At night he went to party. It was there that he came into contact with drugs and luxury prostitution. They paid very well. She stopped feeling. I was pretending. At night she cried, without tears, with an inner emptiness growing stronger. Raul, who knew the situation, was looking for her, trying to get her out of it, but without success. He gave her books, he sent her lectures so that she could hear about overcoming pain and trauma. After several weeks of therapy, she was calmer. He was carrying out all the procedures to change his life and appearance. She didn't have a particularly striking face, and with little effort she changed her appearance. Months after meeting her, she came with Raul for a consultation. He was a profoundly good boy, he had loved her forever, and he knew she had great potential, hurt by the life she had led. A few months ago, I received this letter. Dear Doctor, I have already arrived in my new country. Basically, it is not new. My mother lived her childhood 100 kilometers from where we have settled. I have started a clothing business, it is going slowly, but I am very excited. I have brought my savings, and if all goes well, we will be married next spring. I have recovered the desire to live, thanks for the help provided. It is never too late to start over. P.S. I have sent your contact to some coworkers so that you can help them too. Don't tell them where I am. A hug, with love, Judith.